that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた似てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than one copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with one lesser boon and one greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Hello and welcome to the Grand Archive European Nationals here in Prague, a city rich on history. And what better place could there be to write history if you manage to win the European Grand Archive Nationals Champions title? Writing your name in the books of the Grand Archive history is a thing that every player wants to do. And those players will battle it out during the next 2 days with their decks. They are decks that command Heavenly Dragons and Raccoons, Ether Wings and Archers, and at times just spicy chickens. So, Dan, are you excited to crown the next Grand Archive European champion here?
Absolutely, Garrett, here in Prague, Czechia. We actually spent the day yesterday visiting the castle, so this is the perfect place to crown a new national champion. And I'm so excited to be here in the desk with you, Garrett, where we're going to be coming in very soon to our first round of the day. And we're going to see what decks players have brought. You know, this has been a metagame that has been developing a little bit already from following Ascent Las Vegas, as well as the North American National Championship. And we've seen already some incredibly cool, new, powerful decks showing up. What do we expect to see today?
So for sure, we are going to be seeing Aetherwing Diana in the Flavor of Water, right? Can't count her out. We might see a couple spicy editions of those too. And for sure, all those wind decks with Siryu, Razor Gale, and maybe some ally decks of that sort.
Oh, yeah. I've heard a little bit about that. I've heard a little bit about Wind Crux coming in. I've heard some interesting Jin adaptations that I'm really excited to see as well. I hope we get to see some of those on the table today. But of course, all the players today are bringing their A game, right? Because the players are competing for one of the greatest prizes you can get in Grand Archive, where the top 8 players of today's event are all going to earn, in some fashion, their way into Worlds, which is taking place, of course, in beautiful Singapore this year in August, with the top 2 players of the event earning a direct invite into Worlds, and then the next 6 filling out the top 8, earning the spot in the Gauntlet, the last chance qualifier, the day before Worlds begins.
That is super exciting to be for those players that receive those invites. And playing in the Gauntlet is another challenge, right? You need to place in the top 16 of the Gauntlet to also advance to the World Championship and can get a chance to battle it out against your opponents there for the World Champion title that Tyler from main deck right now has, right?
Absolutely, and Taylor's going to be trying to defend it against everyone else in the gauntlet this year as well. Of course, he earned a slot in the gauntlet simply by winning Worlds last year. But by holding that title, it means you are going to have to get through Taylor to some degree if you're in the gauntlet to get there. If not, have to get through him in the actual Worlds event. So it's going to be an incredible event. And of course, this is just the first stepping stone. Following this, of course, we also have the OCE and the SEA Nationals next month as well. So players from all around the world going to be competing to earn these slots. But today, of course, we have a room full of the majority of the room is, of course, European players here, although there are some players who traveled all the way here to fight it out. And the question is going to be if the European players are going to get to hold their spot and be the ones who make it into Worlds, or are some of the North American players who have shown up today going to try and snipe it from them, steal it?
It is going to be very exciting, and as we know that Henki is right now the European national champion, and can he defend his title? Who knows? Maybe he brought his famous Fire Slime stick again.
Fire Slime's, of course, another deck that's gotten a lot better with the release of Radiant Origins. There are several decks that have kind of come back following the release of this set, including, of course, we mentioned already, Jin, a deck that has never really been super powerful, but now finally has a lot more juice, the ability to kind of get there. So, yeah, I'm actually really curious. I don't know what Henki is on today at all, but Henki's had incredible success last year on that Fire Slimes list and was one of the scariest players to face on it. So maybe he brought it. Maybe he brought Razor Gale. Maybe he brought Diana. Maybe he brought one of the other decks floating around here. But I'm certain as long as he doesn't completely crash out, we will see him on stream sometime today as the defending national champion.
For sure. So what he likes to do at times is giving us a little bit of a teaser what he's playing online on Twitter. And right now, he said, not right now, yesterday he said he's probably going to playing Wind Waker, but he also said at times that he's playing Wind Luxem, and he didn't do that. So you never know what he comes up with.
Exactly. Henki is known for putting out information early, and it is completely impossible to tell whether or not he is serious or joking. I saw the tweet about Wind Wake Up, and I thought, you know, maybe, right? That is kind of a Henki style deck. He totally could bring it out, and it's one of those decks where we see the conversion rate on the Wind Wake Up list is always exceptionally high. It's played by a small number of players, but typically in these events, the ones who play it really know the lines, really know the way to extract the most performance out of that deck. And so a good player like Henki taking that deck into the event could be a serious threat to a lot of the other players who are playing some of the more traditional meta decks.
For sure, especially since the Wind Wake Up deck, can you just take out of the game on turn 2 if you are not careful enough, or if they just draw the right cards, right?
Yeah, it's one of those decks that just will explode when it gets the right hand, and if you not seriously respect it, hold back a lot of interaction, you will be the one who explodes as well.
I think a lot of decks these days don't respect ally decks and early kill turn decks anymore at all. At least I didn't, and a lot of people in Las Vegas didn't either.
Yeah, that was, I mean, going into the European Nationals, one of the things we saw that people learned from Ascent Las Vegas is that you cannot just expect Diana won't show up, especially now. Diana is a deck that is now back in the metagame in a serious way, powered up by cards like Quickstep Treads from Radiant Origins, which makes it even harder to interact with. Now, it no longer has the Carpson Coda line that she used to use to be able to say, well, okay, in response to your interaction, actually, I'll just take you out of the game.
Yeah.
She doesn't do that, but that doesn't seem to matter too much because she just has this incredible capability to continue to play threats onto the board, continue to put that pressure on the opponent, and still hold up a massive hand and tax you out of the game now with the addition of the big adaptation without having Carpson Coda and Turtles in the deck. Now we're just going full in on negation, going Cerulean Decrees, Frostbinds, Frozen Dismissals, and cards that say, if you want to play with me, you're going to have to pay it, and then if you pay and put your hand down, then you don't get to play with me anymore because I'm going to take you out on the next turn.
I think one of the reasons recently additions to the Aether Wing Diana deck is the Mad Hatter again. And if you are not careful, the deck also can kill you turn 2
Yeah.
with enough cats.
Yep. This Grand Archive is a game where interaction right now is at a serious premium, and that is what players were relying on in Las Vegas, bringing in decks that were just simply too greedy. There were these level 3 decks that said, well, I'm not going to do anything the first couple of turns, but I swear, when I get to level 3, you're out of the game. And to be fair, Garrett, you were there in Las Vegas playing Water Djinn, doing exactly that. And it works when it works.
And it doesn't work if your opponent plays the game.
Right. And you know, that's really what this is. It's these decks coming in that have that explosive potential, and they're simply trying to prey on decks like that Water Djinn deck and say, well, it won't matter if I take you out of the game first. So now going into EU Nationals, players are hopefully adapting their decks a lot, bringing in more of the interaction. I was talking to some of the players who were on various level 3 decks. I hinted at this a little bit earlier. But some of these level 3 decks are now starting to look to things like the Archangel cycle from Radiant Origins, say, you know what? Some of these Archangels actually are very good early game plays that allow me to interact with my opponent, take things off of the board, attack their allies. And we're seeing more, I think, defensive allies being played as well, saying, well, you can't explode and kill me if there's an unyielding Wraith Guard in play that taunts the first attack and then taunts the second attack too.
Or just the angelic attendant, right?
Yeah.
It's a 0/3 that says on death you just draw a card, and if you imbue it with one advanced element card, you just get an interceptor with 0/3. So it's basically a library witch on steroids.
Yeah, it's a library witch that your opponent actually has to put a serious attack into taking out, because of course decks like these Aether Wing Diana decks can simply use a Charge the Soul if they want to deal with a library witch, like deal 1 damage to that and then deal 30 damage to you.
Exactly.
Now you have to say, well, I guess I have to attack it with the Frostsworn. I have to attack it with the Crystalline Archer.
Or exactly, the Crystalline Archer, or worst case, even with Diana's Aether Wing to get the glimpse going and just remove a threat and find something off the top of the deck, right?
And when your opponent is in that position, that's where these decks can really capitalize on their ability to interact with you, because one way you can really slow Diana down is by denying her that glimpse. And so if your opponent is forced to attack into the attendant with the Diana, if you have any way of either removing it from play, reclaiming it, escaping it, Primordial Ritual in response to the attack, the opponent no longer can get that on hit, and that's where you can get that momentum back into the game, actually get to level 3 and win. So I'm really excited to see if we've had some level 3 decks now here in EU, this region for the game that doesn't have as many major events as other ones. So these players have time. They're cooking, right? They're in the kitchen trying to figure out, okay, how do we make sure when it's our time to shine, we have something that can really define us and define the metagame. And I've done a little bit of talking, a little bit of chatting with some people out there, and I know there are some ideas. I'm really excited to see today if they come to bear.
In Grand Archive, we have not enough brewers anyway in the game, so every fresh idea you can come up with is something that can take your opponent off guard, right?
Yes.
As soon as you find this one thing that does something amazing for you and your deck, for example, getting Haniel out. No one plays Haniel right now. And removing those allies early from the board, like Frostbound Paladins against Aether Wing Diana, might be the thing that your deck actually wants and needs to do early on.
Yeah.
Just to stabilize and be the greedy deck you want to be, right?
Right, yeah. I mean, ultimately, the big takeaway is these decks can't be as greedy as they want to be. And that's you know, I think that's pretty natural for players to do when a new set comes out. You just want to extract the most power possible, and, you know, that typically says, like, well, let me just not play the early game and get to the late game. And now we see the refinement starting to happen. And we'll see now the players go, okay, I can be greedy, just not that greedy. And I'm going to play some of this interaction stuff. I'm going to put a threat on the board that my opponent has to deal with, because you can't let a Haniel sit out there, for example, and just start to freely attack your units on the next turn. So it does force the opponent to suddenly adapt and deal with it. And they no longer get to be the player who is determining the pace of the game. Now you get to be. And that's exactly what we're going to see players rely on. Now, one deck, Garrett, that we haven't talked about that I know we're going to see today as well is the Arasana Razorgale Crucible deck. And speaking of decks that are going to completely control the pace of play, that was a deck that was an absolute breakout at Ascent Las Vegas for its ability to, using the 6 raccoon package in the deck, control nearly every deck that it went up against. Could simply say, okay, if you need the graveyard, you're not going to have that. You need to attack me, I'm going to make it difficult. And then eventually, if I just hold 7 cards every single turn, eventually I will get to the point where I can just take you out of the game in 1.
Yeah. Sitting across this deck from experience is very annoying if you're a level 3 deck. You either lose your graveyard and the resources you want to accumulate through pitching cards and getting things into the graveyard, right? And your opponent just sits there and denies you the cards from things to want to get resources from. And then they just accumulate all the Razor Gates or all the potions in their hand, and with one turn they just pop off and blast you out of the universe.
Yeah, and it's so hard to interact with too. The difficult thing is, as long as a Razor Gale sticks in play, if you have any interaction in response to your opponent trying to deal damage to you with the Razor Gale, they can just respond to your interaction and deal more damage on top. Powered up by Essence Crucible from Radiant Origins, this card that is going to, after you brew a couple of potions, start adding several points of damage to every single Razor Gale trigger. It makes it so that the amount of effort this deck has to expand to get to lethal amounts of damage is sometimes 3 times as fewer than it used to be, right? It just was, it's so much easier to pop off with that lethal damage. Now, we do see a lot of players bringing in Fantasia removal, and I think this is right now a core piece of the format. We have players who are doing things like, obviously, Scatter Essence in a win deck in the main, but even starting to bring in more interesting fast speed removal, or starting to look towards more diverse things like in Seiryu decks playing Fatestone of Heaven with Aella as ways to have just over time say, okay, well, if you want to play the game slow and just develop a Razor Gale and take your time to win, anytime you play a Razor Gale, I'm just going to blow it off the board. And I'm never going to let you actually set that up. And so those decks have also seen some good success and have, relying on their sideboard tech, have been able to kind of bring extra action into the game to be able to put some more pressure back on the deck.
So then, speaking of removing things from the board, what's your preferred way to deal with Razor Gale? I have a probably hot take on that one, since I'm not really the person who likes to deal with the Razor Gates themselves, but rather with the Crucible.
Yeah, dealing with the Crucible is the thing that I think can buy you the most time, and is sometimes a little harder to do, though, because they do have the ability to Zephyr it or play cards like Obscured Offering to stop it. I definitely think dealing with the Crucible is strongest. My preference is dealing with everything as much as possible. So cards like Excalibur Cleansing Light are nice cards for Luxem decks to play to make sure they can answer anything that hits board, and especially having things at fast speed to deal with those gives you a lot more momentum against them too. But what's your take on it, Garrett?
So I personally played Jin in Las Vegas, right? And my idea was, I'm playing Wardark Jin, so I have to get somehow 2 Fracturizers to get rid of the Crucible, and everything else comes after that. And didn't work.
It did. Well, right, that's the difficulty. So it's definitely the strongest to get rid of the Crucible, but it's the easiest thing for them to protect as well, where those cards like Zephyr and Obscured Offering can't target the Razor Gales. And depending on how this Raccoon build ends up panning out, sometimes you see them playing the Bandit, looking at the top 6, and finding multiple Razor Gales and no Raccoons and putting them at the bottom, and you know you have time to try and get there. And if you can just hit the one Razor Gale they've played, you can buy yourself enough time to be able to win the game. So it's tricky. There are multiple ways, though.
Unless they find enough ways to replay this one Raccoon Bandit leader, Gaze Bandit leader, right, to get into the 6 cards down, into the 6 cards down, into the 6 cards down.
Right. And we saw that happen in Las Vegas, too. We saw the tucking multiple Razor Gales, and the player just goes, well, here's my strategy then. I will play Bandit enough times to cycle my deck and get back to them, which requires a lot of attention to the game state and a lot of, honestly, just card counting, knowing how deep you need this Bandit to go to where you can finally go, okay, scout the land, there's my Razor Gale, let me draw it, let me play the game now, and continue to win. And that is, but those are the situations where if you're playing something like Expel the Departed out of the side, the fast speed Fantasia removal that was initially when it came out, we thought was, okay, that's very Guoja, Fatestone deck. No, it turns out any deck could play this and just say, great, end of your turn, I'll take the Razor Gale out, and then let me play again.
That is a very cool card that got sneaked into a lot of decks recently and coincidentally also hits all those water decks that are not Aether Wing Diana.
Yeah.
Speaking of water decks that are relevant, you can't count out Genbu here, right?
Oh yeah, we didn't mention Genbu at all, but Genbu is definitely still an extremely viable contender and a deck that I expect to see throughout the day still. I think there will be multiple people still on Genbu. The representation in Las Vegas was surprisingly high for that deck. Of course, it was led by Superior, who last time we were casting together, Garrett and Ascend London, had his undefeated run with Genbu into a meta where we thought water was not very good.
Yeah.
So now I think everyone knows water is good. We're back. We're good here. Water's kind of everywhere. It's a very, very wet meta game right now. But those Genbu decks are kind of in the opposite end of the Aether Ring Diana, where they're, rather than trying to take you out early, they will just, if you give them enough time, it's pretty easy for them to assemble one of 3 or 4 different win cons and just say, well, I'm going to take you out and still holding up 8. So do you have any interaction? I'm just going to engulf it, I think.
Engulf, a very strong addition to recent water decks, right? It makes so many strategies more playable with this one hard negate that can be put into your deck right now. And the interesting thing is that decks right now added probably multiple cards to deal with Fantasias and also with elements in the graveyard, thanks to Razor Gale that wants to cyclical breeze the cards that you activated already, in case you got rid of your Razor Gale or something along those lines. And the Nullifying Lantern helps you against those decks to stay a little bit longer in the game, and if you find the right moment to just expel the Departed, the Fractal of Polar Depths, you might be a little bit safer against the inevitably mill-out win condition from the Genbu player here, right?
Absolutely. And I think you bring up a really interesting point that I'm really excited to see as we start to explore the deck list today, Garrett, where right now in the current metagame, there are so many threatening decks where there are powerful material deck cards that you can bring in against them. Nullifying Lantern is fantastic into Razor Gale decks, just like it's fantastic into Genbu decks. And those decks are built around ways to actually remove Nullifying Lantern because they know how devastating it is when it's in play. By the same token, Nullifying Mirror is a card right now that has gained even more utility in Radiant Origins with its ability to not only stop Veiling Breeze in those Razor Gale decks from preventing a lot of damage, but additionally, if you activate it proactively on your opponent's turn, you can stop Imbue, which includes the Advanced Imbue that we're seeing on cards like the Archangels or the Angel Attendant you mentioned earlier. So that is another card where you might try to devote sideboard slot to that. But then, of course, you have Censor of Restful Peace, which can disable, just like the Raccoon package, the floating memory advantage that these level 3 decks are playing. And so many other options. Chime is another new card from Radiant Origins that is our anti-mill-out card that's good against Jin, good against Genbu, card that can be super essential to play Safeguard, Amulet, Terrafring. Like, you need a lot of potential sideboard or material deck cards now or sideboard slots to be able to deal with a lot of these decks, and you simply don't have the room for everything.
That is correct. Right now, getting a fitting sideboard for the event you want to attend is very difficult because the meta is so wide and a big variety of decks are playable. Even though we just have 3 base elements, all those decks in the same element even can try to achieve different goals to win the game. Speaking of goals, Genbu with the mill out, or just Aether Wing Diana with hitting you hard, or just Water Allies, for example, just hitting you with weenie guys all the time. And then you have the fire decks that want to capitalize on cards in graveyard, either with abilities like Liminal Guide for the level 3 decks that want to accumulate resources this way, or just pick fire cards to kindle things, right? So you need a big variety of cards to challenge all those decks, and you really have to pick the right cards for the event you are going to. One day you will see a lot of Water Gin decks. That means you want to protect yourself against milled out win conditions. And the next day, as we saw in Ascent Las Vegas, the decks are just swapping over to the more aggro variant with Aether Wing Diana. And I also swapped the deck myself, so it's hard to pick the right cards you want to have as countermeasures to your opponent that might sit across from you.
Yeah, it means that the players going into this event who are going to perform the best are the ones who have the most comprehensive, kind of robust game plans, I'd say, and or the ones who can read the room the best. If you can most efficiently use your material deck space and your sideboard space to have the pieces of tech that you need to beat the decks you face the most often, then you have the best chance of succeeding. And I think there are multiple routes that there are Seiryu lists, for example, right now that in their main board have answers to a lot of decks and are able to deal with that. So that frees up material deck and sideboard slots for them to focus on the harder matchups. Whereas you have other decks that don't have access to the same amount of like flexible removal. I think Jin is a good example of this. It's got what it's got. It's got Fracturizes. It's got Crimson Ruptures. And it's like, well, okay, and then I just don't die, and and then I'll just try and I'll figure it out after that. The step 2 question mark, step 3 I win, right? But those decks then just need to really hone in how they're playing out their sideboard and the material deck, and if you do that well, then even if the deck feels like it's less favored right now, if you tech appropriately and your matchups come up that way, you still can rocket your way into the top 8.
That is for sure true. If we are just looking at different decks that same decks with different approaches. A good example from Las Vegas was T-Lux versus Camp Collapse, right? Both decks are level 3 stereo decks that want to do dragon things that they do, and just the end game is a little bit different for those setups.
Yeah, and it's very, very fun to see how players take different approaches to different deck styles. But what's even more fun to see, Garrett, is actually some gameplay. So our technical difficulties are resolved. Thank you all for your patience. We're going to head right in, and we're going to take a look. We're actually jumping in about halfway into Game 1 here in our Round 1 match. So let's head into there, and we'll see what's actually on the table. Really looking forward to this match. In actually just a moment. There we go. Okay, match is coming up here. So we do have Cubone against Zila Mage here. And wow, speak of the devil, actually, I believe we are looking at that Seiryu list from Zila Mage on the right. And it looks like a CL list that we're going to see from Cubone here. Now, taking a look at the board that's developed so far, Zila Mage is already on that Guoja level 3 and has a Seiryu available to flip at any point with the appropriate number of quest counters on Guoja. We have an Aella in play. We have multiple Forest Cakes. We have a lot of potential value on the board already, and we actually see an activation from Zila Mage on that Forest Cake to be able to draw a card. This is, like you were saying, Garrett, this is that the version of the list that main deck was playing was relying on Aella to be able to get crazy advantage going to the late game. But I have to say, Ablation, tough matchup for it.
Yeah. Oblation for sure is a very strong deck that can blast you out of nowhere, and also your dragons if you flipped it. I'm just not super
this
sure.
This is not the Oblation list, though.
You are correct. This is more of a... It seems like to be a toolboxy deck, right? With applications. Interestingly, going with Cremation Ritual instead of other means.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a good adaptation from Cubone right now. Oblation can be an extremely explosive, powerful deck, but it's so linear. And Cubone has actually gone for just a sort of traditional Umbra CL is all we call it here, or Coup CL is what some people call it as well, that is going to rely on using cards like Cremation Ritual now to gain advantage that can't be as easily interrupted by the Raccoon package. And I think that's really smart right now. I'm actually looking through here, and I'm not even sure I see much float at all. We're going for Library Witches and Angel Attendants over things like Stalwart Shieldmate. So I think that's really smart. I think that's the way to approach this metagame right now so you don't get blown out by those Raccoons.
Yeah, one of the very interesting floating memory cards that Cubone is playing is Angelic Channeling, a strong attendant in every level 3 advanced element deck that at least wants to partly take advantage of floating memory, since keeping your level 3 advanced element cards alive through the leveling process is very valuable, even though you might lose the floating memory here. And as we see Cubone already here having a lot of things on the board and 3 omens already, and he is debating to get rid of the Tango with a reduced to ash. Okay.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so unfortunately we missed the lead up to this kind of interesting situation where Zila Mage looks like they don't have the cards in play to activate the Tango, but did go for the Tango to be able to get some additional advantage. And I'm not sure what led them to not being able to activate it, but Cubone taking a loss of card on their side to keep a card away from Zila Mage with that. is a smart play because we see a lot of gameplay right now in Grand Archive built around trying to influence bully the opponent, basically saying if I'm the one who has the higher influence, and of course Cubone just resolving an Umbracite as well, look with this Lost Providence activatable on this turn too, is in a really good situation to be able to be the influence leader in this matchup. Now also materializing Manxam Armoire, going to give them additional ways to kind of keep pressure and keep advantage on their opponent, but is in the spot where if they can just keep the cards away from Mage, they're going to eventually win the game.
Yeah, going 1-for-1 in a deck that doesn't need to have a bazillion influence for CL here is probably the call to just deny resources for your opponent. As we saw, Mage is suppressed with Aela, one of the Forest Cakes, and got out during the turn the Tengu.
Oh, I see what happened here. So Mage is, with the resolution of the suppress, the Forest Cake coming back, is at 3 cards. And Mage had the ability to activate that Tengu in response to the Reduce to Ash, but decided not to because we see in Mage hand holding onto Serious Command. So Mage is looking, I think, to go for a possible win next turn. I have to see if they have Enfeebling or yeah, they do. Okay, so I could see a line where they go Materialize Enfeebling Orb, try to put down Cubone's interaction, then go Serious Command, flip, or having already flipped the dragon and dealt 4 damage, actually, just Serious Command the dragon and go for a lethal line on the next turn. But Cubone was trying to actually bait them into putting their hand down so that they couldn't do it on the next turn. But Mage didn't take it.
That is correct. And here we have Cubone with a Foe Awakening in hand, and he is probably trying to math out something here.
Yeah, you can. There's a potential lethal line out of nowhere with the Foe Awakening and now with the Armoire in play and with the Lost Providence. Of course, the line is you Foe Awakening, get rid of everything, omen 2 cards, get CL's triggers, then pop the Lost Providence, draw a card in hand after omening the Foe Awakening.
Here we see the heavy swing coming in for this is 6 and including the Mastery. This is for 8 damage right now. And Mage activating
Imperial countermeasures to prevent that damage. I think, was that damage coming at the dragon? I don't think there'd be a way to kill the 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I don't know if you have the ability to kill the dragon because of course CL's triggers are as a spell.
It is going to the champion and with 1 card in hand for Mage. This means that Do we have the 16 damage line with the 2?
I think with the 2 foes. I think with the 2 foes, the Providence and the Armoire. I think the line was presenting itself, and I'm just trying to figure out if the countermeasures prevented it entirely or not. Once you have 10 damage left, yeah, the countermeasures actually nearly exactly saved Guoja. That card is a new card from Radiant Origins, very flexible, Exalted card that just simply prevents 4 without going down because it draws into memory as well. And so here was an example of the power of that card.
But do we actually have, if Cubone has enough cards in the graveyard, shouldn't this be lethal?
You have 10 damage from a double foe and the omening the foe, right? Oh, and the Armoire. And the Armoire.
And the Lineage release too. So you technically could activate...
And you'd be able to Lineage release as well. Yeah. No, you can't, because the second foe puts enough in, so you can't Lineage release as well for...
If you don't have a second foe in the memory.
I think you can, actually. End of turn, you would have the 4th Omen and then 5th and 6th from the first foe. So, but I think Cubone is holding it back here. It is very risky, of course. The line puts you at no influence, and if you don't get the kill, then you lose the game. So I think Cubone just going to take it saying, I think I've done enough because, of course, now Mage having to use countermeasures. Look, we see the Enfeebling Orb line. It was the exact thing Mage wanted to do, but just wanted to be in the position to use the Serious Command and Wreck. Now, I think still cards in hand to go Serious Command, Byaku's Command, if it's in play, if it's in hand, putting Cubone's hand down still with the Enfeebling Orb. Like, the line is still available. We haven't seen, did we see? Yeah, this isn't Serene Spirit Fire either, so... So CL is just at the straight 30 life, and the combo definitely gets there on damage, but that requires the Byaku's Command to get there, I think.
Yeah, that is probably true here. And Mage plotting out his turn here. Is this a Harness Lightning in his hand?
Harness Lightning changes the math for sure if it is.
1 Harness Lightning, 2 Serious Command, and a couple of wind cards
4,
in
8,
his hand.
19. And with the allies in play, a Harness Lightning series command is a lethal line as well. So again, both players have to kind of just make a decision about when they pull the trigger and commit. And as long as they cannot be stopped, then of course they're good. But if they get stopped, either player pulling the trigger right now probably loses them the game instead. So it's an entirely precarious position for both players here. But we see the allies coming in from Mage, dealing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage marked here, and that puts them puts CL in a position where it's 18 more to kill, which is less than is dealt by a Harness Lightning series command line. Or excuse me, it's 17 more to kill.
17 more, that is the number that needs to be reached for Mage here. And is he playing around the resolute stance that his opponent might have in his hand? Because only 1 card in your hand and you are a wind deck. Do you bank on your opponent not having a resolute stand right now? It could be everything, right?
Yeah, and there's no resolute stand in the Omens either to be armored in. So that it is a bit risky. But there we do see the Harness Lightning coming down on the Seiryu, so that we do see, I think we're aiming to go for it. That's an 8 damage swing, even through Resolute Stand. That goes to 5 with 11, 16. That would be 1 short. If the Resolute Stand were in hand, that would be 1 short from lethal, but Mage is just going to put him on and say, you don't have it. Didn't even pop, actually, the Enfeebling Orb here to make him play it early as well, so I think is just saying I don't think you run that. And of course, Resolute Stand has been being pulled out a lot of lists lately as well. It's not as common of a play.
But this respect for all those ally decks. Speaking of Water Diana, for example, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm looking at the list though. Cubone does actually play 2 Resolute Stand in here, so it's entirely a possibility to see Cubone have. But with the amount of thinking going on, I'm pretty certain Cubone doesn't have it here. Has to do the math on how much damage this is dealing. Here comes the swing for 8 with the Seiryu, plus 4 from the Harness Lightning, going to generate another Arcane Blast, and then has, I'm sure, the double Empower following it up from the command as well. That's going to represent a potentially lethal attack. Does Cubone have any response?
If you don't have a response in Cubone's position, this is pumping you out of this game right now for the first game here on the Grand Archive European Nationals in Prague. And is it going to be a blasting finish? It is.
That is a blast coming in. Pop the Lost Providence. I mean, you have to do anything. No, just decides, nope, I can't get there. Nothing will do it. That is going to be game 1 going to Mage on the classic Win Seiryu Guoja list.
Super exciting already to see those 2 decks battling it off as the first match of today. And right now, we are now in the position where players have to sideboard in and out cards for the matchup that they are facing. And do you see any standout cards that would go in or out of either player's deck?
Well, I want to start with Cubone because, of course, they're now on the back foot here, having lost the first game of the match. Needs to find a way to win the next 2, get a reverse sweep back on it. Looking at the list, I do see Crystallized Destiny, and I do see Vanish from Sight as well. These are both cards that will give Cubone a route around the opponent's lines, especially the Vanish from Sight can be very powerful when Mage goes for the Recollection Phase Seiryu command, and he says, okay, fine, I'm just going to stealth then now, so now you can't attack me directly. I'm not as worried about things. And Crystallized Destiny, another out to the 11 damage blast that just ended Cubone's first game. I think those 2 are really standout cards, but there are some other useful ones too.
Yeah, Blanche Sheltering Saint could also be an interesting card to throw in just to mitigate a little bit of damage from those Arcane Blasts occasionally, just to keep you a little bit out of the range of those 11 damage, and might be the call here, but looking at the deck list, I'm not certain you have that many spots you want to swap out cards with.
I think the Regal Inquisition from the side here as well. I think that, or wait, is that, I'm trying to think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It is. Cubone is actually also running a Regal Inquisition in the sideboard, so this is for sure a good addition to your deck. Just to check up what your opponent might be planning for the next couple turns here.
I mean, if you can Regal the commands out of your opponent's hand, you can sometimes buy yourself a lot of extra time. So that's another decent one to bring in here. And from Mage, I do think I do think we're going to see these incapacitates likely come in to have. Well, actually, I don't know. I think you have to expect Regal to want to bring in the Incapacitate. Incapacitate isn't a card that you've seen a lot in Seiryu in a while now. It was something that was played in the high influence version of the deck that was really developed around London. But this deck now kind of is playing a little differently and doesn't necessarily need to just go as high influence. And it's tough to pay for that cost unless you really, really need that effect here. I wonder if Zelomage thinks that it's important to have.
So looking at Zelomage's deck list a little bit more, he is playing 2 Fate Stones of Heaven, and I'm not sure against CL this is a card that you really need.
It's not a great card in this match.
So that is the 2 spots that you could just use for the Incapacitates to have a card that does a little bit more meaningful things, right?
And you could bring in the Resolute stands as well, just to have more interaction. Again, CL's very attack focused. To get a chunk of the damage. So we are into the game already here, though, with Cubone taking that first turn, Spirit of Fire, of course, dropping that fluffy Shopkeep as well. Turn 1, choosing 2 cards from the material deck to banish, drawing a card into memory, and setting up to potentially gain extra value if Cubone chooses to follow this up with something like a Cremation Ritual. Otherwise, just putting an Interceptor in the play to keep a little bit of damage off and set themselves up to not be so close to exact lethal later in the game.
It also prevents a lot of poke damage early on, because if you are a level 3 deck, you're usually not running a lot of allies to clear off board, right? And having an Interceptor that can just prevent those pesky 1/1 allies as the Benediction Angel that Zelomage already put on the board is very valuable, especially since a lot of level 3 decks don't run any recover cards outside of a very few amount, right?
Right, yeah.
Abnegation is a card that is in every Umbra deck, but only at level 3 available, and you need to have enough influence to activate it anyway. So
Zelomage getting this attendance start. I'm trying to see in the hand if we have any way to reclaim it to get value, but I don't think I necessarily see that here. Actually, I don't even see reclaim in the list. I think we're just relying on Ace and Protectors to be able to bring it back. Players are really trying to adapt to the Raccoon metagame right now, it looks like, by taking out things that were previously staples because they know they're weak to bandits here. So just passing the turn to Cubone, who then gets to develop a 3 of Hearts onto board. And Cubone, with this 3 of Hearts now, does have that potential to do things like discard a Liminal Guide in response to the materialization of the level, to be able to set up, to be able to get that additional damage. Now, I don't currently see a Liminal Guide in hand, but did I see Haniel? Or is that
it is probably just the Angelic Channeling.
Yeah, there's
with
no Haniel in the list. I got
artwork.
excited. I just wanted, because it'd be really cool to see Haniel, but yeah, so that's Angelic Channeling.
Looking at Cubone's hand, he has an Angelic Channeling, a Creative Shock, and a Liminal Guide actually available.
Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah, I missed it.
He has all the goods, and looking at Zelomage's hand, it's looking very advanced for all those elements in it. He has an Ayala, a Serious Command, a Harness Lightning, a Auspicious Manifestation. So he needs to dig right now to find cards that he can actually play the next couple turns. Otherwise, he might be in quite a bit of trouble here. Oh, finding the Dungeon Guide of the Auspicious Manifestation.
Yeah, as well as finding a Forest Cake. Now, did banish the Ayla, unfortunately, to level, so don't have access to that combo yet until another Ayla is found, but there's a Resolute Stand, which did come in from the side as well. So we did call that correctly, with Zelomage just trying to make sure that they get that 1 extra turn to get the second win, especially with Cubone getting to take the first turn of the game. It definitely needs to be a little bit more defensive to make sure they can open up the sort of the route to victory.
Yeah. So looking at it, at the position right now, would you start banishing cards from your memory right now at the end of turn in Zelomage's stead?
Yeah, I mean, always what the Seiryu deck is trying to do is have cards in memory to be able to banish. It's a critical gameplay method that they use to be able to get a lot of value from their Fabled Azurite Fatestone, because we basically call it pseudo agility 1. It's the end of every turn. You have that ability to banish 1 in order to draw a new card into hand. And here's an example of where this can be extremely impactful here because, of course, going for this aggressive dungeon guide into 2, I like this from Zelamage just saying, all right, fine. Let's just set up to turbo next turn. I'm going to make you have everything right now, and you're still on Spirit because, of course, Cubone did take a backup charger turn on the last turn. Now, that's going to put Zelamage very low on influence going into their turn, but with a potential dragon in play and putting the onus onto Cubone if they choose to level next turn.
I saw what he probably tried to do. He was checking out if he finds some suppress ability for the dungeon guide here that he might be able to level this way the next turn.
Yeah, it's possible. And the issue is right now the Fable Azurite Fatestone is going to make it so that Zelamage does have to play one more thing to be able to actually level on the next turn. So the math wasn't like exactly mathed out here to be how Zelamage would have preferred it. Of course, finding something like a Displace or something, which we do have 2 in the deck here, would have changed the math greatly. But Zelamage does have, just looking at the hand, oh, is that another Ayala too? I think might have drawn Ayala off of the Fate Stone.
Is this the third one? Since he banished 2 already.
Yeah,
so, ooh.
that would be pretty good, but does have Seryu's and Byaku's command in hand. So was set up at the point where getting a level would have, getting the chance to level to 3 would have set him up to be able to full combo next turn and just send all of the damage needed to take Cubone out. So we'll see. We'll see what Zelamage does. I'm actually super curious how you navigate this hand with those advanced element cards. As we watch Cubone, just make a decision here about how to do an end of turn play to extract the most advantage as well, because obviously this is scary. You're at Spirit, Fire Spirit, and you see your opponent go to Guoja 2 with a dungeon guide. You're like, okay, well, I clearly need to start leveling.
As we saw, Cubone activated the ability of the 3 of Hearts here at the end of turn to discard the Liminal Guide, and then just has 3 cards left in hand to activate the Angelic Channeling without banishing any cards. So you are either trolling your opponent very hard with baiting him into believing you don't have any good things, or you just actually don't have anything. And what did he draw? I think I saw a heavy swing already in his hand. That could lead up to a very interesting sequence of plays here.
Yeah, heavy swing and Foe Awakening.
You need to get to level 3 though. Oh, he has also a dungeon guide.
Yeah.
Oh, so many plays. Oh,
Both players found their dungeon guides, and that's needed for both players, I think, to compete in this match.
For sure, for sure. So what are we seeing? Is Cubone throwing down 4 cards for a heavy swing here, or is it just?
It looks like the 4th card is coming down. Once you see that 4th card hit the memory, you know it's a heavy swing that's happening, as we are a Guardian now, have that Guardian class bonus. And that is going to be Cubone just saying right back, okay, if you want to put the pressure on me, I'm going to crank the pressure right back on you with this gigantic heavy swing, 6 damage coming in from that, as well as still holding up the Interceptor Fluffy Shopkeep. I think Cubone choosing not to. No, we're gonna swing with that too. Okay, that is absolutely saying no. You're not the problem. I'm gonna be the problem here. I'm gonna make you respond to all of my allies. That was 12 damage dealt here, or nearly 12. We had just a little bit more last turn, so a ton of damage dealt to the opponent this turn. And saying if you don't have the kill this turn, and I know you can't level right now, then I'm gonna threaten it next turn.
Yeah, for the very strong play for CL here now is that you can just armoire the next turn if you see it fit, and just get out the heavy swing again from your omens and start hitting again for 7 this time.
Yeah, so and Zelamage didn't level, right? So it's 22 life only.
Yeah. It is very tough to evaluate as a CL player right now if you want to go for that line, and you usually make it dependent on how many cards your opponent at the end of turn has in hand left, and what interaction you need to play around here.
And that's the advantage typically of the Seryu list, is that Seryu can just play a single thing on their turn to be able to activate Azurite Fatestone at end of turn, then get that pseudo agility 1 and hold up a really big hand. And that's likely what Zelamage is going to do in this circumstance, because looking at their hand, we saw that Resolute Stand earlier. We see, which did get banished though, sorry. The Resolute Stand unfortunately got banished, but an Innervate Agility was found. And there's the Benediction Angel, which is going to be really key right now, imbued with those arcane cards, getting that Recover 2 as well. So increasing the amount of damage that Cubone needs to deal to be able to get lethal, plus holding on to Innervate Agility still, means that if Cubone full sends and says, I saw that Resolute Stand banished, I think you're weak, I'm just going to push in, Zelomage, I think, can really get the jump on them and swing this back in their favor. Of course, having to go down a level to do so, but still might be in a pretty solid position following that line of Cubone kind of starting to pop things off. So I would be surprised actually to see Cubone fully send, but we'll see.
So the Benediction Angel that Zelomage just activated kind of set Cubone a little bit far back here, because now you're not anymore in lethal range if you have to send it. Otherwise, you would maybe try it up. But the safer line with a Dungeon Guide in hand is just leveling up into level 3, maybe finding a good card from the on-enter ability of Seal Omenbringer that lets you discard 1 card from hand or memory for every Omen you have and draw 1 new card into the memory here. And what is he discarding? Just a Cremation Ritual, okay. Drawing 1 into memory and now recollecting and most likely just throwing down the Dungeon Guide right away to go up to level 3 and get his game going here.
Yeah, I think Cubone is under the gun right now to get that Dungeon Guide activated and get that level to take place, because the game goes into Zelomage's favor very, very quickly if Cubone isn't able to start using those really powerful advanced element cards. But of course, going to start off just by dealing some damage, get this important chip damage. And I thought losing the Cremation Ritual was interesting because we're sitting in a liminal guide right now. Something that's a really easy target to use. But of course, it also has added damage right now for Zelomage. And I don't know if Zelomage has the influence, or Cubone has the influence to really mess around with Cremation Ritual right now.
Yeah. So looking at Cubone's hand, he has a Beguiling Coup in hand.
Oh.
And that you could try to force your opponent into interacting early on with your attacks. With the line is you activate Dungeon Guide, go up into level 3, and then activate the Beguiling Coup to possibly swap with the Heavy Swing. Does it work influence-wise? I'm not super sure. It doesn't look like it, right?
Yeah, or no, you could do it, but you're full hands down if you do that, I think. Or oh no, maybe you're actually only.
You're
at 3.
probably 1 short.
Yeah, I think you're 1 short.
Oh.
So Cubone is going to be looking, I think, to. Oh man, that's tough. Because you're also 1 short of holding up Crystallized Destiny, if that's the case too.
Yeah.
Actually, just passing the turn, playing very, very defensively. One thing I know is Cubone has both Vanish from Sight and has Crystallized Destiny in hand right now, and I think is likely relying on just okay. I can just Omen it at a turn here. Oh, but before the Omen, the Topsy Decree coming down with that Cremation targeted for Omen. That's just going to banish that Cremation Ritual and make it difficult for Cubone to actually get any development happening this turn, as they already chose to pass on to their end phase. That is, I think, a pretty strong play from Zelomage. Now, Cubone's sitting on Creative Shock, so not like losing the turn entirely, but really not making the kind of advancement that I think they're looking for. To have the pressure needed, because every point of potential damage is going to matter as we get towards the end game.
It looks like that Cubone still in end step in response to the CL trigger of getting an Omen is trying to activate the Creative Shock here. So
Yep, because it doesn't target the card. It just is to banish something from your hand or memory. So
that is correct.
It is something where, okay, after the Topsy, there's Creative can come down. But I think the tricky thing here, ooh, finds a liminal guide. That's nice. But the tricky thing here is, like we were saying, even if this is very similar to playing the Dungeon Guide, the amount of cards in hand is just getting lower and lower. And Zelomage having the capability, could threaten something like Enfeebling Orb, displace Dungeon Guide, swing, and like push you out of the game while you're still level 2. Something that is very frightening for Cubone to be aware of now, at least with that Creative Shock, drawing that extra card, kept 4 in hand. So still sitting on both Vanish and Crystallized Destiny.
So the interesting thing is, even though that Cubone might have to activate a card during Zelomage's recollection phase or turn to prevent taking damage, here is that with finding the Liminal Guide from the Creative Shock would add basically 1 card to his hand for the next turn, and the line of Dungeon Guide into Beguiling Coup into activating the ability is live.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, but we do see Zelo going for the Guoja level 3, getting a recover 3 again, just another shrugging off all of that chip damage that's been dealt so far, and just keeping Cubone away from those lethal Coup, Foe Awakening lines or something that Cubone would really, really like to have access to right now. Honestly, we've seen Benediction Angel do a surprising amount of work here. Now Cubone going to bring in the sideboard card Vanish from Sight, which is going to give the champion stealth. And the champion having stealth means that Zelomage is not able to double command lethal combo this turn. And having committed to going to Guoja level 3 is sitting on a lower influence now. And I think Cubone might be trying to rely on that as they go into their turn and navigate around now what's a very threatening board where that Seiryu can flip in response to certain attacks being played to be able to sort of taunt those after the Cubone's already committed to them. Now, Ku's, of course, the unique factor here.
Beguiling Ku is one of the coolest cards in the game because it does so many things, right? As soon as you activate the ability of Beguiling Ku, you need to choose a new attack target. It doesn't work the way that a normal attack declaration works, since you only need to target allies with taunt on attack card activation. However, Beguiling Ku swapping the card from your omens into the intent is not an attack declaration as per rules, but you just say, I want to attack this thing, and then it just happens. It doesn't matter if you have taunt, intercept, or whatever. Sequenced right, you just get around all those pesky abilities.
Yeah, so we see Zelomage just flipping the Seiryu anyway to get rid of the fluffy shopkeep. It's the perfect turn to do that because you can't attack the champion anyway. But it does mean that the Seiryu is not even going to be taunting on the next turn here too. And Cubone is going to be pretty well set up. Looks like these allies coming in at... well, no, those allies can't come into champion because the champion has stealth. So hopefully we can get that caught here and corrected because that damage should not exist. That damage should not exist on the CL because it was stealth for that entire turn, not just for the Seiryu. So the 2 damage shouldn't be dealt. We'll get that figured out here. But going to Cubone's turn, I was going to say the line that Cubone's definitely looking at now with that full hand down is going to be the Manxum Armoire hitting play, followed by the Dungeon Guide on Cubone's turn, which is going to set Cubone up to have not only the Dungeon Guide getting to 3, triggering the Liminal, drawing the card, but then with the Armoire already set up for Cubone to be able to pull off some pretty powerful potential foe awakening lines, or at least setting up to do foe awakening on the next turn with that Lost Providence as well, just depending on the kind of cards that Cubone sees. So gonna be very curious to see what happens following the guide.
Here we have the Dungeon Guide that we are all waiting for to get CL Mirage's Grave on the board finally to get all those purple cards being activatable. And losing a devastating blow and a 3 of hearts here. Losing the devastating blow is actually very devastating here because this card can help you just take out Zelomage's win condition here, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Getting rid of the Heavenly Dragon Seiryu is very good in those controlling matchups, and if you can pull it off, you are in an amazing spot, right?
Yeah, that one route to winning this match, depending on how the Seiryu deck is built, is not actually to take Guoja out, it's to take Seiryu. Seiryu is the real champion of the deck, right? It's not Guoja. She just stands in the back and forces the dragon to fight for her on her behalf. And if you can take out the dragon, a lot of these Seiryu decks struggle to pull together the damage. I do think that Zelomages can still pull the damage together, but against CL, that's maybe a taller order, especially if those abnegations start to be found.
You are correct. Abnegation is a very rough card if it gets activated multiple times against you, and CL is one of those decks that can just loop those good cards very often if you found them at least once during the game.
Yeah. Cubone just getting in some more chip damage with the amount of guides. Of course, CL needs a lot of guidance in the current metagame, so of course relying on both liminals and dungeons to be able to get out there and get the damage on the board, as well as getting all the way to 3 with a decent influence. Now, despite that, Cubone's had to play pretty reactively in this game and isn't sitting on the kind of influence that CL wants to have right when they go to 3. It'll be pretty decent next turn, but right now, just sort of limited in Cubone's options, doesn't really have that capability of throwing an attack at the opponent and holding up interaction. Has to really make a tough decision right now about do I just play my actions right now and just hope the opponent can't take me out because, he's done a pretty good job of holding off damage so far, or stay as reactive as possible, holding up. We have a Topsy Decree in hand. It looks like we have still the Crystallized Destiny available. Ways to interact with the opponent do exist.
There are lines for Cubone next turn to get into a big attack with like the Beguiling Coup, and in response of Zello Mage trying to pull something funny off, just a Foe Awakening here for the final 6 damage with the Armoire on the stack.
The other thing in response to something funny that Cubone can do now that they've omened Vanish from sight is if Zello Mage ever goes for that Recollection phase command, popping Armoire, bringing Vanish into hand, and then vanishing basically negates Seryu's command for the turn in any reasonable fashion.
It's for sure kind of hard for a Guardian like CL to just vanish suddenly before this big snake.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, just to be clear, of course, the dragon still can attack, the big snake can still attack the guides and get the triggers to be able to empower an Arcane Blast, but CL's life total is too high to not get the damage from the dragon and get there. You could have the full Byaku's command combo that turn, and you're still only dealing 22 with 2 blasts. So it's a nice defensive option to have here. The Zello Mage is maybe going to try to shut down with this Enfeebling Orb. Yeah, this is going for the Enfeebling Orb. Pop says, okay, commit to it, Cubone. Commit right now.
But
what are you going to do?
Could you not just activate the Topsy Decree for Spell Shroud here?
You can, but again, that's committing to it. And that means Cubone commits to interaction before Zello Mage commits to playing commands. And that's what Zello Mage is trying to get right now, is saying, I want to see what you're doing. And we're going to see that exact line. The pop of the Armoire, trading, actually, interestingly, the Topsy Decree for the Vanish, and then the Vanish from sight being played right now. So now Zello Mage has the information. It says, okay, my Enfeebling Orb resolved, didn't put anything down, forced the play instead. Now, what do I do? Do I command and just try and deal that damage while the hand is down so I just can clean up next turn? Or do I just say, cool, I'm just going to make that not matter and just take my turn and get influence?
Would you just draw a card here with the Lost Providence first to see what happens?
I'm just trying to think if you're holding the Lost Providence for any more of a useful interaction off of anything else in the deck. I don't think so, though. I think you can just pop it right now with the list I'm looking at from Zello Mage. I don't know that you need to hold it up.
But is there actually anything you can find?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can have information. You can find you can know what one more card might be, but yeah.
Knowledge is king, as they say, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you find the incapacitate that you need to negate the activation.
If
you
Zello Mage
sign
brought
them
incaps in, that would be really clutch right now. We are going to see the Providence activated, but I don't think this is in
And he found it, Dan. He found the incapacitate.
Oh my God! That's exactly what happened. This was still in response to the Vanish from sight.
It is.
That's
it is.
literally the exact thing, Garrett. That's the exact thing.
Is he activating it? And
it's just then you can still double command because you'll have enough.
Yes.
You'll have enough influence to double command after draw.
Ooh, that's so rough for Cubone here. Oh. And he probably already accepted his fate here.
That is crazy. I cannot believe the incap did come in, and the Providence found the incap in response to that. That line was so well executed by Zello Mage. Crazy.
Serious command at first during the main phase here, and Seryu now attacking. And then, what is the actual correct order here for triggering?
Let's be clear. The correct order is you want to empower, generate. So the generate resolves first, and then you double empower here. Then the Byaku's command, putting the buff counter on, waking the Seryu up, that Seryu is able to swing. And this is used, of course, during the attack. So that's a 5 damage Seryu swing, followed by we can go for a free Arcane Blast with the double empower, then another 5 damage and another free Arcane Blast. This is a lethal line represented right now by Zello Mage.
Oh my lord, this is so much damage, and the Lost Providence coming in clutch here with the sideboarding decision on top of Zello Mage. This is so sick, actually.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the dream of the Seryu deck. Disabling the opponent. There's another swing from the Seryu with that generate, empower being resolved in that order. There's that damage coming in, and then the final Arcane Blast, and that is going to be game for Zello Mage in a clean 2-0 against Cubone. A tricky match, but well executed for Zello Mage.
This was already an amazing game one, as we for the time we could watch it during the technical difficulties.
Yeah.
So very cool to see how it panned out in the end. And Cubone had a lot of decisions to make and a lot of choices that were very meaningful. Maybe looking back a little bit, leveling up the one turn with the dungeon guide would have been a little bit more impactful for you.
It's really tough to say because the issue is Seiryu represents this just crazy amount of damage out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And typically, you need to play pretty defensively to stop the opponent from diving in with it. And I don't think it's wrong to hold back and try and set up to have more influence. I think part of this is maybe just not finding everything that you need to really pop off with influence, because if CL finds it all and gets the creative shock, multiple liminals early, then snowballs that into more advantage, then they can kind of hold all the cards over Seiryu while still putting the pressure on. But I just don't think it came together for Cubone in this matchup, whereas we saw Zelamage had it all and drew it all and had everything they needed, executed well, of course, but when it's a combination of finding everything and executing well that you need to take the matchup.
The incapacitate from the top sealed the deal here for this match for sure. And as we saw, the sideboarding decisions matter a lot. And in the beginning, we said interaction comes at a premium right now. And we saw the premium that was paid for reserve cost for an incapacitate. However, it won the game on this spot. So paying the premium might actually be the thing you want to do right now.
Yeah, I think so. And, I want to just point out how impactful this unassuming, I think it's an uncommon from Phantom Monarchs, Enfeebling Orb. It's a card that was printed, and a lot of players looked at it. I think a lot of competitive players looked at it right away and were like, oh, this definitely looks good. But I think a lot of players who were less competitive saw it and thought, well, okay, we already have Blinding Orb. Like, what's really the difference here? I mean, like, is it really that? Does it matter that much that you can just play this for free and you don't get to draw a card in other classes? And it does. Like, very obviously, you see that example of where we were talking about how Incapacitate costs a lot. And that sometimes is troublesome because your opponent's going to interact with you, which means you usually already put down cards to play something, then they play something, and then you have to hold up 5 to incap. And when can you really do that? You can do it when it's just a free materialize, put down their hand and say, all right, what do you got?
Yeah, and if they just have one interaction and you have the things you need, you are in a very good spot. Enfeebling Orb is a very unassuming card, is probably fair to say, for the untrained eye.
Yeah,
That's probably
exactly.
a good way to say it. But if you use it a couple times, you will realize how strong it actually is to force your opponent at any given point to put down 2 cards into the memory and basically say, you right now have 2 less cards to work your turn with, or just force interaction at a given point to further a game-winning turn, as we saw right now.
Yeah, and I do think also on that last turn, there were so many routes for Cubone to respond to that Enfeebling Orb. It's really tough to say, like, what's the best one? Now, it didn't matter with that Incapacitate necessarily, but, it's so tough. I think CL is a really, really technical deck to play, and it's a deck that I think we still saw Cubone showing us a lot of different ways that you can take your turn, take your response actions. And it's one that I recommend to players to check out if they love the idea of that, like you said right away, Garrett, this toolboxy deck where you look at Cubone's hand and you're like, well, they're like, I don't know how to call what they're going to do because there's like 7 different things they can do, even in response to this one play. I guess we'll just see which one they go with.
It is a very interesting deck and requires you quite a lot of repetitions to find the lines more frequently and in a more timely manner, because you are able to solve most issues that you encounter during the game. However, doing this in a timely manner is the biggest issue here if you are not used to piloting this. Cubone made already very swift decisions, and it just didn't work out for him this way. Right?
Yep, and that's how it's going to go sometimes. It's a game of skill, and there's a game of chance in it as well. So, but congratulations to both players at least showing us a really cool matchup, and of course Zelamage taking the win there. We'll see if that Seiryu deck continues to climb the ranks today, as these players are aiming to get into that coveted top 8 earn those spots into Worlds here at European Nationals. But for now, speaking of timely manners, let's head to a nice timely break for you all, and we'll be back really soon with round 2, so stay tuned.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
Hello and welcome back to the European Grand Archive Championship here in Prague today on this fine day. My name is Garrett and I'm now here with Clem. How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. I had a bit of time during this first round to walk around the tables, see what everyone's up to, and honestly, it seems that everyone's having fun. I've talked to some people that lost and were like, "Hey, man, I still really enjoy the game." So I'm happy that our players are enjoying themselves, and there's a lot of fun decks in the room as well. I think we're about to see two of the most fun decks in the room, and unfortunately, they are going up against each other.
It is kind of unfortunate that those two players have to face each other early on, but those decks are some of the finest water decks that you can play. Maybe not the meta-relevantest decks, but for sure are the finest. We are having a wonderful matchup between Nico with a Serene Spirit and a more ally-focused against Merlin Memorite Vassal deck. It is aiming to go to level 3 and do all those Sheen shenanigans that you could just think of with
Honestly,
yeah.
Sheen is really, really cool, but what I'm most excited about is this Facet the Forgotten. So I think we should head into the game to see the Facet the Forgotten played, although it is a one-off, but I still believe that we are going to see it come out. I believe in the heart of the cards.
Facet the Forgotten, a Ravishing Finale, is probably the thing I want to see the most right now, and we are having the players still activating the cards during the first turn. Netra starting off with a rather new addition to the meta game here with, I believe it should be 4 of diamonds, if I'm not too mistaken, or is it the 3 of diamonds? We see 3 cards in the memory, so it has to be the 3 of diamonds, right?
Exactly. It's really straightforward, luckily, with all of these suited cards, is whatever their suit is, or whatever the number is exactly how much you have to pay for it, both the card and the ability, usually, at its base.
That is correct. The cardistry ability says that you get to discount one of the reserve cost here for every suited object with a different reserve cost on the board. So right now it only costs 2, and the 3 of diamonds is a pretty cool card that didn't get added in a lot of decks right now, because it sets up basically the top cards of your deck and can also neg you floating memory if you find it.
And in this deck, it is really quite important, because the whole point of Piotr's deck, Netra's deck here, is to just mill your opponent out. But before you get there, you have to mill yourself out first.
Getting all those beautiful floating memory cards down in the graveyard is one of the key pieces and interactions of a lot of water decks that they want to do, as opposed to Tat Pat that doesn't aim to do this actually, because he is finding one of the key cards for Merlin Memorite Vessel here, and
I love Quiet Refraction. Quiet Refraction is a card that we've seen played in like a lot of decks before. But in Merlin, once you get to level 1 at least, when you have your Fractured Memories out, it generates you a Sheen as well as draws you a card. And it's a Fantasia. So it's like a 3-in-1 for 2. It's a 2-cost card, so it is actually like perfect in this deck. Unfortunately, Tap is not level 1 yet, because this is his second turn of the game, and he didn't quite find the float he needed yet.
yeah. For Tatpat, finding these Quiet Refractions early on is very important to just get the Sheen counters running as you level up through the game. Every time you level up, you get to put 2 Sheen counters on your Fractured Memories, so that helps you fulfill all those requirements. A lot of the cards that do cool things in Merlin of the Assassin build require you to have quite an actual substantial amount of cards in on your Fractured Memories to actually do things. Labyrinth of Jeweled Opus, for example, is one of the key pieces that you want to accumulate those Sheen counters for, and it makes you untouchable, lets you draw cards, and also a lot of other things. For example, moving the sheen counters on different units. But speaking of units here, we have Netra attacking with Tweedledee here, the angelic attendant, and Tedpad is like, oh, you are not going to do that. I deny this truthfully here to draw 2 more cards.
Yep. Look, it's really, really worth it. But I mean, Tadpap 100% comes out on top here because Tweedledee on attack gets -3 forever because it is a really, really strong ally. It's a 3-cost, 3 power ally. But then once you attack with it, it just becomes a really good taunter, to be fair, honestly.
Yeah. Being a taunter in an ally deck is quite valuable because Tweedledee can protect all your other annoying allies that you can throw on the board. Cards that I can just quickly think of are Snow Whites or just 3-4 allies that bully your opponent all the time here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Luckily, Tadpap does manage to level up because of this. You know, he got to draw his card. There is the Memorite Blade as well. He has enough cards to pay for him very comfortably. So he is in a really nice spot now. Unfortunately, Netra doesn't have a lot of cards in memory. So he will not be accumulating sheen counters as fast as Tadpap probably wants here.
Yeah. The Memorite Blade is a very interesting card that got added to the game with the Merlin Recollection. And it is basically a token object that is a weapon with 0 attack and 2 durability, and as soon as you activate a spell card, it gets a 1 attack for the rest of the game here.
Yep.
And it seems like Tadpad is imbuing a card here for free, and one of the new additions from RDO here to Water decks is
The Found Seraphim.
the Found Seraphim, indeed, a card that protects you actually against ally decks a little bit. She has Taunt. She says if it is imbued, your allies come in rested with next turn. So you are giving yourself a lot of breathing room. And if you are Netra, would you throw down all those allies next turn? Probably not, right?
Yeah, no, it's a bit late considering the Tweedledee and the 3 of diamonds are already on board. But the Tweedledee, like we said, is just a taunter now. It cannot even attack even if she wanted to, because she has 0 attack. But now, Garrett, quick question, just in case our viewers at home don't know. Found Seraphim says imbue 2. Why did Tadpap have to reveal 3 cards?
So if you imbue a card, you always have to put down all the cards to pay that you use to pay for the cost face up, and the number indicated for the imbue is the card that needs to be matching the requirement. Imbue 2 in this case means that you need to have 2 advanced element cards imbued for this to get the ability. And as we saw the turn before, right?
Tweedledee is on hit and not on attack. I misremembered.
Exactly. That is what I wanted to come to. Tweedledee has an on-hit ability for an ally that has 3-4 as base values. That is quite a lot on stats for a free reserve cost ally, right?
Yep.
So you need to have somewhat of a downside on the card. The downside is that as soon as you actually hit something, she basically has no attack anymore.
Yeah, but now she's still a 0-4 taunter, which now it is really, really scary. Tapa playing the angelic channeling here, and there is the, yep, we have a amazing marker for the angelic channeling cards here. So Tapa won't forget, and we won't forget that it is there for angelic channeling either. So
That
now
is correct.
he got to use the 3 imbued cards to he got to use the cards that he imbued the Found Seraphim with to the angelic channeling here, and he'll be able to put them back on top of his deck when he becomes level 3.
Yes. Keeping all those cards safe for the level up process is very valuable. And as we see, we have 1 Spirit Blade Terminus, and I couldn't quite catch the other 2 cards here.
Yeah,
But it is for sure 2 good cards because they are Crux, and as we all know, Crux is fine, right?
Crux is amazing. It is very balanced, and we love that. Oh, there's the level up into Merlin level 2 here. Do you think Tap has did the engine guide.
I think I saw one, but I'm not super sure right now. Merlin Amethyst's Glow is a very cool card, especially if you have an Memorite Obelisk on the board. But even if you don't, putting 2 Sheen counters on target unit and getting this going is pretty good for you.
Yep. And, for just 9, minus however many Sheen counters you have, you can also draw a card and get a prep counter. This is, it might be a one-off ability, but TapTap already has 4 counters on that Fractured Memories, 2 counters on Nico, on Netra's side. So that is...
Ooh. That is a card we don't see very often.
This Frostbinder Apostle is quite an old card as well. It came out all the way back in Fractured Crown, actually.
It is, but she can get rid of all those pesky allies if you are level 2 plus and just saying, nope, you are losing 4 health on this unit until end of turn. That basically says remove this ally from the board right now.
We're at a point where we're having more and more allies with 4 life. So we are, this is becoming a really, really good card. And you saw TapTap, they just immediately removed the Tweedledee.
So what we are seeing now is a couple new cards. Sparkling Adornment is one of the recent additions for the Merlin deck here from Radiant Origins that says on activation you remove counters from whatever many units and put it on 1 unit. So what TapTap did was remove the 1 Sheen counter that Netra put on the 3 of Diamonds and moved it to the champion to now attack with the Memorite Blades to get all those beautiful Sheen counters on the Fractured Memories going. So he is right now already on 7 counters on the Fractured Memories. That is a very good number already. You want to probably have 1 more so that the Merlin Brilliant Vestige gets the on-enter ability for her.
And TapTap also has 2 cards in hand. And 9 minus 7. What number is that, Garrett?
5? No,
Sure, math is really
2.
hard.
It is 2, and that means you can activate the ability of Merlin here. And one thing after another happens here. From Netra, we saw just the materialization of the Sabermare Warden script, one of the recent Proxia Vault editions, right? That allows you to generate this one damn card that you not want to get played against you. The good old Icebound Slam.
Look, there's a reason that card is banned, and it is because it's really powerful. But Nico, I mean, it is even more powerful, arguably, in Nico, but only 1 copy is still manageable.
One copy is at times all you need. So what usually happens is not what is happening now.
Yeah,
we
and
see
then TapTap has
Icebound
the
Slam.
Interceptor, though. I think Netra forgot that Frostbinder Apostle has Intercept, which is really, really fair considering we don't see this card, like, ever. So, unfortunately, that Icebound Slam is not going to need a lot of damage. However, Netra still got 2 mil off of it. At least it's not all the value loss, but it definitely hurts not being able to deal that damage.
That is correct. Not dealing that damage is quite hurtful here for Netra. But TapTap is also playing it kind of slow, so he might just have enough time here. And getting 2 or 1 Ravishing Finale off might be the seal of the deal here.
Yeah, I mean, look, TapTap managed to block all of the damage from the Icebound Slam. Netra has no allies on board. Well, I guess there is the 3 of Diamonds, but it hasn't attacked for a bit now, so that's not doing a lot. And now that Netra paid 5 for that Icebound Slam, he will also get an additional Sheen counter.
That is correct. For every 3 cards that your opponent recollects during the recollection phase, you have to put your opponent has to put 1 Sheen counter on any unit he controls. So with 5 cards down in the memory, that means 1 Sheen counter needs to be put somewhere. And what do we have here? Oh my! It's the Still Shard Strike, one of the very rare played cards in the Merlin deck.
Yeah.
And it is just an attack that lets you most of the time just get machine counters.
Yeah, and you can prepare it. Like you can recover, quite a nice amount as well if you prepare it. But right now, Tatpap doesn't even need that. Only 1 damage on him against Nico. Nico's biggest damage dealer card is already gone. The Icebound Slam is, it's just gone forever. Unfortunately, Netra has no way of getting it back. So Tatpap is in a nice spot.
So the idea of the Silly Shot Strike here was to just get machine counters in combination with the Memorite Blade, since that might just deal enough damage here to get machine counters. Now, you have 10 machine counters on your Fractured Memories that enables a lot of abilities. For example, once you can use the ability of Merlin Amethyst's Glow for free. That means you just say, oh, let me draw a card. Thank you.
It is really nice. He got a prep counter and got to draw a card off of, for paying 0. I think this was one of the biggest worries people had with Merlin of, oh my god, 9 cost is so much. But now, you can see that it is not that hard to achieve. Oh, there's a Sadie coming up, but no.
No, I think the Sadie is just getting dismissed, very frozen here. And
she's frozen dead, unfortunately. That means she is banished forever. No return preparation counter shenanigans here.
I think, though, that for Tatpat, that is not very relevant to get the Sadie reasonably on the board, since he wanted to get cards into the memory.
Oh, that is awful. Netra is basically like a fish out of water here now. That Tatpat didn't even wait a second. Was like, oh, all right, let me just immediately fracturize your Mage Bane Lash. You're not dealing any damage to me here.
Fracturizing the Mage Bane Lash is a very big deal here for Netra, because usually the idea of Nico as an ally-focused deck is you want to go to level 1, do a couple things, and then get out the Mage Bane Lash and the Sable Mare in combination to deal a bazillion damage. You keep up all the influence to activate the Sable Mare to get how many counters? Like 8, 10, whatever amount you have. And then keep repeatedly swinging at your opponent for huge damage numbers.
Yeah, and that's why Ravishing Finale is also so good, right? Because all the big damage numbers add up here. So, you can melt them out immediately. But here, Tatpap only has, 8 damage counters after this? And sure, that is still quite a bit of mill, but I don't believe that will be enough to end the game here. Ravishing is a strong card, but not strong enough without the Mage Bane Lash.
And here we have the Prism Spire Scepter for Tatpat, putting 2 more Sheen counters on Netra here on the Nico level 1.
Yeah, it's a very, very tough position here. What do you think Netra could even do to come back from this? Is there even anything, looking at his deck, is there even anything he can do? He can play Tweedledees in 3 of Diamonds, but that's not the plan here.
I think most of his win conditions got kind of blown out of the water here, as you could say, even though both are water decks here.
Yeah, the water, I was like, there's only place for so much water around here. Sorry, you have to be rain or something. I don't know.
And another frozen dismissal from Netra on the dungeon guide here.
Paid for, Tatpap pays for, but then there's a Frostbind. So, Tatpap has a lot of influence, but didn't have quite enough. But now he can still level up next turn without, much of an issue, because sorry, this is crazy. I've never seen a Memorite Blade be this big.
That is correct. And he just attacked again the Nico level 1 here to get all those beautiful Sheen counters.
Up to 14 now.
He is up to 14, and every time you get from a champion 3 or more Sheen counters, you will also be dealing 3 damage to the champion in the process. So
it's,
Tatpat is doing all the things he wants to do. He gets chip damage going, he's controlling the board, and he is setting up his level ups. So that is very beautifully here.
Yeah, and he's basically just saying, hey, Netra, you just can't play the game, actually, because I have an answer to anything that you can throw at me.
And here we see the Ravishing Finale from Netra on Tatpat. That is going to put him at Oh, 11 damage counters. So we are milling 22 cards from the top of the deck now into the graveyard.
That means, though, that Tatpap is going to level up for free here, most likely. There's already 2 floating memory in the graveyard, 3 now. So there's the 3. The 4th. Oh no, the 1 facet is gone. Garrett, we did see the facet, but unfortunately it was in the graveyard and not in Tatpap's hand.
So I'm already very sad now because we are not seeing the play I wanted to see the most.
Facet the Ravishing or Facet Facet the Icebound Slam would be even funnier.
that would be very funny for
Yeah.
sure. Oh my.
All right.
And here we have Merlin Brilliant Vestige entering the battlefield. And
All right.
we
well,
have a couple triggers now on
oh.
the stack.
I believe, yep, we're resolving Angelic Channeling first. Tatpap deciding to put all 3 cards on the top of his deck. Understandably, considering Terminus is basically lethal here with 14 Sheen counters. And then Merlin's Honor Enter goes on the stack.
You want to know something very interesting about the on
Always.
enter for Merlin Brilliant Vestige. So what you can do is when a card enters the field, you can set up triggers in various ways. However, for Merlin Brilliant Vestige to have the on-enter ability, you need to have 8 Sheen counters on your Fractured Memories before you actually trigger anything else to get the on-enter. That means that a frequent scenario that you come into is that you are at 6 Sheen counters on the Amethyst Glow, then would level up, trigger the Quiet Refraction to get 2 Sheen counters. However, you are not receiving the on-enter ability then.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate turn of events. Oh, Regal as well. You know, Tatpap is just going all the way, just destroying Netra's hopes and dreams. We're seeing a Primordial Ritual, another Frozen Dismissal, if we didn't have enough.
That
2 Storm of Thorns. Tatpap being like, wait, what? Wait.
What is this one card, right? It is very interesting to see that people are playing overpowering defense at times. That
Yep.
is basically a norm element negate for card activations during the attack phase of a Guardian unit. It is an interesting card that you don't see very often. So
Yeah, it has been on 2 of in some decks, but it entirely depends on what people are expecting. And clearly, Netra has been expecting a lot of counters to his attacks here.
yeah, it is also a card that says, nope, you're not activating Song of Frost on my Ravishing
Yep.
Finale. So deal with that, my friend.
Yeah, but it seems that Tatpap didn't need the Song of Frost, the Ravishing Finale here. He just has, he just had the answer to everything.
Soul Tessellation, also one very interesting card. So if you prepare it, you get to put 3 Sheen counters on target unit and... No, wait. So you put 3 Sheen counters on target unit, and if it is prepared, you get to put additional Sheen counters on that unit, equaling for every 3 cards you have in your banishment. Usually that is about 2 to 3 more.
Yeah, and now, well, Tatpap used, obviously, he raw leveled up to 3, so that is 1, and then leveling to 2 and leveling to 1. So at least he can put 2 counters minimum here.
That is correct. So that puts
Oh.
Netra at 8 Sheen counters.
Oh,
and
yup.
now we have Spirit Blade Terminus. Spirit Blade Terminus is a card that you always want to prepare when you attack with it. And if you did that, you deal a bazillion damage and also get a bazillion Sheen counters that enable even more things.
Yeah, so that is 6 damage total from the Terminus, because currently we are at 16 Sheen counters, plus taking 8 off of Netra, and then also on-hit doubling the amount of counters on the Fractured Memories. And Spirit Blade Terminus returns to Tatpap's memory, so next turn he can just do it again.
So the on-hit triggers are quite a few here. For once, you get the on-hit trigger that you get to basically soak up the Sheen counters on the
Yep.
unit, and if you place the triggers right, you basically first get the Sheen counters on your Fractured Memories and then double them.
Yep, so there is a whole lot of dice on Tatpap's Fractured Memories now. That's 8 times 6. That's yeah, almost 60. Close enough for me. If it's 46,
6 or 7.
It's 46 she encounters on Tadpap's Fractured Memories here. So next turn, Netra's dead. That's what I'm getting here.
There are multiple avenues. If you can deal with the Spirit Blade Terminus that is next turn most likely coming in with like interceptors or taunts or attack negates.
There is a frog.
There is a frog, that is correct. You still have other means to just get rid of your opponent's champion, right?
Yeah.
Because
You can just win the game before they win the game.
that actually works. You can also, with the Sparkling Adornment, put Sheen counters from your Fractured Memories on the opponent's champion, if I'm not too mistaken here. But I haven't read the card in quite some time. So, at the very least, you can Labyrinth of Jeweled Opus, the Sheen counters, from your Fractured Memories onto the champion and just use the Quartz, the Luminous Quartz activated ability to just blast him for a bazillion.
Yeah, and yeah, like you said, Sparkling Adornment can just move a couple of Sheen counters around here. But I think, yeah, the Labyrinth coming out, that was game over. At 46 Sheen counters, that's game over for Netra. So game 1 of round 2 of the European Nationals goes to Tadpap on Water Merlin. Now we have 34 minutes. So there is a really, really good chance that Tadpap can take this whole series home. So let's look at the sideboards and how Netra can stop him.
For sure, one card that can stop Tadpap here is the Viridian Protective Trinket.
Yeah, yep. that would be devastating, I think.
I think, looking at Netra's sideboard, you have a lot of cards you actually want to bring in. We have the material deck card of the Viridian Protective Trinket. If you are somewhat familiar with the Merlin Assassin deck and what it tries to do, you are also bringing in Expel the Departed just for the Labyrinth of Jeweled Opus, staggering strikes, just to deal with the preparation counters, to enable all the shenanigans, and even to Song of Frosts for the deck.
Yeah, actually, just the whole sideboard's coming in, except Nullifying Mirror doesn't do much. Unless let's look at Netra's material deck real quick. Yeah, there's nothing that you want to remove from here in this matchup. So you're probably not bringing in the Nullifying Mirror because you could use it like proactively if you're feeling an imbued angel, but it's definitely not worth it right now.
You are not that afraid of those imbued angels that just prolong your ally game plan a little bit more. It was very unfortunate for Netra that he just drew the reactive part of his deck during the early stages of the game, and that can just happen at times, right?
Yeah, you can absolutely just get, not get very unlucky with your draws, but maybe next game Tadpap will get unlucky and Netra will be lucky. So it's always a little back and forth here that, sometimes your deck likes you, sometimes it doesn't. It might be that Netra is using Merlin Slates for his material deck here. So even his deck was like, look, you like Merlin, so let's play to their side. But let's look at Tadpap's sideboard.
I think there are only one material deck card I would personally bring in and one main deck card. No, I just mixed up a card, so let's just go with 2 main deck cards. 2 Snow Fairies are probably good enough here. Maybe if you are feeling fancy to stop early game pressure from allies a little bit, you could throw in Shade Mist Priestesses just to recover a little bit more in the early stages to get there to the level 3.
Actually, if you have enough pressure from the Shade Mist Priestesses, if you have them early enough, it can genuinely just absolutely negate anything that a Ravishing Finale can throw at you. If you can get the Magebane Lash again, that is a big that needs to happen. But I think the Shade Mist Priestess is good enough in this matchup where it negates the chip damage that usually adds the extra push for the Ravishing Finale finish.
Looking at the allies that Netra is playing, only one ally is very much so negated by the damage, and that is the 3 of diamonds here.
Look, it just needs to survive for a couple of turns. The Shade Mist Priestess just needs to be here for a bit.
That could also be the case. I'm just not sure if you would throw it in here.
Yeah, I'm kind of just playing a what if here. I don't think there's a lot of cards that TapApp wants to take out. So he's more than likely just gonna stay on the low end and be like, all right, I'm just bringing in the Snow Fairies. That facet is really, really good in this matchup. So I'm really interested and excited to see if we'll get to see it this time. Like you said, faceting the Ravishing would be amazing.
That is for sure something that is very amazing. I think one of the very key pieces in the first game from TEDPad was the Frostbinder Apostle action.
Yeah, that genuinely kind of tipped the scales very heavily in his favor. It was a pretty balanced game until that Tweedledee just disappeared off of the field.
Yeah, the Tweedledee getting deleted from the board was that helped TEDPad to stabilize more easily here in the game.
It's the exact same start for TatPap here. Quiet Refractions. Unfortunately, there is no Merlin level 1 here, so that Sheen counter is not going to come in from that Quiet Refraction.
Quiet Refractions, being a card that replaces itself, is very powerful and enables you to basically get your Sheen counters going early on and also having something played to level up. And the Expeller departed, going into the graveyard. Oh my, if you are Netra, you're sitting there, yucky. I want this actually.
Yeah, it is quite unfortunate here, but he does have a frog at least. The Thronekeeper Bullfrog is there, and it is going to be a really significant taunter here until the Frostbinder Apostle.
Yeah, the Frostbinder Apostle will not get rid of the Thronekeeper Bullfrog because it has to be a rested ally that gets targeted.
Yep, and it is true. And the Thronekeeper Bullfrog can't even attack, but Snow Fairy into Shade Mist, Frostbinder Apostle is the way.
That is a way to deal with it. Piotr, aka Netra, having a very slow start here with no aggressive ally on the board. It seems like he just drew another reactive hand. And TEDPad, on the other hand, having the explosive start you want to see.
Yeah.
Having 2 Quiet Refractions on level 0 is almost considered a high road by me personally. I'm not sure about you. But every time you level up, you get 4 Sheen counters on your Fractured Memories. This is amazing.
Yeah, he missed out on the 2 from the Unenter, but he still got to draw a card. And, it replaces itself. And then, like you said, 4 Sheen counters every time you level up. Count me in. Oh, Netra finally has a good ally on board that can attack or intercept if for some reason that Thronekeeper Bullfrog disappears too early. So this is going to be a tougher game for TatPap for sure.
It is going to be a tough game for TEDPad. A Frostform Paladin is a very aggressive card that even protected with a Thronekeeper Bullfrog. So if you are Netra, you can just reasonably sit there and say, I have a Thronekeeper Bullfrog. The first ally is down with 3-4 stats. So I'm going to hit you. And next turn, I activate the next ally with the same stat line. And I'm going to hit you more and more and more.
Yep. Oh, and there is the Fracture Eyes on the power cell from TatPap, which gives him a float for the level up here and gives him one more reservable item here. One more reservable object, my bad.
One very interesting thing with the Quiet Refractions and the interaction is that you kind of need to have the Fractured Memories in the first place to put something on those Fractured Memories, right? So if you are leveling up into Merlin Memorite Vassal on the level 1, you first want to resolve the on-enter and then trigger the Quiet Refractions here to get all those beautiful Sheen counters.
Yep, and there it is, 4 immediately. That is quite good. And if TatPap can pull off a Terminus, that's going to be, 12 doubled immediately, 24 counters, as long as he can take care of the board on Netra's side. For now, it seems that there's not a lot dungeon guiding to level 2.
I see, I see. So what he probably wants to do is drawing a couple more cards, going to level 2 gives you 4 more sheen counters, more health, and you can just pay 1 reserve to draw 1 more card from the activated ability.
Yeah. Holy moly. There's a sultry Tressolation, unfortunately, banished here for it. But look, Tap seems to just not need it. He's him. He has the double quiet refraction, so he's not too much in a pickle here. Yep, and he can now just pay 1. He does have an Angel Attendant in hand here that he could imbue, I believe. I think I'm seeing 3 Crux cards here.
We are seeing for sure 2 Still Shard Strikes, the Angelic Attendant.
Oh, yes.
And
then Frostbinder Apostle,
the Apostle.
and then kills the Frostborn Paladin. It does get through the frog. The damage is gone. Like you said.
Luckily, now
Frozen
we have the Frozen Dismissal. And
the Ink-Up in response. Yeah, that is. So, I think Tap played this really well because that Frostbite, if that Frostborn Paladin is gone, Netra's damage for now is absolutely gone.
For sure, Netra is losing a lot of momentum here in the game with Tadpad. Activating all those powerful cards. Dungeon Guide into the Frostbind Apostle, into the Incapacitate on the Frozen Dismissal.
And milling a Frozen Dismissal off of the Fractal Rain is really tough. Another thing I want to note here, Netra hasn't leveled up yet, which is really good if you're Tadpap, really, really bad if you're Netra.
Yeah, he's probably just waiting for the moment that he's losing the Thronekeeper Bullfrog here due to whatever circumstances and trying to be a little bit more greedy and trying to double dip on all the resources he's activating.
Yeah.
With Tweedledee Contrarian Poet coming down on the board, you at least have some ally that can attack at least once for 3 damage into a Dungeon Guide to get rid of it. And here we have the Dungeon Guide gone. Let's see what's happening now. And
using the Tweedledee to remove the Dungeon Guide is so bad. As in, it's not bad in terms of it's a bad play. It's bad that it feels really awful to have to use your Tweedledee to remove a Dungeon Guide.
That is correct. It feels very bad. You usually want to use Tweedledee in a more offensive way to put damage counters on the opponent's champion, but you are sometimes have to do the things even though you don't want to do them. And Tadpad has another Dungeon Guide.
And I believe a ghost as well. I might be wrong. I thought I saw the corner of a ghost, but it seems that I am unfortunately incorrect. But another Dungeon Guide is worth it.
There's at least another Apostle in hand.
Yes. that Tweedledee is most likely also going to be gone here.
Yeah.
Now, Netra does have a lot of answers. He does a Song of Frost. So if we see a Terminus from Tadpap come out, Netra can just Song of Frost it, and then we will not be having any...
And here...
Oh, there's the paying for the ability of Merlin. He's paying from the power cell, making sure, like, all right, look, I'm just going to draw a card in case I draw an Incap. Just in case you have any answers to my Dungeon Guide, gotta keep it safe. And Netra does have an answer. There's the Cerulean Decree in hand.
Yeah, but if you are Tadpad, you just say, oh, okay, I paid 2 more. I'm good.
Yeah, true.
Oh,
there's another sultry Tressolation. Probably going to be seeing an Angel Attendant here. Tapap's not sure what to put down. Oh, he puts down the Frostbinder Apostle, showing it.
Okay, that is interesting. That is something I personally didn't expect to see right now.
I also didn't think so. I think Tadpap is definitely going the careful route because his influence went down so low because he rushed to level 2, right? He didn't have the comfortable draw cards, build up a bit of an influence before we level up.
I think I see the idea here. So since he used the Fractal to pay for the Memory Amethyst's Glow ability to draw a card.
Yep.
He has not the convenience of choosing the 2 cards he wants to lose and wants to make sure next turn he can pick freely the cards that just go away.
Oh, he has another Frostbinder Apostle, and apologies. You're probably right. He's like, he can play around with it a bit more.
Yeah, and right now he's just forcing interaction from Netra here.
And the Cerulean Decree being used on the Frostbinder Apostle here. Although Tatpap unfortunately only has one card in his hand now.
I think if you're a Tadpad, you're pretty okay with what happened just now.
Yeah.
You forced a negate from your opponent to just negate a mediocre play that you did,
Yeah,
just
and
to have something done.
he has another one. And that frog is never gonna be rested. So unless the Snow Fairy comes out. so he's not feeling too bad. Unfortunately, the Tweedledee is unlikely to be rested here as well, but it's not like Tatpap cannot deal with these things anymore.
That is correct. In the long run, you will be dealing with those allies, and you are somewhat in a deck that runs an inevitably end in your material deck, actually,
Yeah.
with the Luminous Quartz. So you kind of just need to get to the point where you get the Labyrinth of Jeweled Opus out on the board to put the Sheen counters on the opponent's champion and say, do the thing. Boom. You're
Do
gone.
the thing. You're not wrong. They are looking to do the thing of removing a lot of Sheen counters, because as long as you can't attack the champion, those Sheen counters are not coming off. So they will just keep adding up and up and up and up. And if then in one time all of a sudden you have a way to remove them, like you said, magically you'll be dealing a lot of damage even through taunters and interceptors.
That is correct. And here we have another 2 Sheen counters put on Nico, Rapture's Embrace, with the Prism Spire Scepter on enter ability. And you are basically already setting up 6 damage on your opponent's champion with the activated ability of Luminous Quartz that says, if you have 12 or more Sheen counters on your champion, you can remove a preparation counter and deal damage equal to X, and X equals the amount of Sheen counters on that champion. And here we have the Dungeon Guide paid with 2 cards from hand and 1 Fractal, as I suspected the last turn.
Oh, and losing the Frostbinder Apostle, and I believe in Soul Trace Translation. Holy moly. These Merlin cards have a lot of complicated words in their names.
They have a lot of text on them for sure. And here we have Merlin Brilliant Vestige with the on-enter ability that also gives you a card back into your hand and another preparation counter. So you are looking at 2 preparation counters. Now, let's see what Tadpad is going to do with his current turn. He has a Ghost of Pendragon in hand, while Netra has 4 cards in hand. So you are most likely playing around at least 1 negate of some sort. And now the question is, are you playing around another Frozen Dismissal or just any boring 2-cost negate?
Yeah, I think that's why Tatpap is looking at the Banishment and Graveyard here to figure out how many Frozen Dismissals are actually gone. Because everything else is manageable to pay, but Frozen Dismissal is awful. Terminus and, there is
The
Found
Found
Seraphim
Seraphim.
being imbued from a Pendragon, a Terminus, and a Fracturize. So now Netra knows for a fact that the Terminus is there. After being burnt by it last game, he definitely knows that, all right, I'm really glad for all my taunters here.
Yeah, having taunts and intercept will protect your champion for sure and will give you enough time to just get to the point where you can do all those funny things with the Sparkling Adornment, the Luminous Quartz, the Shard-Forged Blade, for example.
Yeah.
So
One thing I want to note here is that Netra knows that Tatpap put down the Fracturize into memory, but he still chose to go for the Enfeebling Orb. So he's definitely feeling like, all right, Tatpap, you don't have a lot of influence, so the guaranteed way for me to resolve anything is if I just make sure you have no cards in hand. So yeah, now that the Found Seraphim is... even though the Sound Seraphim is gone, the on-enter is still in effect. So any ally that Netra plays is going to enter rested because it's not an ability
That
of
is
Sound
correct.
Seraphim.
And here we have the Shard-Forged Blade, one very interesting card, also from the Merlin Recollection deck. It basically says if you have an ally that has a Sheen counter on it, I will be attacking it for free damage every time. So
Yep.
pretty good, pretty good.
Now Tatbab just needs to put some of those machine counters on the allies. Netra's been really comfortable not putting any Sheen counters anywhere because he's been conscious of not putting too many cards down into his memory. So Tatbab has to find a way to proactively, generously gift Netra some Sheen counters.
Netra kind of chooses to just put
Regal
Regal Inquisition.
Now, yep, Netra going for the Enfeebling Orb, making Tatbab put down 3 cards. And yep, there's the Frostbind in response. So, yeah, Netra doesn't have to worry about that anymore.
Yeah, it is saying that Netra says, oh no, I don't want you to look at my hand and what I can do the next couple turns with and against you, so nah, not happening, my friend.
Yep, I am, you know what? I don't want you to know what I'm doing here. And now he can comfortably materialize the Mage Bane last year or disable Mirror. Though I don't think he has quite enough influence for a comfortable maximum value.
The materialization line you want to probably go here is you want to start with Temptations Facade.
Like you said, as predicted.
To draw one more card and also protect all your funny toys you put on the board here.
Yeah.
You now then can, if you are Netra, you could activate the Sablemare probably from the material deck with the additional ability of saying, oh, you have 3 or more cards in your material deck, in your graveyard. Now I pay 3 reserve and just activate it right away.
Yep.
Might be a way, or you just wait for your next materialization phase to get it out normally and then activate it right away with all the possible influence you have. But it seems like Netra is, what is he plotting here? 3 reserve for another Thronekeeper Bullfrog.
More frogs for him. Now, look, the frogs are awesome, but they're not helping Netra win the game here, unfortunately. He needs to win 2 if he wants to take round 2 home. So that's a bit scary in terms of Tatbab can still kill you with the Sheen counters through your frog.
Yeah, because you are not reliant on attacks for closing out the game. That is the beauty of the Merlin deck, actually. If it gets running at some point, you have multiple avenues of closing out games that are already progressed to a point where you're in a reasonable position. So stacking up those Sheen counters on Nico Rapture's Embrace for Netra might be actually detrimental, and you might want to start putting them on some allies here to just not get blasted into oblivion.
Yeah, but it's also was, not quite as important until there were so many allies on board, because you can still deal with 2 because, you have your Snow Fairy, you can just attack, but 3 is actually might be the breaking point where it's just too much to deal with. You need to drop both of your Snow Fairies, and you need to still take care of 1 through all of it.
Let's see if Tatbab decides to activate now a Ghost of Pendragon, who might bring him a little bit more into board control here.
Yeah, but Netra still has quite a few cards in hand, and he could easily run into a negate here. So let's see. Yep, Ghost of Pendragon. Going to put back that Mercenary's Blade, most likely. Yep, there is the Frozen Dismissal. Yep, Tatbab decides to, I'll just pay for it, because now he can start removing the allies from the board. He has the Ghost of Pendragon and the Dungeon Guide. Or he can technically use the Shroudforged Blade, as even though it's not the most amount of value. Yep, there it is, removing one of the Thronekeeper Bullfrogs now.
And now we are starting to slowly chip away on the board.
Yep.
Now Netra is in the position, though, to just materialize the Magebane Lash and get also his progress going.
Yeah, because now there is a floating memory. There's going to be at least 1 more float in the graveyard here next turn. That is exactly 3 counters for Netra, putting it directly on Nico. Gotta make sure that he's keeping safe.
So you now, a freezing here. That is a pretty good card if you think your opponent is going for multiple turns of Spirit Blade Terminus. Dealing 2 damage to a unit and keeping it rested. If it is rested, that is pretty good.
Yeah, and there is the damage going directly in the Pendragon. Pendragon's gone. Yep, there's no way for Tatpap to bring it back. There are no Crux sites in this deck right now.
Out of sight, out of mind,
Yep.
you could say.
Yep, exactly. And Tatpap notably did put back the Prism Spire Scepter, which just puts, gives him extra Sheen counters. So it's definitely a really great, oh my gosh, Regalia to loop.
It is a pretty strong Regalia to put to just loop the on-enter ability with all your Pendragons to put 2 machine counters on your opponent. So you don't even need to have a Labyrinth of Jeweled Opals if you have enough Pendragons. And usually you either have 1 Pendragon, no, you usually have 0, or you have 3 at some point. Let's see what Tatbat is finding here. And
Fracturize on the Mage Bane Lash. All right, paying 1.
And now...
And not paying 1, rather redirecting it onto the Temptations Facade. I don't know why I thought that, why I was feeling that it was going to be, it's going to pay for something.
Redirecting the Fracturize on the Temptations Facade is exactly the reason why you want to first bring out the Facade and then the Mage Bane Lash to keep it at least protected somewhat.
Yeah, now Tatpap needs another Fracturize, which would be his 3rd this game, which, I'll take 3 Fracturizes in this matchup over 3 Pendragons. It's more
down.
proactive. 2 down.
And...
Oh, Slice and Dice.
No, it's
Oh,
not
no, it's
even
not.
a Slice and Dice.
not
It's Extraction Incision. It is a card that is also very rarely played.
Yep, I just saw the swirls and the green. I was like, oh, this is the use Slice and Dice. Nope, it is Extraction Incision. You're right. It is swinging in for exactly 4. So another frog gone.
Yeah, he's just getting rid of all the frogs and also accumulating more preparation counters in the process of it.
Yep. Now he's in Slice and Dice range, though. He could go for it. Unfortunately, that Tweedledee is just a 0-4, so he just needs 1. Tatpap just needs 1 more attack. That's attacking for 3 power.
I think the big idea here for Tatpap is just to chip away on the board and get out all those taunt allies, so you can actually start attacking the allies that have an attack stats right now.
Oh, Netra's going out hands down for Disablemere here.
3, 6, so he's putting 5 lash counters onto his champion, generating an Icebound Slam. So we are looking at 6 lash counters, so that is 6 damage from every attack with the Mage Bane Lash.
Yep, but that
And
is quite painful.
It is going to be painful. You know what is most likely going to happen? The Seneschal is going to clear off the Frostbind Apostle to remove the intercept. And then we just see 5 down Icebound Slam responses.
Yep. Yeah, Netra has been burned by the Frostbiter Apostle, I guess, but once before. So he's certainly not going to fall into that mistake once more. Yep, there it is, the removal of the Frostbiter Apostle. Though Tatpap does have some cards in hand. I believe, he only has 2. He only has 3 cards in hand. He could have an answer.
Oh, Ravishing Finale instead of the
Yeah,
Icebound Slam.
alright.
That works to have interaction available.
And then is dealing 1, going to 10, now milling. No, that's more than 10 because the Mage Bane Lash is around. Going to 16, milling 32 cards. More than half of Tatpap's deck gone.
That is correct, and this is a very tough position to be on for multiple avenues. 1, you might just lose to another Ravishing Finale that connects the on-champion hit ability, or for 2, you are just dying to all the damage that is going to be dealt to you.
Yeah, you could die to both things here. Tatpap has to win pretty quickly here. Unfortunately, I don't think... Oh, 2 incaps immediately gone. This is gonna be really tough. Do a Pendragon, Found Seraphim, Fracturize. So 3 Fracturizes gone. 4 Fracturizes gone. Yeah, no more Fracturizes for that Mage Bane Lash. So that is safe. Netra is in a very commanding position. 1 Labyrinth, 2 Labyrinth. Unfortunately, I believe there's only 3 Labyrinths, so technically Tatpap could have 1 more.
There is 1 more that he could have. So there's also a very a scary scenario possible that Netra has a couple of primordial rituals to mill
Yeah.
his opponent actually for once.
Yeah, that is real. And you could also just mill your opponent with your Fractal of Rain.
That
That
is
is also
correct.
extra cards.
That is the scary part. If you have two primordial rituals, you just mill your opponent 2 times, and once with the imbued fractal of rain here, and then you get to the mill out since there are only 4 cards.
Yeah.
Is it 4 or 5 cards? Should be 5.
There's not a lot of cards there, but the Luminous cards does come out from Tadpap here, and he could,
So
you know,
he
this
has
is the
a-
damage dealing time.
He has a Facet the Forgotten in hand. If you wanted to be super fancy, is an activation of the Facet Forgotten with the Icebound Slam good enough to just
That way the game. The thing is,
there
Netra
are too
doesn't
many
have another
counters.
Ravishing Finale. Yeah?
Yeah.
But he doesn't. There's a Facet. Now, Netra doesn't have a Ravishing Finale. And this is the question. What does Netra do here? This is,
What cards did I put down? Anything good in there?
yeah, the Icebound Slam is down, which is really, really important here. I believe it is going to be the exact thing that Tap takes. It's like, all right,
If you now activate the Icebound Slam that is in there, you might be very sad as Tadpad. Because if you activate it, you also have to resolve the on attack, and that
yeah,
will be milling you
I
out.
doubt that Tap wants to activate it, considering how much it costs if you're not a guardian. That's a big investment into a card, especially when your influence is only 5.
Yeah.
And yeah, and unfortunately, Facet is also not a reservable fractal, so it will just be a Fantasia on the board.
And
Oh,
here we have the 3 of diamonds.
All right,
That is a beautiful card. Just having it on the board as like a 1/3, and one of the undervalued things of the Facet the Forgotten is that it basically says, oh, neck your opponent by 1 card.
Facet is just is better. It's always better than I thought. I think Facet just surprises me every time. I'm like, yeah, Facet's a good card, but is it that good? I'm like, yeah, wait, Facet is really, really good. You can activate the card and you don't have to invest anything into it.
That is correct. And it also steals basically 1 influence from your opponent.
Yep.
So,
Ooh.
and what
There
happened?
is the Luminous cards rested, taking 11 damage. So Tadpap just has to survive 1 more turn, which, looking at the board, I think it's impossible. Considering he has, 1 card in hand, he doesn't have anything that would stop an attack from Netra. So, what can he...
This is a little bit dire for Tadpad here.
Yeah, I think Tadpap is not. You know, he needs to be able to wake up that Luminous Quartz 1 more time. Oh, Ghost of Pendragon! Oh, that would have been such a great finisher here. You know, it would have finished the game out for sure. Now, unfortunately, Tadpap unable to do anything. He is just going to take enough damage to die. Yeah, that is game 2 of round 2 going to Netra. Unfortunately, I believe this game will end up in a tie between Nico and Merlin. Assassin Merlin, actually. Look, Garrett, this was a wonderful matchup. I never thought I would see 46 machine counters on a Fractured Memories, but we did. And you know what? It did win the game. So...
The issue was for this last game here that Tadpad already had so many cards milled out by the Ravishing Finale to not be able to activate the Icebound Slam here.
Yeah, if he were able to activate the Icebound Slam, that would have been a slam dunk.
It would have been
the
indeed
game
a
for him.
very slam dunky moment. Because then you remove an avenue of damage from your opponent,
Yep.
and influence, and also a taunter from the board.
Yeah, and the thing is, if he had the Pendragon that he milled the last card we saw enter his graveyard in hand, he could have been able to finish out the game with the Icebound Slam, even though he milled himself out. But unfortunately, it was too late. Like if the order of the cards was just a bit different and he drew the card, it would have been it would have been a very different ending for this matchup.
It seemed like that Tadpad had also a very more or less a dead hand with not a lot of action going on.
Yeah, it was dead hand because there were three taunters on board. If there were only two, it genuinely would have been game over already. So Netra's defensive hand of not winning the game, like I talked about it earlier, was actually really proactive.
That is correct. I'm super curious to see how those two players will fare during the whole event. And
Yeah.
I hope to see Tadpad come up another time on stream because I like the deck a lot.
No bias, no bias.
One might say I'm a little bit biased for the champion here. It's just cool to see different champions being actually played in a competitive sense, right? Since Merlin for the assassin champion is not one we see very often, and she is not the top meta deck as
She's unfortunately very far from it currently, but
Sadly.
I'm really glad to see Tadpad doing actually not awful considering what the meta. The meta game currently is a lot of aggressive decks, a lot of Razor Gale which defends himself, right? So it's nice to see someone liking a deck and committing to it. And, 46 Sheen counters is, I wouldn't say that's doing bad.
that is indeed doing very good. Netra also has a good shot against all those nasty Razor Gale decks with
Vapor Jet Shield.
Vapor Jet Shield, the Mage Bane Lash.
Oh,
I forgot the name of this namesake guy.
I wasn't
Oh.
sure if you were talking more defensive or offensive because both Storm of Thorns and Vapor Jet Shield are really good into Razor Gale because if it doesn't get the damage buff if you don't deal any damage. So preventing one is more than enough.
That is correct.
And then, the Mage Bane Lash is a good counter and hitting back. Now, Garrett, you've been here for a while. You've talked a lot. We just saw some water decks, and I think you should take a water break as well. Drink some water like you guys at home as well. We're going to go on a quick break, and then we'll be back with round 3 of the European Nationals. See you guys in a bit.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round 3 of the European Nationals. My name is Clement. I'm back with Dan. Now that we were on a water break, let's take a break from water as well. Our next round is going to start very soon, so I want to look at these decks before we get into it, Dan.
I'm really excited because we're going into a round that is going to be a true battle of some EU titans here. Of course,
Yeah.
we expect that here at European Nationals, where we're going to be getting the best of the best from the
Yep.
European region. I think that's exactly what we have. In fact, we're going to table 1 for
Yep.
this, which is very exciting because you know these players are doing well.
Yeah, we're going straight to the top. And honestly, I'm really excited to see this matchup because Asuna, that's okay. So the matchup is Asuna and Sangorio. They're playing the decks you would expect, at least from Asuna from this season, not before. He's still on Wind, but he's on the Arisana Raccoon Razor Gale kind of fun deck, honestly. I really love watching this deck. Versus Sangorio on the good old Fire Slimes. Now, before this game, like before going back, we were talking a bit about the one-ups and the overall like makeup of these decks. Do you want to let us dive into it a bit, Dan?
Yeah, definitely. I want to start with Sangorio because a lot of players are very excited about the return of Slimes in Radiant Origins. Slimes just simply got enough extra gas now with the unbanning of Baby Gray Slime, where this deck is a serious threat to a lot of players in the new metagame. And we're seeing Sangorio start to take some really interesting adaptations that have been kind of hinted at by players in earlier events in the metagame, but I think, of course, Sangorio is a well-known Slimes player who's got a pretty refined version of this list now.
Yep.
One of the coolest things that we've seen players doing with Slimes is the addition of a card called Undeniable Truth from the Merlin Recollection deck. Speaking of our last match,
Yep.
Undeniable Truth is a fantastic card, the fast speed way to sacrifice an ally, draw a card, and get a preparation counter. The one thing I'm watching out for in this matchup is that Sangorio said, you know what, like, drawing card's fine. Preparation counter, whatever, who cares? But what if we did care about the preparation counter? And Sangorio has added to the list 2 copies of Planted Explosive as well, which provides an outlet to spend that preparation counter to get, in addition to all the normal slime stuff, another 2-cost fast speed 4 damage, which could be huge.
Yeah, you love to see it. And considering that you don't play like red slime because it's not as strong in this format as as you would want it to be. Having something that's a guaranteed for damage, unlike Slime Eruption, which is a half-half, depending on what you have in your graveyard, is really, really nice. So I'm really excited to see how it performs, especially into the Raccoons deck. Now, Raccoons, Asuna's Raccoons, he played this last week at a regionals in Slovenia, and he hasn't changed his deck at all since. So I think he felt like he found the perfect spot. Yeah, he locked in and was like, all right, this is the exact ratios I want. There's so many one-ofs in this deck.
It's crazy. This is, this looks like an SEA style deck to me, actually. So this is a deck building style we see happen a lot in that region of the world. But, it's really hard to argue with Asuna's results. Asuna has, historically, you kind of hinted at this, Clem. Asuna comes from playing a lot of Tristan in the previous, several metagames. Not really a great meta right now for Tristan, but this new Arasana Razorgale list brings a lot of that kind of feeling of an inevitable game plan with a powerful, one-shot line potential. So I'm sure Asuna still feels pretty at home here with this list. And, with this giant pile of one-ofs and the deck's ability just to scavenge for Raccoons, to figure out what's in, what you have access to and what you don't every time you put those cards away. And then play cards like Scout the Land and Fairy Whispers to find those options has just a wide toolbox of things that they can access to be able to sort of impact the game the way they need to.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see how it, what toolbox he will have access to in this matchup. So let's head into the game and look at how these players will perform. Oh, I'm really curious. Who do you think is going to take it away first, Dan?
It's really hard to not root for the Slimes. I think it's just so fun to see it coming back into it. But again, either of these players are just so experienced and are on decks that they're very, very comfortable with.
Yeah.
And that's going to make this really, I think, come down to whichever deck is able to kind of find that pop off. Slimes, absolutely. You have to respect Fire Slimes because any game where they pop off early and draw a lot of cards, go to level 3, still have 10 cards in hand. I mean, Asuna plays a lot with Henki the Goat. And a few seasons ago, I played against them when I came up to play in Utrecht up here. And, I watched Henki was on Fire Slimes at the time.
Popping off.
Pop off, go to level 3, 10. And I'm like, how many cards in hand? 10.
Yep.
Wait.
It's
no,
only
how many?
It's only gotten better since then.
Right.
We have Ghastly Slimes. Like you said, we have the Planet Explosive with Undeniable Truth. So the pop of potential is massive, especially against a deck that only goes up to 19 total health.
Yep.
It is so easy for Sangorio to be like, all right, I'll just level up to 1, get my buff counter, and then just destroy you because Fire Slimes just has so much explosive potential.
Absolutely.
And honestly, Felix Asuna might not be prepared to deal with that.
We'll see. Let's head down to the game, and we will take a look at where these players are getting started here. So, heading into that right now, there we go. We have the players actually have already begun the game. So, and what an incredible start here.
Yeah, look, Baby Grey Slime recently got unbanned. And Sangorio is definitely utilizing that to the maximum of his abilities, having 3 of them on board, having an ephemeral liminal guide, so you got to draw a card off of that, and draw a card off of Sylvie's level 2, which he dungeon guided into. But on the other side, not to discount Asuna's double Razor Gale start.
I mean, yeah, this looks heavily in Slime's favor, but Sangorio is hands down just trying to push it at Asuna, but Asuna already getting out that Arasana early and then that that Essence Crucible alongside those Razor Gales. Asuna can crack back right now and easily deal the 21 damage required this turn to be able to take Sangorio out of the game. So we might actually be coming right into the match and seeing the end of it happening that fast.
It might just happen because Asuna did brew the distilled water and then just immediately sacrificed it to cycle a card. I never thought I would say, they'd say take a break of warm water, but we take a sip and draw a card, and it's so good. You immediately get to cycle a card by just doing nothing and getting free damage off of it.
Yeah, this is definitely a reminder to chat to make sure to stay hydrated. Take a water break when you need to and drink from your distilled water here as Asuna is leading the way for all the players here. Now the question will be, does Asuna have anything else to brew on this turn? A second distilled water would certainly make this nearly a guaranteed victory this turn. But already we're going to see a Scout the Land, which is dealing 4 damage off of the 2 Razor Gales that are buffed by the Essence Crucible.
Yeah, but
And
that is so much damage. But Asuna cannot brew anymore because he used the Razor Line to put the card to the bottom of his memory.
yeah, you're right.
He's looking to just deal the damage, like you said, as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough, enough breweries here to deal damage, but he doesn't have enough to just cycle through his deck. Oh, 2 Breathing Breezes is really, really good here. Keeping the Fairy Whispers up for next turn, probably. Or, like, if Songoria were to do anything crazy, he can just Fairy Whispers into a Veiling Breeze for more cards in his memory.
Asuna's influence is kind of the issue that he has to work through right now, but is holding up everything that, like, at least thankfully managed to find those Veiling Breezes, find that way to potentially live through this turn. We're actually going to see that Fairy Whispers happen at the end of the turn here, or at least in recollection, wherever we're at. I think. Oh, in response to the boots. In response to boots.
The boots materialization, because once that comes down and Asuna plays any wind card, he will have to target himself. And in this matchup, you never want to target yourself.
Absolutely not. Asuna then just going to likely drop the Breeze this turn to stay safe right now.
Look, there is a 3 visits in Asuna's hand as
Wow,
well.
that was, what a pickup. That's actually crazy. That's going to make it, through this Veiling Breeze with the 3 visits in hand. So you have a recover 2 from the 3 visits, and then you're going to have this Veiling Breeze, which is going to reveal 3 win cards as well. So you're preventing 3 damage to Arasana from every source Songoria is going to throw at Asuna this turn, plus that recover 2 on top. I just don't think Songorio will be able to get through that, even with a Dungeon Guide to 3.
Oh my gosh. Asuna's doing all of this in response to the boot still, so Songorio, couldn't spell shred himself. He had to take the 8 damage here? No, it actually was more. It was 10 damage.
Yeah.
Sorry, 12 damage.
5 life remaining. The important thing for Sylvie right now. And through that Veiling Breeze, if Songorio can't win the game this turn, how do you live through Asuna's next?
Yeah. Oh, there's the Planted Explosive. There's a Storm Slime. Angelic Channeling, no Dungeon Guide though. He does have, because we know that Asuna's hands down, Songoria has 1 more turn here. Guaranteed, because of the Beastbond boots, he's going to survive 1 more turn if he can resolve it. He can manage it before Recollection.
1 more player turn. I don't know about 1 more turn cycle. That's the issue.
True, because he needs, once the turn is over, the Beastbond boots is gone.
Correct.
No more Spell Shroud. So Asuna can just, in response, in response to materialization, win the game. So it's really tough for Songoria right now.
And even in response to the activation of the boots here, right? We're going to see Asuna play the Scout the Land, which is going to trigger Razor Gale Calling. In response, Songoria is going to activate the Beastbond boots. And now Asuna doesn't have cards in hand, really, to be able to
but he has
go
the
off, but
3
has the
visits
3
still,
visits.
and that is going to be almost game. One damage away for Songorio. Does he have any cards in hand?
Grand Crusader's Ring is in play, though.
Oh, yeah. If he draws anything that costs 1, this is game.
And just got to glimpse as well off of that. So, I mean, Asuna, this is the issue with the Razor Gale deck, because it really holds all the cards. When it comes down to these interaction chains, this deck is probably the most capable of any deck in the metagame right now of interacting around the opponent in a way that it just simply can't handle.
Yeah. All right, so it seems that Asuna did not have a response here.
Wow.
Songorio managing to live by the skin of his teeth, but I don't think he's going to live another turn.
I think it's pretty easy for this turn to end with Asuna passing, and then in response to Songoria's materialization, go for the lethal.
Yep.
So we'll just see what happens. I mean, Asuna can't find an ally line either of course, right now, because there's 3 intercepting Baby Gray Slimes up.
Yeah, just a few.
It's simple pass. There's the Sylvie level 3, banishing these 3, and in response, Asuna needs to simply play this Veiling Breeze.
And now, oh wait, what does Songorio have? All right.
Sungorio.
Planted explosive. I believe he's planted explosive himself to be like, go out of my turns, not your turns.
I think so. That is going to be game one. Going to Asuna on the Razorgale list as we're heading into game two in this matchup of two EU Titans now on decks that they're super comfortable with. Sungorio going into the sideboard. What do they have to be able to bring this match back in their favor?
Blanche Expel 100% coming in. I think that is actually all that Sangorio is bringing in. Considering the Blanche would have 100% saved him. You just need one card in your memory for Blanche to be effective against Razorgale. And Expel the Departed just says no Razorgale. It removes the Razorgale off the board. So you want to bring that in just because otherwise you're not surviving this matchup.
You have to have interaction, right? You have to. The key is this Razorgale deck is trying to interact around you, so you have to be able to interact back around them.
Yep.
And you mentioned something really important to point out for the audience, Clem. This is the Blanche only needs to prevent one.
Yeah.
That's something that is an intricacy of the rules that not everyone totally understands because they think, well, okay, but Essence Crucible gets countered, so it increases the damage, right?
Yeah.
But the way that effects apply to prevention and additive, like replacement effects that add damage, apply is that whoever is taking the damage decides the order in which they apply prevention versus those other replacement effects, and they can choose to prevent the damage. No, they can choose to prevent the damage, and then it doesn't get added on top. That is that is.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. It is exactly how it works, and yeah, it doesn't deal any damage, so it wouldn't deal any additional damage.
Correct.
either.
Yep. So that is so that does make the Blanche a very effective card to play in this matchup, and then having the Expel as a fast speed Fantasia removal is going to be good. Now from Asuna's side, very likely to see the addition of the Innervate Agility coming in. I would even not be surprised to see the Spell Shield wins. Asuna has a bunch of one-ofs again. Stifling Gyre.
Yeah,
I have to
Stifling
talk
Gyre
about that card in this matchup.
He's way too good in this
In my experience too, I think a lot of people slam Stifling Gyre and name Dungeon Guide. I think actually against slimes, I like to slam it and name Storm Slime.
Yeah.
It is really, really hard for the slime deck to have the kill you in a single turn pop off when they have to pay an additional 4 to get the Storm Slime to work.
And if they need to expel the Departed Stifling Gyre, you're also winning because then you have your Razorgale save. So it's a really delicate balance of, well, not delicate. It's a really tough choice for the Slimes player and a really...
But the idea is that if you don't let Razorgale just draw draw 2 cards every single turn and build up to that giant influence, they don't have all of the outs and they don't have all of that potential. So Sangorio does need to hopefully go fast here. It does look like, though, on their first turn, they simply pass, so they're hopefully holding on to a Creative Shock line to be able to play into their Sylvie level 1.
Yeah, Creative Shock into Luminol Guide would be ideal here. Now, it looks like Asuna doesn't have the Razorgale just yet, but, you know, I might just be wrong, and it might be preparing for one. Paying 3 here. Now, that is suspiciously bandit coded. We might be seeing your favorite card here again.
I would love to see Bandit once again hit the board, but no, actually...
A Dream Fairy coming down just for damage? All right, Asuna going the aggressive
A raw Dream Fairy. You see Asuna laughing a little bit about this too. Yeah, I mean, there's the Creative Shock from Sangorio. So from the two players, I would say we have a stronger start from Sangorio, even if we're not hitting right now the things like the Liminal Guide. Asuna, that Dream Fairy is very interesting, but I guess just trying to apply their own pressure.
I mean, it also finishes the game out slightly faster, you know, if you can just hit someone in the face with a Dream Fairy, even through like a Blanche, you can kill them.
Yeah.
There's a baby gray, sorry.
It's not like you want to be Dream Fairing baby gray slime anyway, so it's like you do it to get rid of a blocker when it's relevant, but when slimes can just as easily slime eruption your Dream Fairy, or planted explosives it actually, even unprepared, and then replay the value. Oh wow, another baby gray and a baby silver.
Yeah, 2 baby grays and a baby silver. We see Sangorio utilizing the recently unbanned baby gray very well. Now, this deck did, baby green ban did not affect Sangorio at all. Baby Gray on ban made him so much more powerful.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, that's why you see that's one reason why you see this fire version of Slimes being the one that kind of has gotten a lot more attention. It's the faster, it's the more explosive one. It's the one that wasn't affected at all by the ban and purely gained value here. Asuna gets the Purifying Thurible out as well, and then just pops that to kind of deny the Limitless Slime that was set up, get the value, and then swings that into the Taunter, swings the Dream Fairy into the Taunter to give Sangorio a card.
Yeah,
But you have to get rid of it.
Yeah, it removed it just for this ace in here to come back. Now we understand the Dream Fairy play a lot more.
You're just setting up ace in. Yeah, exactly. Asuna just needed to have an ally play. And you know what? Honestly, this is it's like a super Tristan-coded line, too. You look at those openers with Tristan, sometimes you go, well, I just got to get an ally on board. I think I've done raw Dream Fairies as well with that. There's the one you want, though.
Oh, I love to see Bandit. This is going to be my first Bandit on stream, so let's see what he scavenges. 6. Oh!
On the 6th card, finds the Bandit. Wow.
There's the Bandit perfectly on the 6th. Oh, that's not a Protector Raccoon, but it's still something.
Yeah, that's, I mean, that's just fine, though, because Sangorio is going to need to clear that Bandit to be able to set up anything like Liminal Guides for value if that's something that they want to do. And then that just means Asuna can play another one. The fact is this Bandit here has already kind of made its value back, let alone its capability to threaten additional influence gain that Sangorio wants to rely on.
Yeah, we can absolutely get the, knowing as well, and from Sangoria's side, that Asuna has a second Bandit must be so like somewhat terrifying and somewhat sad, because now you cannot have your Ghastly Slime in your graveyard anymore.
Yeah, the Ghastly Slime is another good shout out for sure. That's a card where, the nice thing about Slimes is even if your Slimes are banished, you're okay because well, not those ones are not your favorites to get banished.
And the other slime would have been great because you need the banishment for the Storm Slime.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting at. Is that like you're still going to get the value on Storm Slime later, but here we see that Ghastly Slime being really powerful on the swing with the Baby Red Slime. Discards the Ghastly Slime, and now it's there to be Ephemerate. And of course, Ephemerate is an activation. And that does mean when you go to that Sylvie level 3, you get the discount on the Ephemerate of the Ghastly Slime as well, if you want to. So Sangorio, despite losing the Ethereal and Storm, still is set up to potentially go to 3 and get the value from that. But the problem is, Asuna on that 6th card in the scavenge hit the second Bandit.
The second Bandit.
I don't think Asuna is going to let that Ghastly Slime exist, and we'll just have to see how they play the turn out.
Yeah, a 6-2 in a Razor Guild deck, even with an Ace-in up, is not it, because that 6-2 is just going to take the Ace-in out before you get there, and then you cannot really do anything else with it. Though Asuna does have a Dream Fairy in hand, but putting it back in Sangorio's hand, for Sangorio to be able to play it again and then Ephemerate it again is not exactly the spot you want to be in.
It's actually even worse than that. It's not a 6-2, it's a 6-4, because there are buff counters that can
it's a 6-4.
So it's a 6-4, it means it can clear the Ace-in, and then another Ace-in doesn't clear it back on its own. So it's like an extremely strong, and it was that's why I was super excited when it was spoiled in PTM, because it's just it was a really nice line for this deck to play.
Yeah, it's such a wonderful card. Now, Asuna is playing the Bandit again.
But also played the Orb of Sealing this turn. So Asuna is like really trying to be the control deck in this match.
So good.
And is succeeding by hitting a Protector Raccoon on the second play of Bandit. Now what Asuna is going to be able to do, banish that Ghastly Slime, and then activate the Orb of Sealing to start flipping slimes over. And until Sangorio removes that Orb of Sealing, Asuna is basically saying, I'm not going to let you get your value off of Sylvie 3. And I'm not going to let you get your value off of Storm Slimes. I'm just going to make you play an entirely, basically a neutered match as long as possible, because Asuna still needs to find the Razor Gale.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's still doing pretty solid without the Razor Gale. It might be the namesake card of this deck, but it is not the only way that this deck can win, especially when, like you said, you neutered your opponent's deck so much that they're just kind of sitting there. Sangorio barely has anything anymore. Even like looking at his hand, it's not bad because Slimes has more playables than non-playables, but it's really hard to come back from here. Another Storms.
And the Stifling Gyre got dropped as well. And we didn't hear what it named, but of course, being that Sylvie was already getting ready to level, I'm gonna guess it's Storm Slime. So
Yeah.
hopefully we can get that noted on the board at one point as far as what card that named. But yeah, here, Asuna just really taking advantage of the power of these raccoons and just their ability to stifle everything that Sangorio is doing.
Yep. He's definitely painful. Like we were talking about this as we were talking about the sideboards of how impactful it is. But now that it's out, and seeing the context of what it's out in, I did name some. Seeing the context of what the situation is for Sangorio, that's devastating. That's a game-winning card right there.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty tough scenario for Sangorio to navigate through. I think were those three the slimes that were supposed to be?
Yeah,
guys, we're activating Gaia's Blessing right now. Okay, activating a Gaia's Blessing. So
Yep.
Sangorio, this is the other advantage of the fire version of slimes is that it gets so many slimes into the discard that it is able to activate Gaia's Blessing really fast. And I'm really interested that Asuna didn't choose to banish the Ghastly Slime here because it did give Sangorio this opportunity to level to 3 and then get that Ghastly Slime ephemerated. So now we do actually have that. Oh, it's 3 life. For some reason I was thinking it was a 2/2. It's so
I
strong.
also thought it was a 2/2.
Yeah,
and
it's a
I
6
played this card.
It's a 6/5 now.
That is quite powerful. Yeah, I think Asuna may have just forgotten that that was there because Sangorio's graveyard was so stacked. But it's fine, considering that even though there's 6 slimes in banishment, Sangorio doesn't have the influence to play a Storm Slime and pay for the Stifling Gyre.
Right. Yeah, and that is Sangorio's kind of next thing to navigate here. Now, of course, with that sideboard access, having Expel It Apart should be a possibility, I would assume, for Sangorio in this match. And it will come down to their ability to find that Expel, get rid of the Stifling Gyre, and then start dropping Storm Slimes. But still, then there's the Orb of Sealing to get through, too.
Yeah.
So there's so many hurdles in the way.
Yeah. Now, I want to take a couple of steps back. You said that the Ghastly Slime was not banished by Asuna. Can you explain for the viewers back home why he couldn't just, raccoon it? Because it seemed like Asuna wanted to banish it as Sangorio activated it, but he wasn't able to.
Yeah, that's just basically a case of sort of missing the timing on that. Once it starts to be activated, it's no longer in the graveyard. So you need to banish it ahead of your opponent's ability to ephemerate it out, and you can't ephemerate it at fast speed either. So at any point, just doing like on their turn using Bandit or using the Bandit ability given to protect a raccoon could have been used to take it off the board. But at this point here, we just see Asuna instead just saying, okay, well, you got it. I'll take the damage, dropping a bunch of allies and then swinging all those allies in to take the Ghastly off the board. Still, look at the hand size Sangorio has. Like, the influence is not high right now.
Yeah.
Now, this Horn of Beast Calling, its big advantage in this game is that it gives you sort of the ability to play as if you have a higher influence. And we see this here with this Songbird coming down, and then it's going to reveal cards from the top until a beast is hit. And that Horn of Beast Calling can then be activated to reduce the cost of playing that beast plus draw a card into hand, which we're losing the Expel.
Oh,
And it's the Storm Slime.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Horn of Beast Calling doesn't reduce the Stifling Gyre tax on it.
No.
So that Storm Slime is going to be in hand for a bit. Actually, technically, next turn, Sangorio could play it if he survives another turn.
Yeah, there is Slime Eruption was a pretty okay card to pick up here, too. That does have some potential to be useful.
I miscalculated. There was a Lost Providence and the Horn of Beast Calling. So he has
yeah.
exactly 4 cards in hand right now.
Oh, wow, that is enough then. Yeah, I forgot about the Lost Providence. So that did give Sangorio just enough to be able to pay for the Stifling Gyre. They're going to put it down and pay that cost. And, of course, Asuna hasn't had a chance to level yet. So even with this Orb of Sealing in play, I think there's enough Slimes banished. Nine
Nine
slimes?
minus 2 is
That
still
is
7.
Still a lethal Storm Slime through this Orb of Sealing here. Asuna needs another response, a Veiling Breeze. But
That would be ideal, but I'm not 2? Wait. Yeah, scout the land.
Can we
It's
find it? If
making
Asuna can find the Veiling Breeze.
Hey, it still works. It still works. Or he might just be putting down even more cards to prevent as much damage as he can.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's true. If Asuna was relying on only the cards in play to protect them, this is very scary. We'll have to, and Asuna's in the tank right now, so like, you have to imagine that this wasn't just, oh, I have the Veiling Breeze, slam it.
Yeah, and that Protector Raccoon timing did come around to bite him. I think he might have just not played enough into slimes, because I think Sangorio is the most consistent and like only slimes player that I've seen recently that does so well with this deck. So it's not it's a forgivable offense. I think everybody forgets timing sometimes.
I think it's very easy to just be overwhelmed by the amount of things you're trying to stop in against the Slimes deck, because the Slimes deck is so powerful.
Yep.
The turn it goes to 3, it has several routes of just pushing a crazy amount of damage, and you are trying to often just stay adaptable to deal with any of those different routes, and that one just didn't end up working out here. But we did have the 3 visits, which recovered just enough for Asuna to stay alive as well. So that was the other out to this.
And he has a Calming Breeze, which prevents exactly 3.
Wow, that's crazy. If the Storm Slime just had a single buff counter on it, if there was a Forest Cake in play or something, then this would have been the game for Sangorio. But Asuna gets one more turn, of course, really on the back foot now, right? Gets to use this floating memory from the Reclaim, going to Arasana 1. No Essence Crucible in play yet. Not really set up to push enough damage to be able to take this 25 life Sylvie out.
Yeah.
But he's setting up now, has an opportunity, a little bit of breathing room to try and get there.
Yeah, absolutely. He has a Protector Raccoon. He does have the Bandit still. He also has an Asen that was a perfect interceptor here. And with the Protector Raccoon, it can survive even more. So that is essentially a 3/6 ally with the Raccoon out.
Yeah, it's that Raccoon, Protector Raccoon has such an overstated impact on the game in certain board states.
Oh, it's not an animal.
But yeah, it's not an animal though. That's the only thing, is that this only prevents against animals.
Yeah,
So
I was thinking,
you're very excited about the raccoons. I get it.
Yeah, I thought that it's really good because it doesn't just prevent for raccoons, but it just prevents for all animals. Yeah. Still, it is a really big ally, and the raccoons being able to just banish anything that Sangorio puts there is pretty scary. There's Bandit taking out the Storm Slime.
Yeah, the fact is Asuna has still been able to keep this board, and even if the Protector Raccoon can't protect the Asen, the Protector Raccoon makes a lot of board clearing math really difficult. And Sangorio had to, of course, send the potential win on that turn.
Yeah,
but at that point, you know, now Asuna has built this board up and has this ability to control a lot more of what Sangorio is doing, but might run out of options soon.
Yeah, this, you know, the tank is kind of running low on fuel. It's a really tough position, I think, for both of these players, though. There is no... Oh, no, never mind. Asuna has the Razor Gill, so now he's kind of a bit back in the game. A lot more comfy.
I think the Razor Gale it's a necessary step for Asuna to win the game, but it's far from anything deciding where this is going yet.
Oh,
because just getting the first Razor Gale is like it's a combination of either getting multiple Razor Gales or getting Razor Gale Crucible, or both, ideally, where Asuna starts to feel like, okay, maybe in the driver's seat. But I think Sangorio, again, just like in game 1, has put enough influence pressure onto Asuna here where they're just getting the first Razor Gale down still means Asuna needs to have a handful of interaction to survive. And we know Sangorio was sitting on this Blanche as well. But now deciding actually to push. So this is really interesting.
All right.
Gets rid of the Blanche and some more slimes with the Stone Scale Band materialization, drawing into hand.
Oh, and they expelled the Departed.
And they did an activation in response to the on-enter trigger as well. So that might have been, or they didn't. I guess they were just reading it. So
Yeah. Asuna was...
That's okay.
Reading the Stone Scale Band, Sangorio really wanted to just find a kill line here, because this is the perfect time. Because even though Asuna has so many cards in hand.
Oh, okay, but they are going to activate the Stone Scale still in rec, and then play fast to activate this guy, a Songbird, which is going to again.
Spell is going to go to the bottom now.
You could tell by everything Sangorio is doing. Already got rid of the Blanche, right? We're not playing around Asuna. We're playing around winning. That's all that Sangorio wants to do here. So in this recollection phase, getting to fast activate this guy's Songbird, dig for the Ethereal Slime, find the Ethereal Slime, draw it in a hand, and now is going to set up to play that and threaten a pretty decent chunk of damage. Rawson is going to again need to have some kind of breeze to survive.
Yeah, and there's one coming in.
Yeah, that's the first one, and Asuna might need to react here. Now, we do have the 3 visits still.
Yeah.
So it's important to keep that in mind, but if Asuna didn't react to this with a breeze, I think it's unlikely that Asuna is holding on to another one.
Yep. And I think Sangorio is counting how many beasts are out of his deck at this point and how many slimes are there.
I think Sangorio also drew a slime eruption, didn't they? If Sangorio drew a slime eruption off of that, off of the Stone Scale band, then they're holding on to a really powerful reaction to any of Asuna's plays to try and survive. Because there are 2 fire and then several more non-fire slimes in the graveyard. So you can make a pretty incredible play of the opponent goes for the reaction and then you respond with that eruption. Yeah. And the thing about Eruption's resolution is that Eruption doesn't have any targets and also isn't a spell. So
it's very hard.
It's very hard to interact with. And if Asuna has to react before anything is done with the eruption, and then at that point you can just target the eruption at the allies in play and actually clear those 2. And you can't protect anything at that point because it's already resolving.
Yeah, it is. It's the same as a Creative Shock.
Yep. Very similar in its resolution. That we do see another guy, Songbird, coming down. And what was that? What was the pickup there? Was that a storm?
It was a storm slime indeed. So what happened was that he revealed, Sangorio revealed a ghastly slime, and Asuna was like, isn't that a beast?
It's an animal.
It's an animal.
Yep.
The easiest way to remember what's an animal and what's a beast, if it has pride, it's a beast. If it doesn't have pride, it's an animal.
True. Yeah, a lot of people just say, well, the advanced elements ones are beasts, but I got tricked by that last week at locals. Actually, I was like, oh wait, no, that thing's an animal.
Oh, it is. It is pretty beastly. It is very scary, but it is just a cute little animal. Now, the Ethereal Slime is swinging in for lethal here.
Yep, and there is the reaction. Now, is that eruption in play? I guess I saw wrong, or it was put down. There not an eruption.
Eruption was put down. Oh, wait, no, it is in hand. It is in Sangoria's hand there.
Okay.
He's just letting...
Sangoria's letting the... We have the Razor Gale calling trigger first, so maybe just deciding what to... interact with. No, letting, I think, looks like letting the recover through and the damage from the ethereal comes down. Okay. Maybe waiting for Asuna to commit more. You can, if Asuna puts any more cards down, could respond with it too. This is, I mean, this is where it gets really dicey for both decks, is making sure your interaction and your lethal lines have to be played exactly perfectly to be able to really get the value you're looking for from that.
Yeah, and I think this is where the biggest skill expression for these decks come through when...
Oh, the eruption played in response to the activation of the Protector Raccoon.
Yeah.
So now Asuna has to respond to the slime eruption before Sangorio chooses what to banish to it.
Yeah, now the question is, what does Asuna have in hand? Because he has quite a few cards.
Yeah.
But he basically needs a Vending Breeze. Or, yeah, because he can... Sangorio would deal...
That's lethal.
Yeah.
That looks like the banish 3, right? That's... If the 3 are banished, it's already resolving. That should be the damage dealt.
Yeah, I think, yep, that is the 3 damage dealt. So that is game 2 of round 3 of the EU Nationals going to Sangorio on Fire Slimes. Like you said, this is a battle of the Titans here, and it is going, it's pretty equal. You know, the punches have been fairly even. One win, one for Asuna, and then Sangorio comes back and didn't even need any of his sideboard cards this time.
No, I actually just saw the Expel to Depart on top and said, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, it was
that's fine.
He already put one Expel to Depart on the bottom from the first Songbird, and then he was like, oh, there's another one. Songbird for damage. And this is why Sangorio was such a good Fire Slimes player, because he knew that it won't make a difference right now. He needs to push as much damage as he can, and that is what won him the game. It was genuinely by the skin of his teeth getting out, because if he were to live any longer and let Asuna live any longer, it might have not been enough.
Yeah, a key component to, well, Grand Archive in general, but especially in certain matchups like against Razor Gale, is knowing how and when to change gears and when to actually just put the pressure on and force through your win through whatever interaction they may or may not have. and when you need to play it slower and actually play around them instead. Some decks are better at that than others. I would say the Fire Slimes deck definitely prefers to be just pushing the lethal line as much as possible. But still, it's a decision that has to be made where Sangorio had interaction in hand, had Blanche in hand, but just decided, no, right now,
Yep.
if I just pitch everything and try and find my Slime Eruption and my other cards that are actually my Advanced Element Slimes, which worked out perfectly for them, then I can secure the game.
Exactly. And it was a beautiful game, honestly.
I know, Clem, you're a huge slime fan, so I know
am.
you love seeing the slimes take victories.
Yeah, I'm a fan of both of these players as well. So I'm glad that it's a pretty even matchup and it's not like, all right, Razor Guild just rolls Fire Slimes.
Yeah, exactly. We do see Asuna getting a good start here this time, though. Not a Dream Fairy to an empty board. It is a Windmill Engineer, but following it up,
Face.
Sangorio follows up the imbued Windmill Engineer with a slime imbue, quote unquote, for the Baby Gray Slime coming down as well.
Yep.
But Baby Gray Slime draws to hand.
Yeah, it's slightly better,
Slightly better.
Than this matchup, and in general than Windmill Engineer, I think. So Sangorio is definitely not upset that he has a Baby Gray and not a Windmill Engineer here.
Absolutely. And of course, Baby Gray did crack in here as well.
Yeah, and there is a Cremation Ritual from Sangorio as well, so he could just go for drawing more cards here. But, yep, there it is. There is a Cremation Ritual. What I was thinking is he also does, have a Liminal Guide. Sorry, that is just raw slime skill from Sangorio. Cremating a Baby Gray and then drawing a Baby Gray off of the cremated Baby Gray.
Did the
awesome.
baby, when the Baby Gray attacked, it attacked Windmill Engineer, but Windmill didn't retaliate?
Yep.
Okay. That yeah, I mean that worked out. That definitely provided a ton of extra advantage to Sangorio being able to go for a cremation on that as well. That's that's a pretty huge line here. Asuna then going for a backup charger to try and dig a little deeper and develop a little bit more. We did see them in response to the attack try to dig for assumingly some way to potentially escape the wreckage or something. We do have 3 escape and 4 reclaim, so definitely trying to just find something to be able to save it, but to no avail.
Yeah, unfortunately, he didn't quite find what he needed. I think Sangorio was testing the water, seeing like, does Asuna retaliate here, or does he, leave the Baby Gray up? And that's why he was like, all right, at worst, I played the Liminal, cremate the Liminal, and then I can do some shenanigans. But it all worked out in his favor. He didn't need to twink too much. He still has a Baby Gray on board, and he's up in influence.
Yeah, up pretty significantly in influence here, as Sangorio is going to look at going into the next turn and start to develop more of the slime's advantage that they're definitely relying on. Asuna drops another Windmill Engineer here, imbued, drawing into memory, taking this slime out. And the thing about slimes is, okay, once you've drawn your card off your Baby Gray, you kind of want it to just go to the graveyard because it sets you up for Gaia's Blessing later, and it sets you up to get the kind of crazy explosive level 3 that Slimes uses to win.
Yeah, and reduced to ash going into the banishment. We'll see how that pans out. Honestly, for Sangorio, it entirely depends, because last game, Asuna didn't have the Essence Crucible, so it was not needed.
Oh, here we go. The Baby Red Slime getting the buff counter from Sylvie, swinging in for 3, pitching Liminal Guide, drawing into memory. Sangorio has a very solid start of this game, getting kind of just ready to explode very quickly with a huge influence, unless Asuna can get this game back under control.
Yeah, and it seems that, Sangorio is just pushing as much damage as he can, just using Slime Eruption here to banish a Baby Gray and just deal even more damage to Asuna.
I think what happened is the red attacked the windmill. The reclaim was played, and in response, Sangorio erupted to take the windmill out and deny Asuna that extra advantage.
Yeah, honestly, it's a pretty solid line here. Guarantee that Asuna cannot get even more value off of the Windmill Engineer, making sure that he's always on the back foot.
And that also gets afloat in Sangorio's yard, to be fair, too. So Sangorio is still in a really solid position going into Sylvie's level 2. I don't know if I've seen a dungeon guide yet. Is the only thing that Sangorio might be missing.
There is.
Is there? Okay,
there is a
then
dungeon guide,
if
so
the
Sangorio's
guide's
pretty
there,
sad.
then this is like your ideal slime line. But of course, the power of Purifying Thurible.
Yeah, there is going to be a card drawn for us. Oh, okay. I was like, is it 2? There's no way. We're only going to be seeing 2 cards put down. No, I believe Asuna is going to banish this Purifying Thurible. Wait. No, not yet.
Didn't have the cards in hand to do it because Asuna went for that reclaim line. So has to go turbocharge right now, get the extra cards from the power cell, and then Asuna really would like to put 4 cards down, but actually would really like to put, I think, 5 cards down. Or, yeah, I think there's 4 cards in yard.
4 cards in graveyard.
But I think 5 cards is needed to fully deny value because Sangorio is still sitting on some cards in hand. And actually 6 would be because if one of those is the Undeniable Truth, that could set Sangorio up to still keep something by using it on the baby red slime.
Then one of them is the Undeniable
Oh
Truth.
my god, this is the exact thing that's happening. That's so crazy. And that puts those cards in yard in response to the Thurible. So
Yep.
now Sangorio can keep the float and keep the liminal guide in play, or at least keep one. Okay,
Oh, he's
Asuna
only-
went for the full 5.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Asuna is a smart player and went as deep as what made sense. But
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have much else to do because he has very limited cards on the field.
has to be holding onto a
And-
Veiling Breeze right now, right?
Yeah. Oh, using a Liminal Guide and Baby Silver for the level up here. Then, honestly, as you were talking about the line, I was like, I know that there is the Undeniable Truth, and
Yeah.
I was just like waiting for Sangorio to play it.
It really shows you how flexible and powerful that card is, though.
Yep.
It's like super interaction, super useful interaction into a ton of different scenarios, and
Yeah.
that was a perfect example of that.
There's actually 3 dungeon guides.
Oh,
So
well, okay. Well, I guess I can't see dungeon guides then. I'm blind to them.
Sangorio is not short on them for sure. Oh, another Baby Gray.
Cremation,
and
the
a Baby
Liminal.
Silver. Yep.
Oh my
Hey,
goodness.
just gotta get as much value off of it as you can. So we're showing 2 Baby Silver slimes. So Asuna knows that Sangorio just always has all the little norm slimes.
5 cards in memory going into Sangorio's next turn. Sangorio can pretty easily
As long as
set
that,
up here.
yeah, as long as that Baby Gray stays alive, he is set for the next turn.
I'm looking at Sangorio's list and just thinking, with 3 in hand too. Wow. So Sangorio's next turn is very easy. Portentous Tengu, activate, then Dungeon Guide to 3 and pop off, right?
Yeah, and do you see his hand? His hand is Storm Slime, Ethereal Slime, Ghastly Slime.
Yeah, that's really disgusting. Asuna needs right now, and is going to Arasana, which is a good respect
Yeah.
for the amount of damage coming in. Asuna needs to sort of completely turtle up at this point.
Yeah.
Needs to be ready to react to a lot of things because Sangorio's gained so much influence this game, even through Asuna attempting to stifle it, that unless Asuna really holds on to like the whole hand, or at least puts like Stifling Gyre and some other stuff into play to defend themselves.
We will probably see the Stifling Gyre.
I think so, yeah.
Because there is a Razor Gill in hand, which he's going to be... he's doing the math right now, but I believe he does have enough influence for a pretty comfortable next turn. So he's going to play... Oh, he's not playing a Razor Gill. He's dying... But yeah, the Razor Gill into Stifling Gyre would be really nice.
I don't think you can play Razor Gale right now. I don't think Asuna can drop Razor Gale and Gyre and stay protected.
Yeah, it depends on what he has in hand.
It does. Yeah, I mean, like we saw in game 1, that like multiple Veiling Breeze hand can do it. But how about a Bandit? Okay, let's see if this
1, 2, 3,
4.
4. Oh, there it is. The
Asuna's
5th card.
very good at hitting those. Of course, Asuna plays 7 raccoons instead of 6, and that can be a significant change in
Yeah.
the probabilities.
But he's also really good with not putting any Razor Gills at the bottom of his deck with the Bandit.
True. Exceptional skill
Yep.
from Asuna. Now this Bandit is coming in to deal with the slime and not banishing anything again. That's the interesting thing about that is it's adding slimes to yard and not removing slimes from yard, which
Yeah.
is increasing Sangoria's pop-off potential.
But at the same time, Sangorio also doesn't have a lot of slimes in his grave right now. So as long as you're not putting him to like 3 slimes with removing it, I think it's very comfortable and very safe to just kill the slimes because it doesn't want to deal you any damage back.
Right. Sangorio does do exactly as expected here. Portentous Tengu going to draw into memory, and then we're certainly seeing the dungeon guide happening.
Yep. I mean, look, one of those three has to happen.
Yeah. Oh, another Storm Slime drawn as well.
Oh.
There was no Stifling Gyre played here. This is a frightening position for Asuna.
Yeah.
Dungeon Guide putting down
Oh.
certainly 2 Dungeon Guides and what was there?
No,
Liminal?
Sangorio kept
Oh, most
2
slimes.
dungeon
Yo,
guides.
the slimes. You banished the
that's what-
silvers.
Exactly. That's what I was
Oh,
gonna say. Like
no.
Sangorio is
That's so
a
good.
true slimes player. He knows that he has to put down the slimes here to deal even more damage because Asuna can only put down so many cards for a Veiling Breeze.
Yeah, as soon as I started saying that, I'm like, no, this is slimes.
Yeah,
you put the
this is
slimes
slime.
down.
Yeah.
Not another deck. Yeah, other decks often put down the extra Dungeon Guides. Here, we don't see that. And the Storm Slime comes down for 5? Was that?
Unfortunately, it is just 5. Or Scout the Land from Asuna, so he's putting more cards down into his memory for hopefully a beefy Veiling Breeze here, which he really, really does need. We know that one of those cards is a norm card. So even if all 5 of those cards, like, he does have 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
So it could be 5 wind cards right now.
Taking
but no,
all
he's
of it.
taking it. No Veiling Breeze, swinging for 5 more. That's a painful turn for Asuna.
Does Asuna really just have nothing? Isn't there 3 visits somewhere?
He had 3 visits in hand. He might just be, being like, all right, attack me as much as you can, and then we'll see what happens.
Does Ethereal Slime, or
There
just
is
go for
an-
the
yeah,
other,
just go
another,
for the other
another
Storm
Storm
Slime.
Slime? What do you have? Asuna, you have to have interaction. Can
Yeah.
you stop the second Storm Slime?
Yeah, and he needs to stop both the spell damage and the attack damage. And the Veiling Breeze will stop that, but we would have already seen the Veiling Breeze come out.
I can't. How do you hold the
Yeah.
Veiling Breeze that deep into the turn?
Yeah. Oh,
There's a 3 visits.
there's a Calming Breeze as
Calming
well.
is not good enough.
Yeah, it's-
Calming doesn't stop this.
Yeah, 3 visits also is not good enough. It doesn't recover. Wait. No?
Even the combination
yeah.
of the 2 of them is still exactly lethal. Or actually, was that 4 or 5 damage on the Storm Slime? It
That
really
was
matters
5.
right now.
That's more damage now.
Oh, it's okay. It's 7. Oh, I'm
Yeah.
terrible at counting too. Okay, yeah.
It's
This
7
is
damage. So 7 minus 2.
Then- this is very, very tough for Asuna to find any way out of. I think at this point there's a recovery herb as well. I guess we should mention that there's a recovery
true.
herb.
So he can
and a
recover
dig.
3 and
As-
then cycle a card.
And Asuna used Scout the Land though, so Asuna knows what the top card is.
Yeah.
And so the cycle is only as relevant as whatever Asuna put there.
Yeah. But, Asuna has to do his best. Mine is 7 minus 3 is still 4. So that would still be 1 over lethal even. Oh, I think Asuna, he's doing a lot of math.
Yeah.
So there might be a chance.
Escape the
Oh,
Wreckage
all right.
Bandit.
Draw a card, but it draws into memory. Oh, wait, no, but he knows what he's having after this. And he's going to glimpse to bottom because he scouted before.
Wow.
But it's not enough.
And then goes for the cycle. This is a desperation
Yeah,
play.
you're right,
Just
you're
trying to
right.
get
Alright.
through those
Oh.
cards and find it. Unfortunately, it's a Fairy Whispers. I don't think that does it.
Yeah, I don't think even if he finds the Veiling Breeze, he won't have enough influence for it. So that is round 3 of EO Nationals going to Sangorio and Fire Slimes 2-1. Wow. This was such a cool battle to see, Dan.
Slimes is back. I mean, you got to understand, if you know how to play this deck, if you know the ways to put pressure on the opponent, and if you're very good at drawing Storm Slimes as well, all of those are important skills that Sangorio has.
I mean, Sangorio played a Storm Slam through a Stifling Gyre,
He
and
sure did.
Asuna had nothing else to respond, and it won him the game. So, not only do you have to be skilled at drawing these Storm Slimes, but you also have to be skilled in just having enough influence to pay for anything that your opponent throws at you.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, just navigating through any difficult interaction-based matchup with Slimes is a battle of skill.
Yeah.
The entire time. And there we saw Sangorio really showcasing how to take this deck all the way to currently undefeated at EU Nationals 3-0,
Yeah,
needing to just secure 2 more wins and then have the ability to ID into day 2 at the very worst, right?
Yeah, but let's keep in mind that IDing at Nats is not the most ideal play, considering that you want to get top 2 here. to make it to Worlds.
Yeah.
So the perfect in a perfect world, he just wins. He goes undefeated all day, and then he has a very comfortable tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Because top 8 is still single elimination. As long as he gets into top 8, he's well rested. Didn't have to stress too much. He can focus and just win in and easily make top 2.
Definitely. We'll have to check in on Songorio and, of course, Austin, another incredible player
Yep.
who we're going to check in on a little bit later and see if they can represent EU going into day 2 and the top cut. But for now, folks, we're going to head to another break before we head to round 4. So don't go too far. We've got more exciting action from Grand Archive EU Nationals coming at you real soon.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com. Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
see if Europe is right? About is Wind Crux so good that it can handle the fast speed 15 damage ablations that are powered up now by CL having access to 3 times as many 15 cost cards to be able to banish. Now we see, looking at Xenadril's list, they only did 2 of the Ionized Asceticism, so they're looking at 10 total 15 cost cards in here, but setting up Ablation has never been more consistent.
That is correct. Setting up Oblation is very easy, especially since you are not in any danger early on against this deck. You get just to do the thing you want to do. Activate all your angelic attendants to cremate them. Before we said burn the witch, now we burn the angel and drawing 3 more cards. So that certainly helps setting up things for your graveyard and also finding the key pieces you need. Luckily, the Flame Sorcelle is now a card that is even more consistent in this Oblation list, since you have so many 15 cost cards that you can just throw into the bin and then omen it at the end of turn. So you get to benefit of the Flame Sorcelle that you couldn't before, since you had to decide, do I omen a card to get something to draw and dig with the Flame Sorcelle, or is it just, nah, I'm good, I'm just having a card more in hand, right?
Well, it is to the point, too, having all those 15 cost cards where these decks are now running Folded Shadows, which was a card that didn't get a lot of play right when it came out because it requires you to get 33 total Omen value, which would normally be tough. But again, with 10, 15 cost cards, 45 is kind of just on the table in a lot of games. And that can be a card that in that late game, giving you both Spell Shroud and Stealth, can make it so... How does Lorraine even find the kill at that? But I wanted to pick your brain about this, Garrett, because I know you're excited about Wind Crux. What are we going to see? We talked about Oblation. What are we going to see from Wind Crux for a way to pop off and win the game?
So the idea is most likely for this specific build of Mario X to just influence, bully your opponent. That means you just accumulate more resources and more cool abilities that you can resolve multiple times with the wind element and all the replayability of on-enter abilities. With Imperious Galebind, for example, one of the very powerful cards in wind as an exalted card to activate multiple times the on-enter abilities of Ghost of Pendragon's, Aela, or other cards. And then just swooping away at your opponent every turn for all this damage that the allies provide. Ghost of Pendragon is a 3/4 ally, Aela is a 2/3 ally, and you can just protect one with the other.
Yep, that damage will add up really fast. So we'll see how the players can pull it off. Let's head down to the match where they are already getting started, and we will see if either of them has a stronger start than the other one here. With it looks like Maru X getting to start the game, getting to take the first turn and going to their second turn, going to Lorraine level 1 with that Sword of Shadows, where Xenadril on the end of turn going for that Creative Shock now, going to set up to be able to get that kind of key influence generation that CL needs to be able to take it.
And we already see in the graveyard for Xenadril one of the 15 cost cards that he can omen at the end of the turn. So that is already a pretty good position to be in here. Just the usual thing if you level up with CL, right? You go to level 1, you get your Surveil Possessions as a mastery, so we have this on the left-hand side.
Yeah, and Maru X actually looks like it was a Benediction Angel as well as a Reclaim, and getting to use that to level 2. Lorraine 1 as well, so that is that both players basically generating some pretty good advantage as they're starting off here. Here comes the Angel Attendant as well, imbued from Xenadril, so getting that Interceptor with the 0/3 and draw a card. This is a card you pointed out early on in the cast today, Garrett, as kind of a key way that these decks stave off damage early on too.
Yeah, protecting yourself from this chip damage that the decks that play those weenie allies provide is a key, especially if you are not running a lot of recovery in the deck. So escaping lethal early on and just increasing the threshold that needs to be met to just clear off those allies and damage counters on your champion is very valuable.
Maru X going for a Clarent Reimagined as well. So what you see with a lot of these Lorraine decks, of course, using those cards Cleric Reimagine as well as Fluffy Shopkeep as ways to banish a lot of swords, so that when they do get to Lorraine, actually this Crux one's using Spirit Ruler, so I'm so used to the fire one that was getting played for a while. But yeah, we're not actually trying to banish swords quite as often, but still banishing key cards to be able to use the Ascensions to get those swords back for value here. And of course, getting the Drawn Blade banished lets the Spirit Ruler take that out and get the card draw off of it as well. Now Maro X goes for the Dream Fairy, really nice way to get rid of that Angel Attendant and deny the value CL was trying to set up, the dig CL was trying to set up, as well as having a card to potentially omen if they decide to take that route too.
That is correct. And another thing that is very annoying for Xanadu here now is that he can't activate the Angelic Attendant anymore to cremate him, so he needs to find other cards that he wants to actually cremate. Luckily, a couple of them are in the deck, as the Limited Guides and Library Witches are still included in those ablation lists to have targets early on to just burn them, or just undeniable through them.
There's also the possibility that Xenadril just goes for a Dungeon Guide and then Cremation's a Dungeon Guide. It's another like reasonable line you can take when you think you have time going to level 3 to kind of build your hand back up afterwards. It looks like Xenadril, though, is simply going to, after using that Omen Bringer on enter, pass the turn and doesn't omen anything else either.
That is interesting. Let's see what he has plotted, since for sure he has something in mind to do with those cards. Maro X here just checking up a couple cards from the top of his deck here.
This could be done in response to an Omen as well. We don't know that the Omen hasn't happened yet. It could be in response to CL end of turn trigger that Maro X wants to do this, but we'll see.
But that is true. That is true. I totally forgot that it is actually a trigger that you can respond to. And
Maro X goes and simply reclaims the Angel, and then Xenadril Topsy Decrees. Okay.
Okay. Topsy to just banish the floating memory, having Maro X discard one.
Yeah, the Topsy imbued, and of course this is something that the deck gained access to as well. Of course, it always played Topsy, but now with the addition of Golden Checkmate, this is a new Norm Element Exalted card that has that 15 cost. So it actually imbues everything in the deck. It imbues Angels by being Exalted, it imbues Topsy by being Norm, and then it can be omened as a 15 cost card as well. But yeah,
correct.
we did see only nothing additional omened here, just going for the Purifying Thurible materialization on Maro X's side. So Maro is looking to really try and punish Xenadril and limit their ability to access anything in the yard here.
And here we have the Windmill Engineer, a good old friend that we see in every Wind deck, basically, just to regain influence, further your game state with getting deeper into the deck, and also being annoying as an ally to just for your opponent, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And actually not using the Purifying Thurible on the turn as well, waiting for Xenadril to try and omen a particular card from graveyard, perhaps, but Xenadril just banishes the 3 cards that were in the memory to go to CL Mirage's grave, activates the Lost Providence. Xenadril's an extremely good player and a competitive player in other trading card games as well, so not a player I would expect to forget the Lost Providence activation. Not like me. I'm one of the world's foremost forgetter of Lost Providence.
So now we have 2 on the table already.
Two on the table. You have 2 of Grand Archive's best forgetters of Lost Providence casting this game for you all. As Xenadril simply goes to the end of turn, it looks like, and lets Maro X go into the Lorraine Blademaster as well. This time did omen the Ionized Asceticism, it looks like, alongside the Advent of the Stormcaller.
It is very interesting to see that Xenadril most likely wants to get the Folded Shadows out, maybe even during the next turn, just to have something to protect himself against all those allies and attacks that Maro X might throw on the board. Since Wind doesn't have any meaningful way to deal long-term with the Folded Shadows, outside of suppressing it every turn with Aela, Imperious Galebinds, and such. So your opponent needs to commit resources every turn to still be able to attack you. That is quite a downer, actually, right?
Yeah, it is. It is like a significant tax on Maro X's ability to really meaningfully punch damage in while still kind of building the board out, and give Xenadril that opportunity to kind of steal the game back while he's under the effect of needing to pay an AL attacks every single turn. to punch damage in. But we'll see how they approach it as Marox does go to Lorraine Spirit Ruler, brings out the Drawn Blade as expected from the on enter, and is going to get a card back from there. Now, I want to note, Garrett, the influence is not super high for Lorraine right now.
That is correct, but luckily neither of those players has a huge amount of influence for Xanadu. So I think CL in general is a better deck to play on low influence. But speaking of low influence, where is the influence police that says, oh, can I draw 2 more cards? Then is Mario X allowed to do that? What do you think?
I am pretty sure in our Fire Ablation CL list that Marox is very allowed to draw these 2 cards. However, Xenadrill does have one nice piece of interaction here with the one of Nocturne's Oblivion. Oh, sorry, that's not a Baleful Ablation. Excuse me. Get a Baleful Ablation in response.
So what this does is it puts a lot of pressure on Mario X for the damage counters, and it clears off the board. So this is the perfect time for Xanadu to activate the Baleful Ablation. Just getting rid of the board, clearing off of his allies, putting damage on Mario X, while he has 0 cards in his hand to activate any cards. And he is just using the Clarion Reimagined here to protect his life total a little bit of 2 damage. So
that's interesting. You could definitely use the Clarent there to prevent damage to... Well, you can't prevent enough to save anything, I suppose. With only, we didn't have enough counters on it. Yeah. Yeah, no, just wants to prevent a little bit, then returns the Clarent Reimagined to the material deck to get the card draw off of the Ghost of Pendragon as well.
So you could have made an argument to use 2 counters on the Clarent, right? To just protect yourself for a lethal line against 2 Baleful Ablations back to back. Because right now you're at 13 damage counters, another Baleful Ablation will be dealing 15 damage to you, and that is lethal.
I think, though, with the triggers from CL potential, I don't think it quite gets there. And actually, we see, speaking of getting there, Xenadrill does have the second Ablation, and just exactly as you lined up there, Garrett, pops it off, deals the lethal damage, and already steals game 1 with the powerful combo that has been enriched by Radiant Origins.
That was certainly a very oblating finish here.
Yeah. I think that having, Xenadrill was able to just dig and find all of the things that they needed. Having the 2 Ablations in hand certainly was putting them in a good position. And again, it was an influence game, right? Marox did go down on influence to do things like try and play Topsy Decree and try and deny some value there. And the problem was Xenadrill just is more explosive.
That is correct. I think it is very interesting to see what Maru X is sideboarding in here. I see a couple very interesting cards for this specific matchup. You could make an argument to throw in Cleansing Reunions. So you just have more cards to get rid of cards in your opponent's graveyard.
I think you can, but isn't that just, that feeds into the same thing that just happened there, where you go down on cards to kind of deny them value, and then you get double ablations.
That is correct. That is correct.
I don't hate it. It's just, I think it's a tough scenario with these level 3, this sort of level 3 match where Lorraine needs another turn. Needs to have another turn to get set up. Now, I think a null spell, this is useful, and I think Orb of Sealing is the obvious one.
Yeah, Orb of Sealing is a very obvious card to put into your deck. What it allows you to do is, as soon as your opponent activates a Baleful Ablation with 2 or less omens, you just activate the ability of Orb of Sealing, flip those cards face down, and then Baleful Ablation will be checking after it resolves for the reserve cost count of cards in your memory, and if a card is face down, it doesn't have any reserve cost. That means you will be taking 0 damage from it. So that is a very potent ability to have.
That's I think an essential card to really put Ablation onto a game where they need to play interactively instead of just kind of ignoring what's going on. Like, okay, you want to draw cards? Well, 15 to you? Then 15 to you. So it's, yeah, I mean, I think that has to come in. I'm trying to look at Xenadrill's list here, and Xenadrill does have the Verrucan Acolyte in the main. But do we have... And the Nocturne's Oblivion, that could come up here as well, and including putting the second one in to deal with a potential Orb of Sealing. Of course, we don't have open deck lists yet, so the players don't know for sure whether that's going to come in. But outside of that, without Reduce to Ash, which has been kind of pulled out of the list here, there aren't as many ways to go into that sort of interaction that, okay, I'm going to ablation, you're going to orb ceiling in response, or I'll let that resolve, then I'll reduce the orb and flip them back. You need to have some of those ways to really fight that. Otherwise, yeah, I do think the orb ceiling is pretty powerful.
Especially in a wind deck, right? You can activate the Orb of Sealing, and in response to the card ability, you suppress it, and you permanently get 2 cards face down in your opponent's banishment
and that's
or
something
omen.
Ayala can do in this matchup. So that's where I really think Maro X needs one more turn, right? Needs to be with the momentum on getting to level 3 and then getting to play that turn they played there where they build influence without risk of being ablationed in response.
That is correct.
When that happens, though, then Maro X can maybe have like something like 7 or 8 cards on the next turn, and then kind of has that capability of going, okay, Orb Ceiling, can pay for Ayala, and still pay for some other piece of interaction, and play through that. So we will, we'll see in a second. Now the players did take a restroom break, it looks like, so we're just waiting for the players to return and get back into that. But in the meantime, I think we can just take another look at Xenadril's material deck as well. Now up a game, Xenadril, I think, has a couple of pretty nice options to bring in here too. I really don't hate Lantern into the current metagame. Of course, these level 3 decks, we talked early on in the stream, Garrett, about its utility against Veiling Breeze in wind decks, is utility against Advanced Imbue, which we're already seeing being played, but we didn't talk about Angelic Channeling. And that is a really cool play from Nullifying Mirror. You put the mirror out. If your opponent tries to Angelic Channeling in response, you turn everything norm. And when things are norm, they are not Advanced Element. And when they're not Advanced Element, you don't actually get to banish anything.
That is correct. That is a very big upside for Xenadril and a very big downside for Maro X here on that meta. Especially if you have a lot of cool cards put down, right, for the turn, and you, let's say, you imbued your Benediction Angel and plotted your turn already around the Angelic Channeling, getting cards saved for you for your level up turn to level 3. And if it suddenly is a norm card, you are very sad, especially if you want to level up.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, there's a possibility that comes in if there's anything that is just simply less useful in this matchup. One thing looking at Xenadril's list, though, is that there are, I guess, Orb of Sealing. The Orb of Sealing is a card that is not useful in this matchup. I can't think of a reason why that card would matter against Wind Crux, unless I'm forgetting something, Garrett. I think every interaction that you might think it's useful in is one where it isn't, because Wind Crux is really just looking to take cards from banishment and put them back into play, and that doesn't care whether or not they're face up or face down.
That is correct then.
So yeah, you can definitely replace that with Mirror, and that makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, Heavenly Guide, I could see come in here for sure for CL to be able to gain more advantage. And then the extra, I would bring in personally that extra Nocturne's Oblivion, expecting an Orb of Sealing to come in potentially against me. But otherwise, having access to just, if there's only one thing to return with Ghost of Pendragon, you can pop it.
You are correct. You can pop the Ghost of Pendragon or just the Regalias, or your opponent.
You can just pop the Ghost to not take damage if you really need to. So it's pretty useful, flexible card here. But here, we're going into Maro X's first turn now on the back foot, trying to swing this back with a reverse sweep. Gets the Benediction Angel imbued turn 1, and then likely a pass. I'm trying to see, is that a Reclaim in hand? I think it is.
It is a Reclaim, and the Dungeon Guide, and a couple of other cards. I saw an Ace and Protector.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That could be pretty good. Getting the value off of Reclaim, then going next turn Benediction Angel into another
Protector.
ASIN, the strong, yeah. But we see Xenadril with a good start here, too. You like to say burn the witch, Garrett.
Yeah. It is a very hot start here, for sure. Too hot for the witch, but for Xenadril, just the right amount of heat that he needs.
Temperature for Xenadril, yeah. Too hot for the witch, though, unfortunately. Angelic Channeling coming down right now. This is a strong Angelic Channeling, setting aside the Ayala and the Spirit Blade Ascension for Maro X to be able to draw into hand on their level 3. Now, this is more what I think Wind Crux wants to be doing right now.
That is indeed what you want to do. Keeping your good advanced element cards safe, and then just drawing deeper into your deck to facilitate all those cards that help you level up efficiently and plussing you. We even found a Fluffy Shopkeep, so you get to banish cards from your material deck, most likely the Drawn Blade, to get it out right away, and then... Oh,
And there, we're just, I think, I was thinking this too. As soon as I saw the Reclaim not being played, then we're just setting up to Ace and Protector and start putting pressure on, returning that Benediction Angel as well. So Maru X is setting themselves up right now to sort of be the driver of this matchup. They want to be putting the pressure back onto Xenadrill and saying, you need to set yourself up into be the lower influence position. And it's like you were saying, Garrett, it's like an influence bullying setup where we know that as soon as Maru X goes to level 3 now, they'll have some of the strongest cards in their deck to be able to rely on to then push, potentially just kind of close the game before Xenadrill is able to set up the big ablation line.
Yeah, but also a very important key piece is that as soon as you go up to level 3, you are 100% of the time have a weapon at your disposal that you can use the Spirit Blade's Ascension on to just banish cards from your opponent. So
yeah, exactly. And I like this too. Nullifying Mirror coming down, by the way, that is the new store champs. Victory, Nullifying Mirror. It's a gorgeous card. I'm so sad. I have to fight like world champion Taylor to be able to get it. I never can win these things. But following that up, of course, with the Imbued Angel Attendant as well. But yeah, like I think it was really good. We had this discussion about Nullifying Mirror, and we do see Xenadrill really respecting the power of Imbue in this deck and getting that set up to be able to use it. We're going to see it used in Recollection as well. This is something you specifically called out earlier, Garrett, too. You have to use this in advance of the Imbue card being played. But also, I see another Angelic Channeling in Maru X's hand. So, like, this is really all of the interaction that that Xenadrill wants to be able to try and prevent Maru X from gaining any additional advantage in this match.
So this is very interesting because if you are going into Xenadrill's turn as Maru X, you have the choice to activate the Angelic Channeling and force an activation of the Nullifying Mirror here during Xenadrill's turn. That means you are able to imbue cards during your turn.
Yeah, or you could do it in your rec as well, potentially, depending on when you choose to level here. And we do see Lorraine sitting at level 1 right now as well in a position where I think you're right. Like, there's a decent amount of flexibility in how this turn can be played out, but we do see Xenadrill getting their own Angelic Channeling here, and yeah, those are, I think that's an Ablation, and I think that's obviously a 15 cost card as well. Going now to CL level 1. I mean, wow, both players really are kind of like getting a really solid start here and looking to have an explosive level 3.
Yeah, basically both players are saying, this is what I will be doing as soon as I go to level 3. Do you have any idea how to counter it? You should figure it out.
Yeah, you're going to have to. And the Creative Shock coming down here, there is perfect. Finding a golden checkmate, getting that discarded right now, setting up to be able to, at the end of the turn we level to CL level 1, get to omen the golden checkmate and already be set up. I think we do need to put the Mastery in play, I think, still from CL.
So the card underneath the material deck on the left-hand side is the Mastery.
Oh, okay.
But let's see what Xenadrill is now throwing down on the board. It looks like 2 cards that could indicate anything that he wants to burn down. And 2 more, another 3. Oh, that looks like an undeniable truth just to draw a couple more cards.
Sure. Yeah, potentially. This is a dangerous spot though, because the thing about playing these level 3 decks is as soon as a player goes to level 1, you have to understand that they're threatening level 3 on the next turn.
That is correct. Luckily, Maru X is in the wind element, so there are ways around your opponent going up to level 3. And here we have the Verican Acolyte, most likely taking out the...
This is a Square Live promo art, right? I think.
Yes, it is.
It's a VTuber collab artwork of this Verican Acolyte. But yeah, that is, I mean, that's a pretty nice sort of advantage play here just to get the sword off the board and force Maru to not... I think Maru really wants to do Clarent this turn, but it has to do Orb Sealing too. This is kind of I think a good representation of a component of competitive Grand Archive that I think a lot of newer players will overlook a little bit, but I like to think of this as material deck pressure.
Yeah.
The idea is that Maru X wants to go to 3 to play the game and play their deck out, but also is under pressure to put a lot of other things out. Putting out this Orb of Sealing to hold off Ablation. Obviously, that's being threatened already from Xenadrill getting that golden checkmate into the Omens. Also does want to get Clarent out to have a sword to be able to do things with, a card to return easily off of Ghost of Pendragon and Protection. But double Ace and Protector puts them in the spot where maybe Protection's less necessary.
I think Mario X now transitioned into the ally game plan here with 2 Ace and Protectors, 3-4 allies for 4 that give you the resource that you already committed the turn before.
This makes the Orb of Sealing like the key card to play here, because as long as the Ablation actually right now is less interested in taking Maro X out of the game as it is clearing the board. I think like it wants to do both things, and Maro X, as long as they have that Orb of Sealing and kind of can control how many cards are in Omens that are face up, that's going to give them the advantage in not getting Ablation here. Now, this is interesting though.
So Mario X chooses to activate the Orb of Sealing in response, or rather in response to the Recollection trigger, where Xanadril is recollecting the cards to flip down the 15-cost card with an Omen counter.
But that does mean if a Dungeon Guide comes down, if Xanadril still has 4 in hand, which I'm not 100%. Well, the Liminal Guide, though, they should, I think. The Dungeon Guide comes down, there is an opportunity potentially to still Oblation that Maro X can't respond to. Yeah, there's 4 in hand here. So the CL Mirage of the Grave comes out. That Liminal Guide, hopefully Xanadril doesn't miss the trigger on the Guide. The Guide wants to come out right now to get the card draw, although it could be missed here. But Maro X, by using that Orb of Sealing kind of early and just getting the 1 card face down, now open it up where Xanadril at end of turn, if they have some way to Omen a 15-cost card, can then, before passing the turnover, still pop the Ablation.
Yeah, this would be a lot of damage. It would put Mario X at 18 in total if you consider the attack.
Resolving the channeling. Sorry, that's what it was. Resolving the channeling first, then using the Liminal to draw into the cards that they want.
Yeah, into the Baleful Ablation, you mean?
Yeah, well, yes.
So we know for sure that Xanadril has at least 1 Baleful Ablation now in hand, and I think also a 15 cost on top of his deck.
I think so,
if
yeah.
he chooses to.
It was a thought process of what cards go on top and go on bottom with channeling. I think all just went on top. End of turn, there's Omening that, and this is exactly the line.
Yeah.
Omening from hand, the Ionized, and playing the Ablation down. But Maro X has a response.
Ooh, and no spell on the Baleful Oblation here.
Okay.
This is a very good representation of what the card you need to have is at the specific point in time. It reminds me almost of the Incapacitate drawing of this 1 Lost Providence during Recollection in the first game today.
Yeah, it does. Having it there, Maro X went for that Orb of Sealing. I should never have doubted them, knowing that they got the Annul spell backup, baiting Xanadril into using an Ablation. I think that's the important thing. This wasn't just saying, okay, let's play around each other. It was, I'm going to make you think you can do this. And then I'm going to actually get rid of an Ablation entirely out of your hand. Then Wake Up can Orb of Sealing the other one whenever they're ready now. And really, at this point, bought that turn, right? Where now they're going to be able to Dungeon Guide to 3, have multiple Asins in play, can Ghost of Pendragon, the Clarent that came out here too, and I mean, or actually, sorry, they get a Drawn Blade off of the Spirit Ruler too. There you can get the Drawn Blade back in the material deck. Drawing, there's so many cards drawn. What a good position for Lorraine.
So what you also can do is now...
Oh, the Palvor, actually. I forgot that was there. That is
okay,
good.
that is also pretty good, pretty good. And we saw already a Ghost of Pendragon in Mario X's hand.
And
now we are resolving the channeling.
The channeling put Aela and the Ascension on top here too. So one thing to remember with Ascension is that with Ascension in Maro X's hand, once it's there, with a Palvor Sword in play, your opponent never has a graveyard if you don't want them to. Because as soon as they try to do anything, omen something from grave, you can put the Palvor back in material and bring it back out right away, which just immediately takes the whole graveyard and puts it back banished face down.
That is a very annoying interaction for all those graveyard-based decks. And it is a very strong tech into all those water decks that want to have a graveyard that is very big, like Gambu, or have specific cards into the graveyard, like Aether Wing Diana right now.
Yep.
So very heads-up deck choice and construction of the deck just to counter all those popular things, right?
Definitely. And that's the advantage of this Wind Crux deck is it's a very flexible engine. It has the ability to, like you said, Garrett, go to an ally game plan just like this, where now there's 3/3/4s in play that are putting lethal pressure onto Xenadril on the next turn in conjunction with any Lorraine attack that occurs. And additionally, you still have all of this flexibility to play on your opponent's turn and play around a lot of their plays. You can banish graveyards. You can bring out Sword of or Prismatic Edge to do a variety of powerful lines, damage lines as well. Xenadril is definitely feeling on the back foot at this point. Get some Manxam Armoire out to be able to try to interact. The important thing here is you can get that Orb Ceiling to pop and then use the Armoire to take a face-down card back up and put a face-up card back in. So the players are trying to position around each other a little bit.
Oh, and another Baleful Oblation from Xenadril.
Okay, and
Putting
here,
the-
we're going to see this exact line.
That is correct. And now it happens just as you explained before then. He's taking this
Ionized asceticism. I know, some of these card names get crazy. Ionized asceticism gets put back into hand and then back into Omens, face up this time. So now that Oblation is going to resolve, it looks like just a reclaim from Maru, trying to save probably the Ghost of Pendragon.
He pointed at the Ghost of Pendragon here, and Xenadril thinking about the line here. If he wants to interact with it further, what is his choice going to be?
What are you doing then? Like Foe Awake? I guess you pop the Lost Providence. I mean, if you played a Foe Awakening, then I guess you could kill the Ghost of Pendragon in response, but you have no hand anymore. So maybe that's like not an ideal. You're dealing 15 damage to Lorraine, or was the Clarent? Where'd the Clarent go?
The Clarent did get returned
That
with
was
the Ghost of Pendragon.
That was the target with the Ghost. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, no Clarent here. So is a foe line available?
I think
15,
Xenadril
16, 17,
is
18, 19.
trying to figure out if he can go to a lethal line here.
Yeah, that's what
by
I think.
some means.
I think with a foe, and then the end of turn trigger, you're like 1 damage off. Because you're looking at an additional 6 damage on top of the ablation. Oh no, that would be lethal. That is a lethal line.
Okay. Interesting how the players might sequence here now the interaction, and it seems like it just resolves as is. The reclaim resolves and returns the Ghost of Pendragon to the hand. All the other allies on the board just get yeeted down to the graveyard or the banishment if you are a thermal.
Yeah. Xenadril must just be playing around any other potential interaction Maru has in hand, because that is using the foe and then doing an end of turn trigger on that ablation would be lethal. And the foe can actually omen cards, because it will discard everything and then omen them, so it has access to everything. So I think Xenadril just had a heads-up line around a piece of interaction in Maru's deck that didn't want to get caught off guard by.
I have a feeling that Xenadril now said, basically, you now need to have lethal in hand somehow, otherwise I just kill you next turn eventually.
The foe can just be dropped at any point here, so it can wait for Maru to commit.
But the problem for Maru is that
And
he
there it
needs
is. It's in response to materialize. You're just waiting exactly as we thought here, waiting on that interaction, goes the foe in response, and that is lethal for game 2. So that means a match win for Xenadril on the Fire Ablation CL.
That was a very quick one. Especially very tough for Maru X to deal with is unpreventable damage sources. This is not every deck has available at their disposal, and that is one of the key strengths of CL as a deck by themselves. Having those instances of unpreventable damage, no Veiling Breeze, no Calming Breeze, nothing protects you unless you can give yourself Spell Shroud in some way. And as soon as you go hands down, you are just basically losing on the spot.
Yeah, it's a deck that has a lot of ways to interact with, especially board-based decks. And it's a deck that I get people picking up right now, because you face a lot of board-based decks right now in the current metagame. You're facing Diana decks that are putting down threats abound. Lots of allies plus weapons that are things that you can potentially interact with and deal with. And you're also facing decks like even Razor Gale is a board-based deck at the end of the day. It is a spell damage deck, but it relies on having those components on the board to be able to push that damage or playing Aeson lines, Raccoon lines. So there are decks right now, let alone a pile of other decks that do play in the metagame as well. Those two are kind of like the big threats, but there's a bunch of other decks that are going to play to board. And we're seeing a lot of ally decks, a surprising amount of them in the room back here behind us. So Windcrux is really good there. But as far as the kings of just dealing damage out of hand to you as a spell, 15 damage, fast speed for 3, this is Oblation CL's specialty. And Oblation just says, well, I get that you can interact with the board, and I just don't care.
Not having a board that can be interacted with is also somewhat of a strength, right? If you don't provide anything your opponent can interact with, you are more often than not doing what you want to do if you construct your strategy like that. And the Oblation deck just does that. As soon as an ally hits the board, you just want to remove it yourself for drawing more cards.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I think there are going to be other matchups here where, of course, Xenadrill is an incredible player. There are matchups here where it looked like that Oblation was almost an unfair way of winning. But those early games when you don't have all of those defensive pieces, the Diana deck just kind of shoots you, and it's not great. But of course, Xenadrill is playing more defensively, right? And this is an adaptation that we're seeing. And I'm really curious to see how they continue to go. As I mentioned earlier, Xenadrill, a seriously competitive player, an Ascent champion, just a really, really solid player who brought, I think, a really nice version of this list that is flexible enough to take out a lot of decks in the room behind them. But Maro X, I'm really impressed by the plays Maro X was making, really forcing Xenadrill to be the level of player that they are to be able to steal that. Otherwise, Maro X was set up that next turn to push that lethal line too.
The first game was almost in Maro X's favor if it was not have been for Xenadrill as a player there.
Yep, exactly. And setting themselves up to have the double Oblation and just, yeah, I mean, I'm going to go for it.
At times, you just have to have it, right?
Yep. Yep, there are a lot, especially I think in the meta right now, there are a lot of decks in Grand Archive where you are just going to say, I'm going to force you to have the absolute nuts and play to your outs. And if you don't, then I got you. And when we see the players at this caliber playing these decks this way, they often play to having the outs. And when they have them, then when you lost Providence the end cap, well, there you go.
If you have it, you have it. One of the very popular players from Europe once taught me, if you have it, just send it. And as we see, people are just doing this right now. Yep,
and it's an effective strategy that does lead to both some of the craziest outs in the world that makes the game really fun to watch, as well as just the seriously decisive finishes where we go, oh my god, that was a lot of damage. So what I like is that it's fun either way, no matter which side we see, but it'll be fun also to watch these players continue. Of course, these were undefeated players going into round 4 here. We're going to watch now Xenadrill at 4 wins, needing to pick up one more win before they are in that territory where even if everything goes badly, they might just be able to ID into day 2. But more importantly, setting themselves up to have that line of victories that take them into a solid, comfortable spot going into day 2 to score their gauntlet slot at the very worst if they can make top 8.
Yeah, for Maro X, there are enough rounds left to also secure their spot, and he just needs 2 more wins and most likely can just draw out the last round if he finds those wins, right?
But if we see Maro X continuing to play that way too, I mean, I'm not going to count out just a clean sweep through the rest of this, setting up a nice position going into day 2 where very little is needed to really make it into that top 8. And the nice thing, of course, at European Nationals here is that our top 8 players all this year are making it into Worlds in some capacity, with the first and second players at the end of the event making it all the way into Worlds, just guaranteed, and then the rest going into Gauntlet.
Yeah. Getting into the Gauntlet is also a way, as you said, to qualify for Worlds. If you make the top 16 of the Gauntlet, that is another last chance qualifier type of event for Worlds 2026. in Singapore this year. So this is going to be amazing for those players that reach this stage, and securing top 8 for Mario X might not be too hard if you look at the field and the deck he brought. Positioned in the meta, it is very tough, and I would go the extra mile and say that Oblation is one of the worst matchups he could face.
I think that's really true. This is a deck that is honestly kind of similar in how it's trying to gain advantage in the game to a deck like Seiryu right now. And I know from a lot of team testing that Oblation was kind of the one list that was never really able to be shored up for the main deck team on their Seiryu list too. But both lists are ostensibly just lists that are wind decks that go to 3 and then use board-based interaction with Ayala to try and keep control of the game and out-influence the opponent. They do very similar things, but then have a pile of kind of different pros and cons that I take. And it's interesting to see Europe really coalescing around. Out of those two lists, well, Crux is the one that we like the most. And it's hard to argue when you get to see things being played like of course, Clarent having such a flexible route and ways to just stave off Razor Gale that you don't normally get to see. But also, like, I was really sad we didn't get to see some of these cards played like Numinous Monk. Numinous Monk is such a cool, like, weird alternate win con for this deck that allows you just to start resting your Regalia to deal damage to the opponent. And I was really hoping we get to the stage where you can see a Monk drop and, like, just spike a bunch of damage in.
That is for sure a very interesting take. And if I'm not too mistaken, you can also pick off allies with it, right? Or is it just...
I believe it's unit. Yeah, I think it's unit. So very flexible card to play. And again, that's really the modus operandi, I should say, of this deck is just flexibility. Just knowing that I'm going to go to 3, and once I get to 3, I'm going to look at my matchup and figure out what I need to do.
That is correct. Also, Spirit Blade is sanctioned a very strong card with all those regalias, right? If you have a Numinous Monk on the board, you can just basically replay your sword that you use the on-enter ability on, most of the time Prismatic Edge, since Maru X is also running a fire card in the main deck.
Yeah.
So
we didn't get to talk about that at all, but we're looking at the list as we were getting ready to cast the round and saw, we're very used to in these Lorraine, any Crux list in the past that's using Prismatic Edge, they play off aspect cards to be able to have some sort of, like, gain some sort of full advantage when they play Prismatic Edge. And in the game's history, we've gone in and out of different options for doing that, but historically it's been we're playing floating memory cards, and when, like, water is less played in the meta, you play water cards in the main because you know you're going to play against wind and fire. So you're going to have lots of options to be able to get the advantage there. Now we see in Martin's list just one copy of Tyrannical Denigration. I had to look at Garrett before this started and said, "What's that card again?" I couldn't even remember what this
neither
one
could
was.
by the way.
Yeah. But it's number one, it's interesting that it's a fire card because they know they're going to play against water decks, Genbu, Aether Ring Diana, and want to have access to that 3 damage off of Prismatic Edge. But number 2, this is really cool because it is an advanced element card, which means it is a card to set up Digging with Channeling or Imbuing Benediction Angel in this list as well. And I just think it's very interesting right now in the current metagame with the rise of things like the Raccoon-based Razor Gale lists to see players leaning on, I don't care about float because you're just going to banish it anyway. It's not important to me. What I care about is making sure I can turn on some of my effects that are looking for advanced element cards.
Yeah. Those advanced element cards are really the key to this Wind Crux deck, I think. And also, the free damage enable you to clear off pesky allies. For example, the Froststorm Paladin on enter comes in and you say, "Oh, Spirit Blade is sanctioned. Take 3." And he is just gone. The opponent gets to draw a card, sure, but at least no 3/4 for free that makes the board state a hell for you to deal with.
Yeah, and of course, when you have that in your memory, then as soon as you can get an Ayala in play, you can use that Prismatic Edge every single turn if you want to, and actually multiple times across multiple turns if your influence gets big enough. So it's very threatening. It's an extremely threatening deck, and I think what leads Oblation to be so strong against it is Oblation just, unless it really bricks, doesn't give the deck any time to set that up.
Yeah. Very interesting. I just thought about it since you mentioned you can use Ayla on the Prismatic Edge, it is a reoccurring minus influence play for your opponent, right?
Yep.
Since if you reveal a win card with Prismatic Edge from your memory, that means your opponent banishes one card at random from memory. And if you go to that state where you can basically do this every turn, even though your opponent will draw one card for turn, that is basically negated by your on-enter ability of the Prismatic Edge.
Now, there's a way to play around that, Garrett. Just don't play anything on your turn, and then you don't have to get anything banished. Of course,
That is true. That is a way.
Fairly favorable against Lorraine to just simply not play the game as well. So, you know, either
Just
way.
don't play cards.
Yeah, just don't play. But yeah,
You could also do the very mean thing if you are Xanadri, right? Just Foe Awakening.
at Foe Awakening, we saw the power of that. Of course, that card certainly feels like it's on a different level in a situation like that compared to most cards in the game. This ability to say, yeah, I just have one card left in hand, but actually you lose right now.
It is a very mean card in most cases where it's good, and if it's not good, you are very sad to see copies of it.
Well, as we start to look towards the future matchups that we'll see going into round 5, what are we looking to see next, Garrett? I mean, I have to point out. I'll seed the thought a little bit. We haven't actually seen an Eighth Ring Diana on stream yet. I mean, we probably should put that on.
Probably. But maybe we also can find a couple other water decks that we can put on, since water is kind of the flavor of the season, and being well hydrated is something that everyone should be. So
What does it mean if water is the flavor of the season when water is itself a fairly flavorless drink?
that is a very good question. Maybe it's just some rust in the water.
Oh, okay. Maybe here in Europe, the water has a different taste to it than what I'm used to in the U.S.
Most definitely. I'm pretty
Okay.
sure of that.
I know your preferred flavor of water, Garrett, is gin flavored water, isn't it?
Yeah, Angry Man in wet is pretty cool.
We would be lucky, I think, to see a water gin show up. I know it was doing well going into the last round. I didn't check in on how it's performing, but there is at least one water gin that was really pushing into the top ranks of the event today earlier on. So very possible we can see that. Water gin versus Diana.
Possible.
You definitely, for the water gin player, need to have played into that matchup a little bit and built your deck around not taking as much damage.
You need to have defensive tools at your disposal in your main deck against the Water Diana. Otherwise, you are very quickly very sad.
Yeah.
So Topsy Decrees are probably good cards to have in your main deck. Crystallized Destiny, just to stop the first glimpse, that is the most important glimpse of the Diana deck to get the engine rolling, right? Did you ever sit across from a player who just didn't get to glimpse after the first attack?
Yes.
It is very refreshing to see, right?
Yeah. That is the truly refreshing water to see. I mean, I play a lot of Astro Diana, as did you, and so I know how important it was to hit that glimpse in that deck. But it's even more so when the stakes are this high and players are this competitive. Every single little bit of advantage you can gain is sometimes the one bit you needed to be able to close the game off. And a lot of times those Eighth Ring Diana openers are like, okay, awesome, I have 2 archers. I'm going to go crazy. I just need to hit with this attack.
And if you don't hit, you are very sad because you are just being in a pond and not in a river.
Yeah, exactly. It's really tough to weave a mana stream that doesn't exist for you. So the players are going to be looking to if they get into that matchup, the Jin player wants to deny as much value as possible from the Eighth Ring Diana player, and the Eighth Ring Diana player just wants to hit Jin in the face as hard as they possibly can. So I think it's not out of the question at all to see that matchup coming up, but either deck we're going to be looking to get on stream here at some point. Given the room, Garrett, I don't know if you had to take a look around and see a lot of the other decks. I saw a lot of Eighth Ring Diana. I saw a decent amount of Razor Gale. I saw a decent amount of Wind Crux. I saw a few Water Allies. That was a kind of a fun one to see. And we've seen a bunch of other weird things. There's a Fire Umbra Alice floating around there.
That is a good one. I hope this player wins out a couple games so we can put him on.
That's a fun match to watch. We get to see Nico on stream earlier, but I saw several of those. I saw several Fortuitous Wind Rise.
Oh.
Another fun one. And I have to tease. Oh, there's some slimes. We saw that on stream as well. But I have to tease. There is one. I think just one. Neos Tenoris in the room.
You are correct. I saw this player, and until the last round, until round 3, he was, I think, undefeated. I'm not
Okay.
100% sure.
Okay.
So maybe we have Tony on featured match soon.
That would be very fun. I think the players would love to see a Neos showdown. Tony is one of those champions that has very, very, very zealous fans. There are the fans out there who are dedicated, die-hard Tenoris fans, just waiting for Neos to pop off, crying for more Neos cards to be printed for just that one thing that he's missing. And we can never quite pin down what it is. But whatever that thing Tony's missing is, once it shows up, he's going to go crazy, trust me.
Some people might be saying it's a level 2 that doesn't get plus 3 attack on enter. But maybe that's a hot take. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, I think I would have been on board with saying that is a hot take. Or that is the take. That's like the thing that's missing. But now we've seen these Jinlets who are actually doing well. And often the level 1 and 2 don't do anything in the Jin list in a very similar way to Tenoris. So I don't know. It can be shored up by a simple card like Seething Intercession that suddenly makes things feel a lot stronger.
It is probably not the level 3 or advanced element stuff that is hindering Tenoris to be strong, but also he needs maybe a dedicated way to go to level 3 and capitalize on what the champion lineage does or what the cards do that are already inherently very strong, right?
Can you just play Radiant Origin of Guardian?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, all right then.
I think
guess
that
you can.
card is a little bit too slow,
Sure.
as most of the Origins, sadly, but there are for sure some underexplored ways
Yeah.
still in all the card pool of Grand Archive and specifically Radiant Origins as a whole to make decks work in a certain way, right? The set isn't out that long already, and as I said before early on stream, we have not that many brewers, so there is probably something we are all missing, and maybe you figured it out.
You'll have to let us know if you do. Let's take a quick look. We're going to head to a lunch break soon, but let's take a quick look just at the prizes that the players are competing for today, just so we can make sure we can hype up how exciting it is, because we've talked a lot about these up to 8th place prizes to get into the Gauntlet and Worlds, but that's not all, of course. Look at, Garrett, this gigantic prize pool that these players do get for placing as well.
I think 3,000 euros, that is about 3,800 USD right now.
You know the conversion better than me, I guess. I don't usually have to buy cards in euros online.
It is for sure a big chunk of money that makes your vacation with your trip to Worlds very enjoyable here. And you can't count out all those CPRs and booster boxes you get on top for the first place here. So the CPR being the 3 of Hearts, already a very sought after card, and getting a playset of those, I would definitely spend quite a good chunk of money on those.
Yeah,
if I could afford.
I want one for Pantheon, just one, but it still is an expensive card. And you can see that beautiful artwork by Gule on the right side as well. But in addition to that, of course, RDO booster boxes, PTM booster boxes, all available there. And plus, when you do qualify for Worlds, you get your travel and accommodation covered in first and second place. Second place, just getting a reduction really of down to still getting 2,000 euros, as well as still getting the 4 of national CPR set, and then going down to 3 RDO boxes, 3 PTM boxes. And then as we carry down to the Gauntlet qualified players, still a nice Euro cash payout of 1,500 for 3rd and 4th, and then 2 of each box, and just 2 of the CPRs, but I mean, the value of those, you're still doing pretty well there. And then even if you make 5th through 8th place, it is really nice to get the 2 of national CPR and the qualification for the Gauntlet, as well as 750 euros.
As I checked up for flights to Singapore already a couple of weeks ago, 750 euros is almost the amount of money you need to shell out for the flights. So you basically got half your trip already paid for the Gauntlet. If you consider that you get the super VIP package on top of getting the Gauntlet invite, I think you already are set good up for going on to this trip to Singapore to play in the Gauntlet.
And then you get the payout for the Gauntlet as well. So yeah, it is set up to really make it so that, okay, you make it to Gauntlet, then you definitely can take this trip to Singapore, go play it out, do your best, try and compete for Worlds, and then whatever happens, you're still going to feel like you did okay, and you got a lot of really valuable and cool cards, product, prizes, promos along the way. But for now, we're going to be coming back in the future, not too long, for round 5. And it's going to be super exciting as we have a lot more cool decks, as we kind of tease for you guys all to show you. But first, Garrett, I'm hungry. How about you?
Oh, some food would be pretty good.
Yep. So we're going to go on a lunch break. Make sure all of our players here are properly satiated, hydrated, have everything that they need to continue to compete at the top level here at Grand Archive 2026 European Nationals. We need to eat as well. Hope you all can have a nice little lunch break wherever you are, or I don't know, whatever you need to do depending on where you're watching this from. But don't go too far, because we'll be coming back after the break to bring you round 5. Stick around. It'll be super fun, and lots more sparks are going to fly. We'll see you all really soon.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first Wake Up, Materialize, and Recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能をと思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じたみてる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than one copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with one lesser boon and one greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than one copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with one lesser boon and one greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than one copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with one lesser boon and one greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than one copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with one lesser boon and one greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first Wake Up, Materialize, and Recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
Hello and welcome back to the Grand Archive European National Championship here in Prague. My name is Garrett and for round 5 I'm here with Clem. Clem, are you excited for the next match?
Oh, I'm really, really excited for this match. One of them, like our opponents here are both Europeans. We're continuing with our theme. Although there was a bit of a break last round, but we're back to all Europeans on stream. We have Water Gambu against Wind Crux Lorraine. Now, I think, Water Gamble, pretty boring deck overall. We've seen it, we know it, we love it. It is what it is. But Wind Crux Lorraine is an up-and-coming, it's like a revival of the Crux deck. Do you want to look at this a bit more, Garen?
Of course. As we saw in the round before, against the Oblation deck, the Wind Crux deck was a little bit struggling, but I'm pretty confident that the configuration of this version will help to fight what Gambu wants to do. As we established before, right? Just inherently having a lot of utility against the water matchups in general with the Cleansing Reunions, Annual Spell, and all those cards is pretty good, and I'm pretty confident that our player for the Wings will just show us during the game how strong this actually is.
Yep.
He's also running a few very interesting tech choices against, for example, attack-based decks. Rose Eternal Pendragon is one of the very cool cards that can intercept those attacks, right?
Yeah, it's even better than Intercept, right? Because if something says unblockable, like a Shadow Strike, for example, comes down, then Rose can still intercept it in a way where if you fast activate it, you can just redirect the attack to her. So she goes around that, which makes her even better than your average interceptor, like ASIM Protector. There's also a really cool... Sorry to interrupt you. There's also a really, really cool in Spirit Blade Retribution in this deck.
Spirit Blade Retribution, one of the ultimates that got released in Radiant Origins here. So it is a pretty interesting card, and once you activated it, not successfully, just have tried to activate it, the next time you can activate it for free. And
that is really, really good.
Now, if you are here hearing that there's only one copy in the deck, you're asking yourself, wait, how do you get it back? There is the good old friend Crux side that says draw one card and get one Crux card from your graveyard back into your hand. So
Retribution also inherently has that, but I think we should head into the game and see how this one-off copy of Retribution plays out for FTV Wings against Yoroi for round 5 of the EU Nationals of Grand Archive. I'm really excited to see, actually, how it goes. Who do you think has the upper hand here?
Looking at the lists, I think Yoroi is a little bit favored here for this matchup, just for the first match. And after that, it comes down to who draws better and gets to play their outs more efficiently. But let's not just talk too much around and head right into the gameplay very quickly and to see what the players are up to. And we see that Yoroi already got a Fractal of Rain imbued and is activating a gentle respite here to just profit off of it. Just drawing one more card into the memory since he has less influence than for the Wind Wings here. So let's see what outs he finds early on to pressure Gambu a little bit and put himself in a favorable position. And here we have...
Yeah. Oh, there's Bella and Cruxtide imbuing a Benediction Angel. You'd love to see it, honestly. An early Benediction Angel can do a lot, right? Because you immediately draw a card into your memory, even though you don't get to recover and you don't get the full value of it. It is 1 damage every single turn, and it replaces itself. So I think it is pretty good, especially in this matchup, to start to push the damage early.
Yeah, pushing damage against Gambu is what you want to do. Putting pressure on the player here is the name of the game, so he can't set up in ways he wants to and has to interact with your board state and with the things you do. So Benediction Angel being basically just a windmill in the norm element is a pretty good play nevertheless.
Yep, and that is pretty painful seeing Yoroi target FTV Wings from Croatia actually mill the top of their deck and hits a Ghost of Pendragon. Luckily, we do know that there is a Cruxite in hand, but it's still tough to know, like, there is always a chance that something targets that Pendragon and it's gone forever. It's not that hard.
And here we saw. So what happened during the recollection phase was that for Yoroi, Seaside Ringleader got milled, and he activated in the recollection phase the ability of Seaside Ringleader that says pay to reserve, banish this card, draw a card into your memory, and for the rest of the turn, animals you activate this turn come in with 1 buff counter. And now he found a Tidestone Bovine. Tidestone Bovine is a super strong card in Gambu specifically.
Yep.
Because you get to profit of all the abilities the card has. It is an animal that gets a buff counter, so it's now a 2/3 for free. The base stat line you want to have in your deck.
Yep.
It on attack mills target player, so you can even choose your opponent if you feel so. So getting rid of the top cards of your opponent's deck, if you glimpsed, is a pretty cool thing you can do.
Yeah, and you get the Gambu counter no matter, the quest counter from Gambu no matter what. Oh, Conniving Plans. You love to see it if you're Roy here, because FTV Wings only had 3 cards for this Thurble, so there's only going to be 3 cards banished, while Yoroi still gets to keep the upper hand here.
Yeah, and he gets to choose which cards to banish here, so you are most likely keeping all the water, floating memory cards, and Fractal of Polar Depths being banished. So this could be a disadvantage down the line for Yoroi if we are going to a game state where you need to use your Tabula of Salvage to get cards back into your deck if you milled yourself out already a lot. So
yeah, well, you know, it's Yoroi probably doesn't want to get to a point where his deck is so small that he has to survive off of a Tabula, but absolutely. It's a bit stressful not being able to recycle all of your Fractal of Polar Depths. Stifling Gyre coming out from FTV Wings here. We will get an update in a second on what exactly was named here.
Even though, without looking, I would bet it is the good old Frostswarm Paladin.
Yeah.
It is just a hunch.
It is the most likely candidate, considering that there is not a lot of unenters in Yoroi's deck. And Frostswarm Paladin is definitely one of the best ones. It draws a card and gets a buff counter.
Yeah. Being a 3/4 for free that draws you a card on enter is pretty good. So let's just wait. But I'm pretty confident this is what got named.
Yeah.
And here we have the Angelic
Channeling is exactly what FTV Wings wants to see, considering he already showed 2 cards and there's the Spirit Retribution in hand. So he just needs an influence large enough where he can play the Retribution, and then he will be able to play it every single turn for free.
The coolest thing about this is, if you paid attention for the viewers, FTV for the Wings didn't show the Retribution here to Yoroi. So he has no clue he has it available already. So if we are going to that place, it could be a dark place, a very dark place.
Yep. Oh, so the Imperious Galebind is actually really, really cool here, because you never think about how Exalted is an actual advanced element card that you can banish for Angelic Channeling here. So that is really, you know, he sees into the future. He knows that, all right, this is not too bad if I show it, especially with Gambu having Spell Shroud.
Spell Shroud is certainly a very annoying part of Gambu as a card. And I think we need a card that says Future Sight of some sort for some set, right?
Yeah, you glimpse your opponent's deck.
That sounds pretty good. But more like an advanced element card or an exalted norm card. Future Sight your opponent's deck, draw a card.
maybe. Oh.
And
Yor has the one of Excalibur in his hand as well. So both of the players found their one of, basically ultimates in this matchup, because Dennis or Yoroi does not play Auspicious Manifestation here.
So Yoroi is already on 7 quest counters here for the Gembu flip. I can't really see if he already has the Resonating Fugue in hand to possibly one-shot his opponent.
Yeah, well, one was, I believe, put into the graveyard earlier, so that is -1. But I think I see the corner of the side of the Resonating Fugue there. However, FTV Wings is leveling up here finally. He's
Going to level 1, getting the good old Sword of Seeking from the Moderate Recollection here. So, for the Wings is also an enjoyer of Moderate, as we can see here.
or just really likes the very pretty art.
Both things are probably true, right?
Yeah. Oh, there's a yellow in FTV Wings' hand as well. Oh, then the Dungeon Guide.
Dungeon Guide to going to level 2.
Yeah, he
interesting
did.
choice.
I think he just wants to speed up his leveling, considering he does have the Retribution in hand, and there is, not a lot of float available to him. He already used his Angelic Channeling to level up to level 1, so at this point he's like, all right, I'll just lose the 2 cards. It's okay.
I wonder if he has some other plan behind this right now. Certainly one line is leveling up, going to level 2 to be able to clear off the Tidestone Bovine with 1 buff counter here to disallow Yoroi to get more quest counters.
I mean, you don't hate to see that, and that is a pretty good strategy for FTV Wings, because he also gets to draw a card off of the Tidestone Bovine.
Drawing a card is very powerful. You know what is more powerful?
Not drawing a card?
Not drawing 2 more cards.
That is very true.
And here we see the attack of Lorraine Blade Master into the Tidestone Bovine with the on-enter ability activated. So
FTV Wings FTV is already knowing that, yep, that is a cerulean decree. If you're trying to, if you're attacking into something and then your opponent flips 3 cards up in water, it's over.
And and scout the land here. Okay. In response to the activation of Cerulean Decree, let's see what we find here. It will put our Wings back to 4 cards in hand.
And there's not a lot of things that...
Just a Fairy Whisper from the top, and
Yeah.
Cerulean Decree resolves as chosen. So -3 attack, drawing 1 card into memory. And now the Dungeon Guy just coming to town with 1 damage.
Yeah, -3 power is really painful here, but at least that's 1 Cerulean Decree out. So FTV Wings' Retribution is that much safer now.
Getting those negates or decrees out of your opponent's hand early on with cards that you more or less care about is a pretty valid strategy that you most often need to be going for here, right?
Yep. Oh, and there's the level up from Yoroi, banishing a Gentle Respite and a Fracturize as floating memory here.
So, is he drawing a card for the on-enter ability? Most likely. Since he will be going to 9 quest counters regardless to be able to flip Gambu and milling a frog and a
2
Fracturize.
floating memory mill for Yoroi is pretty good. FTV Wings milling a Windmill Engineer, not the worst card to see gone here.
Luckily for the Wings, saw this coming with the Scalper land, so he could choose
He
the card.
probably ordered it in a way where Windmill Engineer is what he wanted in his graveyard the most.
Yeah. Sadly, you can't really manipulate the cards that you see with Sculptor Land in a way that you can just put them underneath your deck, so you have to live with it. And Yoroi drawing a card for turn, having a bazillion influence here as it seems, or is it just 10? I'm not sure.
I mean, it's more than enough to do anything he wants right now, I believe. Other than level up because he doesn't have a dungeon guy there. But he's pretty damn close. I think he could go for lethal very soon here.
One of the good things that FTW for Wings did early on was using the Furable. He probably could have waited a little bit longer to use it for more influence, but right now,
Ooh, that's one more Fractal Puller that's gone for Yoroi. It's another card he could have drawn, but unfortunately, it ended up in his graveyard. Yoroi also has 2 Frostborn Paladins in him. Now, if he wants to have the unenter ability for them as well, he can only play 1 per turn. He cannot go all the way and just slam down 2, considering that Stifling Gyre is still on the board here.
One thing that I'm not sure about if I would play around it here is in Yoroi's place, there is an argument that you not play around the Rose, since most decks never really played the card.
Hey, Rose is very much a rogue card. But yeah, the level 2 ability on enter for Rose is still very much real, but look at that. Yoroi does have the Fugue. That did immediately flip Gembu.
Just activating the Resonating Fugue first before you activate the ability of Gembu here. So you have 1 more water card in your graveyard to even deepen the attack value that your Tortoise can get during the ability activation here. And now we are just tapping our team and going to town here.
Yeah, Gembu taking a little nap, but it's not for nothing. Attacking for quite a few. Not a big amount. So
That is at least 9 plus, I think, 12-ish cards.
It's hard to tell. It can be 12 or it can be 5.
Or it could be lethal.
Yoroi is really good at keeping his graveyard compact and all in one place. But, you know, FTV Wings is going to Wailing Breeze here. Oh, unfortunately, it's an engulf. And FTV Wings cannot do anything about the engulf here. It's not something that you can even pay your way out of.
Yeah. That is one of the key pieces of interaction that Gembu somewhat needed, right?
Yeah.
Most of the time you have a Frostbind, a Tidal Lock, or just a Cerulean Decree to back up your turn, and it is not enough. With the addition of Engulf in Radiant Origins for the Gembu deck, this is a very key card that says just, nope. And that's it. Nope.
Yeah, it basically says no to anything that you might want here. Now, let's look at the sideboards for these people as we go into Game 2. After Game 1 of Round 5 of the EU Nationals went to Yoroi on Gembu.
I have a very huge suspicion that Crystallized Destiny is coming in for Dorian here on this Windcrux deck. So protecting yourself against all those pesky one-hit combos of the of Gembu that just swoops you from the table, as we just saw, is very strong. We can maybe see a very interesting sideboard card he has in the Sacred Engulfment. It's a fire card with an advanced element that is most likely just there to enable imbues of some sort for advanced elements, and also providing a fire source for the prismatic edge here.
There's 3 different uses for it. You can advanced imbue, you can banish it for channeling, and then once you get to level 3, you get to get it back in Prismatic Edge, reveal it for 3 damage. So it's a really, really neat tech to have all exalted cards in your sideboard for this. With the release of RDO and advanced imbue becoming a thing, this strategy is really becoming quite strong. I also think the Dream Fairy is going to come in, just because it's a perfect counter for all of these Shenju decks.
That is correct. The Dream Fairy is not a dream to sit across from. Then you are just having nightmares. Maybe we should rename the card in Nightmare Fairy.
Maybe, but it might have to be Umbra in that case, and then it would be a lot more accepted, because it would just be CL playing it.
Okay, I see that.
No.
Maybe we need to pitch this to Cylinder.
He's probably watching. Now, let's look at Yoroi's sideboard before we get too far off track here. What do you think is going to come in here? Because this, I don't think he was expecting too much Windcrux, and his sideboard pretty much reflects that. He was like, I'll just win off faster, actually.
I could see a Song of Frost and an Unbroken Mustang come in, and maybe a Regal Inquisition. But now the question is what to remove, since we haven't seen a lot of FTW For the Wings deck here. So if you're not that well informed about what the Windcrux deck wants to do and has in it, you might just say, maybe I just keep what I have. That is also a pretty valid strategy here.
Perfectly balanced deck as is. You're right.
As everything should be, right?
Yeah, I also can see the Shade Mist Priestesses coming in because FTW Wings has a lot of allies. The question is, does Yoroi expect allies? We didn't see a lot from FTW Wings this last game, so I'm curious to see what he actually brought in as we go into game 2 of round 5 of the European Nationals here.
Wow, Yoroi already with a Freckle of Rain imbued, and what is he throwing down now? It's a Gentle Respite. This comes from, it seems like it's a replay from game 1 already.
Yeah, it's just not looking good for FTW Wings. It's not a spot where he wants to be, especially considering that he was the person to go first. So not having played anything, I think he knows exactly what he wants to banish, and that's why he was just like, all right, I'll just keep a Fairy Whispers, and I know what I want to banish. If I have a if I have a floating memory, I will just use that. And it seems that, there's a second Fairy Whispers coming out. Oh, and he does see the Dungeon Guide and a Veiling Breeze here.
Luckily, he found a Veiling Breeze, since he had a Norm card and a Crux card on top, and he kept both.
Exactly. Both of them are good because one was an Ascension, with which he can loop his cards and draw a lot off of Yoroi, luckily. Or a Dungeon Guide that will allow him to get to level 3 to be able to play that Spirit Blade Ascension. And
here we saw the materialization was a Purifying Furable to get rid of the floating memory.
Using it very offensively, making sure that Yoroi has to go down on influence if he wants to level up here.
Yes, that is correct. Luckily, Gentle Respite is a very broken card, as you might say.
It replaces itself, which on its own is broken, but then it also has floating memory, so it's like doubly so.
Yeah, so you don't get to double dip is basically what happens, but getting the quest counters running for Yoroi here is very preferred, so losing this one influence is just something you have to accept, especially since you mill the floating memory and you have at the very least one Froststorm Paladin in hand that can just recoup the influence loss here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Yoroi also milled a Resonating Fugue here, which is kind of scary because it's -1 Fugue in the deck, but he might be fine. You know, he just has to draw another one.
Sometimes you just need to draw the out, right?
Exactly, and this is one of those situations. FTW Wings, unfortunately, has to just resign and take the damage from that 3/4 Frostborn Paladin here. Quite buff.
So we saw a glimpse of Yoroi's hand. It is multiple decrees and a stratagem, and players just realized, oh, my material deck is flipped face up. Luckily, it doesn't matter since I'm playing Grijia anyway.
Yeah.
So
after going up to level 1, your material deck is basically face up.
There are no secrets anymore in this pile of cards.
Exactly. Oh, very unfortunate. FTW is needing to draw off of the Grand Crusader's Ring again. That his hand is not looking the greatest right now.
It is very bricked up, you might say. And here we have the Benediction Angel just to help us get a little bit deeper here and recover a little bit of damage. So that is already plenty helpful, and also putting 1 damage on Yoroi.
Yep, it's it's kind of looking pretty even right now. Yeah, luckily the Benediction Angel is here to even things out. Is here to recover. Finally getting the value off of it. Unlike last game. So it's pretty nice. That Frostborn Paladin is really scary though. It's just because this once FTW Wings got to recover the damage dealt by it. Oh my god, it's a Pendragon again.
Those quote-unquote random mills are pretty rough to deal with for Wings here. That's so tough to deal with.
Yeah, already on 5 quest counters for Yoroi as well. So that Gambu could flip in just a couple of turns, especially if we have the second Fractal of Rain here, or Thai Stone Bovine would have also been fine. This is a really, really tough position for FTV Wings because his hand is mostly advanced. Oh, yeah, I looked at it. There's a Gale. We saw the Gale Bind earlier. We saw the Cruxite revealed as well. But there's another one in his hand, both of them actually. So we might actually just see him even Dungeon Guide to level up here. If he has 2 Dungeon Guides, I'm not quite sure how many he has. He has at least 1. He has 2. So technically, he could go Dungeon Guide to level 3 and then finally be able to hopefully get back into the game. But then he has to decide what he wants to lose for the level up, because he will be able to play the cards, but the cards are already in his hand, and he has to lose some of them.
And here we see a Windmill Engineer imbued with 2 Gale Binds, drawing 1 more card into memory. It is looking very rough here, since even if you go up to level 3, right, you have no sword that you can return with Lorraine Spirit Rulers on enter ability. So not capitalizing on those on enter abilities of your level 3 champion is very rough, and you most of the time want to play around this situation.
Yeah, it's really tough not having the ability to play around, because Gembu is just way too fast.
Yeah,
It's
with 2 Fractals of Rain, the conniving plants,
yeah.
and the Fate Stone itself, you are looking at enough quest counters already without any level up shenanigans.
Yeah.
And
Oh, but there's the Annul spell on it.
Annul spell doesn't work against this card because it is actually a skill, and Annul spell only works against...
Oh, Conniving Plans is an assassin card, and we know that assassin cards are usually very skillful. You know, assassins, they are based on skills. So, fortunately,
correct.
that will not work as is. And then
Hopefully this
You're-
doesn't
yeah.
impact the decision now for what gets materialized. So let's hope this correction procedure will happen in a bit.
Yep.
I guess it doesn't really matter since the Grand Crusader's ring gets materialized, so...
No, I mean it is important because Yorick can flip the Gambu, and he could possibly win the game this turn if he's allowed to get to those 9 quest counters that he needs.
Yeah, he will be going to those 9 quest counters anyway, so luckily this doesn't make any impactful difference. And looking at the resources Yoroi has available here, even if he goes to those influence, to those 9 quest counters, he has enough resources available to use at least either Gembu's ability or just a Resonating Fugue pre-recollection.
Yep. Yeah,
Okay.
so the thing is, because he paid for one of the annual spells, that is a 3-card difference in what he has in hand and what he doesn't, even if he doesn't care much about the quest counters. And sure, the Grand Crusaders ring, you could still play other cards and you can still get more quest counters if need be. So it is an impactful play, even if on the surface it seems like, yeah, whatever, right? You cannot just discount it, because it even might have, Yoroi wouldn't need the Grand Crusaders ring if he didn't have to pay for the annual spell.
That is correct. And the game state got rewinded as we saw the annual spells got put back into the hand, and now we are resolving the conniving plans here as they should. And let's see what card he draws into memory here. It was probably a water card, I would assume.
Yeah, I think the odds are 100% in the favor of it being a water card here. And now, I don't think you will see a materialization of a Grand Crusaders ring. I'm going to be very honest with you, Garrett.
I could see him leveling up to level 2 here just to get the level bonus for the Engulf running, that he can just pay less to negate any nasty card activation that Forward Wind Wings has. So let's see. It
is still a Grand Crusaders. And I think he might not have the Fugue in hand, so he just has to dig a bit more for it.
Maybe he just doesn't want to lose a card from his memory right now because the cards are all so good.
That is also very true. Oh, FD Wings milling a channeling. Not the burst card because it does still have floating memory.
Milling a card with floating memory is probably exactly what Forward Wind Wings wants to happen here for himself, to be able to level up into Lorraine Blade Master, into going into the Spirit Ruler here the next turn. After he activated during the main phase the Fluffy Shopkeep that I think I saw in hand. Huh? Oh no, I just need glasses.
No, unfortunately that is not a Fluffy Shopkeep because we would have probably seen that being played earlier, considering that FD Wings has been having a rough time with not drawing enough cards. And there is the Veiling Breeze very proactively playing it before Yoroi has a chance to swing here. Revealing 2 Imperious Guildmines and a Reclaim, so that will prevent 3 damage, which is exactly how much FD Wings needs for the Frostwind Paladin.
Yes, that is correct. And what is Yoroi now throwing down on the board?
Another Frostwind Paladin,
What could go wrong, right?
Yeah, if the first one's not enough, just get a second one. And surprisingly, with this many cards in his graveyard, he does have 1 more floating memory. So he has an Interceptor now, which is going to be really nice. But at the same time, if FD Wings does go up to level 2 here, he's probably going to want to clear an ally anyways.
You are for sure want to clear allies. Sadly, we both know what Yoroi has in his hands here. And
yeah, it's a really tough situation. I think
against this fan of cards, getting attacks connected might be quite difficult.
Yeah, water is not famous for allowing a lot of damage to come through, especially in Gambu.
Yeah, you have a lot of defensive tools at your disposal: Spalling Cleanse, Cerulean Decrease, Tidal Locks, Engulfs, Song of Frosts, and do I forget something? Frostbinds.
Frostbind, yeah.
Not in this particular list, but in general. So
technically, Gambu himself is a protection because he does have taunt. So you can just keep Gambu up and be like, all right, well, I don't have the cards to quite kill you yet, so I'm just going to make sure that my Gambu survives.
That is correct. You are for sure correct. Gambu being a defensive tool is sometimes very underrated. And it also enables the deck inherently to play to so many win conditions. Not only the attack, the OTK, as we saw during game 1 with the Resonating Fugue and the Bazillion damage, but more so to just sit there and accumulate floating memory in your graveyard through various means like Conniving Plans, Tidestone Bovines, just the Fates. No, you don't have the Fatestone ability anymore. However, the Fractal of Rains here and other means to just stratagem then. And
the FTV Wing swings and immediately sees that, all right, he's putting cards face up. That is going to be -3 power on my Lorraine. That attack is going to be dealing 0 damage, actually. But unfortunately, because it still goes through the damage calculation, that the Sword of Seeking does have to lose a durability counter.
A frequent thing that gets asked from newer players is, when do I remove a durability counter from my weapon when I attacked? And I basically always say, as soon as you do the math, if you are dealing damage or not, then you remove a durability counter, and that is essentially what just happened.
Yep.
We had a calculation of I deal 3 damage, I get -3 attacks, so I deal 0 damage. Oh, oops. I guess I lose a durability counter for nothing.
Yeah, unfortunately, FD Wings is forced to go up to Spirit Ruler here, without having any swords in his banishment. But it's fine, because now he can start playing the game, finally.
He for sure can.
Yeah, his hand is looking a lot better if you think of it as a level 3.
Let's see if he throws down any Crux card right now. And he decides to, I'm good. Let's wait for one more turn and let's see what Yoroi has planned for.
Yeah, he's playing a lot more defensively here. Not throwing that Pendragon down just yet. Wants to probably utilize
Oh, removing 2 floating memory, that means he is going to level 2. Since he has enough quest counters to flip Gembu, I think the obvious choice for the on-answer here is to just draw at least 1 more card, right?
Yep, and especially being able to use 2 float to level up here, you're 100% just taking the free card.
And for the Wind
Oh,
Wings has a response with...
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going to Spirit Blade Ascension in response here, returning the Sword of Seeking to his deck. Because it is an additional cost, he has to do it before Yoroi is able to respond to anything.
Ooh. Yoroi might run into a huge trap here. If he activates Conniving Plans now...
Oh no,
Oh,
he's
he
going for
doesn't.
Engulf. Yep,
Okay.
making sure that FD Wings doesn't get any value off of the Spirit Blade Ascension.
And
And now that is a spell. So FD Wings can annul spell the Engulf.
yeah, this is certainly something that he can do. Do you do this now? He just gives up on it. Okay.
Yep. Now, the Engulf doesn't say that it goes to banishment. So the annul spell is supposed to be in the graveyard here. But it is easy to forget, especially when most of the negates do banish your cards as well. Fluffy Shopgate being milled for FDW Wings is pretty tough. But it is late enough in the game that it doesn't matter. But at the same time, an Interceptor is really important right now.
An Interceptor is probably something that you want to have right now against possible Gembu OTKs here. And you're right, just drawing every turn card for card for card and
No fugues.
not
Unless-
finding any fugues at all. That is correct.
Yeah, I thought that Seaside knew there was a fugue for a second.
And, however, as we saw, Yoroi used the Stratagem of Mirrored Eyes to just imbue a Cerulean Decree. So I'm pretty sure both players know where this is headed right now.
Yep, absolutely. It is inevitable. You cannot run away from the Stratagem of Mirrored Eyes finishing this game out. So I think that is exactly why FDW Wings is thinking what really to do here. He might go for the Imperial Scalebind. Yep, he is going for it immediately. Probably going to suppress the 2 Frostborn Paladins, which is 2 more cards for Yoroi, but less damage for FDW Wings.
That is very interesting. So if your 2 Froststone Paladins now get suppressed, I'm not actually sure if you want to resolve the on-enter ability 2 more times.
Because of the stratagem, right?
Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah. And the Cerulean, it does help our dilemma quite a bit.
that is correct. Why bother thinking about something if you can just say, nope, not happening?
Yep. Unfortunately, FDW Wings only has 1 card in hand, so he was not able to pay for the Cerulean Decree here. So he is just forced to take all of this damage, and there is the Gambu flip. You're doing the math, seeing how many he has left over after that, and there it is, Gambu Black Tortoise.
And we have the Resonating Fugue in hand. And
Oh, yeah, that is exactly, once again, game 2 going to Yoroi of round 5 of the EU Nationals. He will be winning round 5 2-0 against FDW Wings here. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Spirit Blade Retribution. It was there in the hand, but first game, Yoroi was just too fast. And then the second game, FDW Wings had a handful of advanced element cards.
Yeah.
It was a bit, well, I was going to say a few too many, but probably like 6 too many advanced element cards in FDW Wings' hand.
it seemed like that for the Wind Wings just did draw the wrong side of the deck with all the reactive cards and all the advanced element cards, and the Annul spell not being able to deal properly with the cards that you want to negate here.
Yep, absolutely. Oh, very tough game.
Indeed, very tough. That is the strength of Gembu that can come out of nowhere. There are so many different game states that you need to be able to respond to if you're playing against Gembu. And
Yeah. So my thing with Gambu is that for a very, very long time you're just sitting there, right? Mill 1 card, mill 1 card, mill 1 card. It's really not that much. until all of a sudden you realize, oh, they have 12 quest scanners on Goja. Oh, they have like 15 water cards in their graveyard. And they have an influence bigger than my whole deck. And I'm like, oh, actually, that's game over now.
we are in a pickle here, I guess.
Yeah, it is. I think that is really what gets a lot of people about Gambu, that it seems so innocent until it just comes and slaps you in the face and you're like, oh, wait, what?
Yeah, for sure. This resonating fugue combination
Oh, that
with the
especially.
activated ability of Gambu is a big slap, for sure.
Yeah, it's...
And it takes you out of the game with one swoop. So, and even if
Yep.
you are prepared to deal with this one win condition, you still have to play around the ally game plan of just having more Frost on Paladins than your opponent can handle, or just the mill out win condition, or just the stratagem of Mirrored Eyes. So
Yep.
it at times feels you are at a losing end whatever you try to achieve against this deck.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think you're 100% correct. It's really hard to prepare for so many things. Like, we saw this before with Water Diana and our infamous Carpson Coda, that it was just such a versatile deck. The reason that was even more powerful is, like we saw, a null spell says spells on it, and most cards have Spell Shroud. We don't have a Skill Shroud in the game. So if you're very skillful and use a Carpson Coda, there's nothing your opponent can do about that. So having all these multiple avenues is really, really good. And it's so hard to prepare for it.
Yeah, and if you are sitting against the Gambu player, you have to assume what the most likely win condition is they are going for at any given moment. In one turn, it can be the Resonating Fugue with an attack, and the turn after, you just get milled out. And
Yeah.
I guess I play the game, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, if especially if you're a bit unfamiliar with how the deck works, you can be like, all right, well, I lost to this. Like, I lost to Gambu milling me out. And they're like, all right, I'll just bring in Chime and just, and bring in Shine more Tabula and survive, and it's going to be fine. And then Gambu comes and is like, oh, that you're preparing for this, then I'm just going to hit you for 25 in one turn. And you're sitting there like, oh, I did not expect that.
That is correct. That happened more than once to me.
Yeah, you're like, all right, this is what they're playing. This is because it's not even just like Gambu can do so many things. It's that people build Gambu in so many different ways. Some are more like, all right, I'm going to mill you out. Some are more, I'm going to hit you in the face. And so when you think you figured it out, like you said, and like you said, it happened to you as well. It turns out you haven't, because they're playing a spicy flavor. And I assume, Yuri is from your locals, or you're just a
Yes,
friend of you?
he
Yeah,
is
so
both.
you've had experience with this specific deck as well. Did it catch you off guard the first time you saw him playing? Like his version of Gambu?
It's more of a, I played around this one specific win condition, and now, he has the second one too. Okay, go next.
Swoop.
Yeah, just pack up, shuffle a sideboard, and okay, next one.
Yep, it is a tough one. But hey, I don't blame anyone for not being prepared for everything in Gambu, because it's hard. It's damn hard to be prepared for everything. But I am absolutely not going to discount FTV Wings here either. This deck looks awesome.
Yeah.
It looks really fun. There's a reason that it went, I believe, 7th at the Icebound Slam Cup last weekend. And there's a lot of people playing it out there as well. It's a really strong deck.
Just one thing I want to point out is that the situation where For the Wings activated the Spirit Blade Ascension here, if it would have come through, he would have brought out most likely the Power Sword to just disable the whole turn that Yoroi was planning.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Power Sword, I completely glanced over it in the deck list as well. Power Sword is the most powerful card that you can have against Gambu here. The only issue is that if you use it too soon, then the Gambu player will just wait more turns, which does give you some time. It helps with surviving a bit longer. But at the same time, they can also find an answer to your power sword. So it's not a guarantee even if you get it out. So I understand why FTV Wings was like, I would rather wait for it. Plus, he needs to level up to level 3 before he can even get the Ascension out.
Yeah. If you are in the position where you can get out comfortably the power sword with the on-enter ability on the stack still, you can even suppress it yourself to permanently banish the whole graveyard of the Gembu player. So
Yep.
it was more of a, I didn't have enough time to do my thing kind of
Yeah.
game. Then, I didn't stand a chance at all, right?
Yeah, it's really that Yoroi had multiple Fractal of Rains. The first game he had Fractal of Rain and Tidestone Bovine. And he had Conniving Plans both games as well. So all of that adds up to a really unfortunate situation of Yoroi having everything. And especially game 2, FTV Wings just not being able to play the game either.
Yeah, not playing the game either is probably what was the nail on the coffin here for him. To not even get a good start into the game and getting rid of the first Frostform Paladin that then enabled Yoroi to just snowball out of game state here. So
Yeah, a lot of people have to call Gembu the frozen meatball, and well, look, it was a big frozen meatball that turned into a snowball. You know, it just accumulated more and more snow, and then bam, it rolled over Lorraine. And Lorraine was standing there frozen, being like, "Oh, this is not what I wanted."
that is correct. It is indeed not what you want to see.
All right, Garen. I think it is time we take a quick break after round 5 of the EU Nationals. Do not go anywhere because we will be back very shortly with round 6. See you guys in a bit.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions. So the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first Wake Up, Materialize, and Recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じたに手抜けしてたそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than one copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with one lesser boon and one greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能をと思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to European Nationals. We're on to round 6 now. My name is Clem, and I'm back with Dan. How are you doing, Dan?
I'm doing great, Clem. We had a nice little break there and had a little scout around the room once again. I like to check in and see how everybody's doing, what decks are kind of popping off and what ones aren't. We're going to have a pretty fun match. I don't want to spoil it yet. We're going to have a pretty fun match in the next round for you all with a deck that I don't think a lot of players expected to see performing well at this event. But besides that, I can say, looking around the room, we definitely, as we expected, we've seen a lot of Aether Ring Diana. We've seen Razor Gales. We've seen Windcrux multiple times today. You get to cast that too. I've seen a lot of CL. I think that was one of my big surprises.
A lot of fire CL, right?
Yeah.
It's been, I think a lot of people are really excited to do the faux shenanigans, which honestly, I 100% support. It's such a fun little mini game to play with foe of like how do you order that? Hey, play your cards before, and then all right, now that I've played everything I want, foe discard everything.
Right, and we saw the power of that a couple rounds ago. Absolutely, just cleanly finishing games where it feels like one card in hand should have no right just having a kill here, but but that's how it works. So definitely it's nice to see while there are players who are locked into what is clearly performing best in the metagame, it's also nice to see players continuing to try to counteract that metagame here. And it does look like water is the majority share, of course, of the room today. That's kind of as we expect. Diana, we just saw Genbu as well, another deck that's quite represented. But I'd still think it looks like we're going to have some decent diversity as we head towards day 2. And, of course, we're getting to the rounds where these players are starting to lock in.
Yeah. Like last round, we had someone that many people who walked away with 5 wins already. So I think this round is gonna. Yeah, this is the round where people are locked in for day 2. There's good. These are basically the win-and-ins now, but in a positive way, right?
Yeah, we're still at an early enough round here as we are heading into round 6, where these players will be able to, even if they lose this round, whoever wins is going to be in day 2, right?
Yeah.
We're there. But whoever loses is not out of the event either. It's not a losing out, but it is a win-and-in.
Yes. It's definitely the win-and-in round, but like you said, it's not all lost even if you lose this round, unless you're on 2 losses. Yeah, unless you're on 2 losses already.
Right. Now, speaking of the metagame, right? So we have, well, actually, why don't you go ahead and share what are our percentages of our different elements here today? We can chat about that a little
all
bit.
right. We have 38.5 water decks.
And a half.
And a half, because, if your champions and champion and spirit are different, then it counts as half. There's 24 wind decks and 22.5 fire decks. So there's somebody out there on fire, Nico.
Yeah, we assume that's Fire Nico.
Yeah.
We know it's Fire Nico because we don't see any Polkok, I think,
Yeah.
represented today. So, so there's a brave Fire Nico player out there showing people some pretty cool combos, like we saw back at Ascent Los Angeles, which is always fun to see. But I think what strikes me about this is obviously we expected a lot of water, but still, I kind of like that the wind and fire aren't that far from each other either, bringing up that rear. And again, we kind of hinted at this already, but a good amount of players deciding level 3 fire, definitely the way. Definitely seen some fire Suzaku and some fire Daochan aggro decks that have been out in the room here too. So some other players saying, all right, well, if Aether Ring Diana is going to try and aggro me out, I'm going to try and go faster.
Yeah, there is also someone that's doing pretty well on Fire Alice.
Oh, yeah, true. That list is wild.
They are the champion of 1-0s because Alice genuinely also cannot win fast enough.
Getting a 3-game match out of Alice, that's a true dream.
Yeah, no, everybody wishes, but Abnegation has Alice on it, so you're obligated to play Abnegation in your decks.
Obligated to abnegate. Absolutely. And then as far as wind, we do see, of course, those Razor Gale lists out there. There's a few Seryus floating around in the room. And I think what I really liked seeing was there are several Rydex in the room as well.
Yes, I did see multiple of them, and it's really a treat to see. Like, some people like Hyoka inspire them to continue the legacy of Windrai, and it's really, really cool to see people like just playing something that they're comfortable on and doing still pretty well with it.
And I do think that is, just talking to a lot of the competitive players, that is a mentality going into EU Nats where it didn't feel like necessarily, especially given how close it was to North American Nationals, where we kind of had the metagame set for us. The players really had a lot of time to full anti-meta counter what's going on. So a lot of players just went, well, of the good decks, what am I comfortable on? Like, what do I think I can just outskill, outplay, or just not mentally drain myself as much playing going into this event. And we definitely have seen some of the well-known players in the game relying on that exact strategy going into today.
Yeah.
And it's working out pretty well.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And it's really nice to see people being like, all right, I need my energy. Now that North American Nationals is over a bit, they are conserving energy. And not as many water gins around as, honestly, I kind of expected as well. Which is nice to see, because that deck is terrifying and it drains both if you're playing against it and if you're playing it.
Yes.
It not only drains your deck, but it drains your energy because you have to play so perfectly.
Yeah, you absolutely do. Now, speaking of having to play perfectly, I think we're about to see some really excellent play as we head into the match here. And in this match, we are going to see some Titans actually of North America coming here to European Nationals. And the fun thing about this is that, as these players are playing this win and in right now, we have Team True Caben, Omnidex ID #1 on the left, with TM32's Sebastian on the right. One of these Americans is going to lock into day 2 today, and the other is going to have some work to do if they want to try and contend with the Europeans in the all-important day 2 of the event.
Yeah, one of them is already going to win the privilege of going up against our European players here, and I'm really curious to see who is it going to be. Now, then would you like to introduce us to these decks? One of them is really fun. The
Yeah.
other is pretty normal.
Yeah, as we're heading into the start of the game, I want to just mention, so Sebastian on the right is playing a comfort deck for him, which is Water Aether Wing Diana. So this is obviously one of the big meta decks in the game right now. But on the left, you see Caben putting out this Spirit of Water, and he's actually playing something a little bit unusual. This is Water Allies.
Yep.
This is Water Allies CL, level 1 CL in a full kind of 2-3 allies package. Although, I gotta say, a lot of these allies aren't 2-3s.
They're better.
They're better.
They are very easily better, especially as you can see, there is a looking glass there on Caben's side of the field as well. So now you know that there's going to be a Cheshire Cat in here who is never ever going to be just a 2-3.
Right. And in fact, I've seen that thing swinging for 5 in Caben's deck. Caben has I think, a really interesting sort of anti-meta approach to his Water Allies list, where he's playing a lot of cards that are able to deal with a lot of decks in the metagame now. We see him dropping a Korhazi Trapper, which is an insanely powerful card against Aetherwing Diana,
Yeah.
because on that first turn, unless Sebi goes deep onto an Aetherwing swing and pumps it to 4 damage, he cannot get the glimpse from the on-hit while that Trapper is awake, which is why Caben left it there, and followed up with a Nia, which I'm positive is naming Diana level 1.
Yeah, the big disadvantage if here, because Sebastian's known, and because Caben knows that Sebastian is playing a comfort deck for sure, is that he doesn't need to guess what Sebastian's playing. He knows that it's Diana. So he can be like, all right, I am going to name Diana Aether Dilettante here. So, and that not only makes it harder for Sebastian to like level up efficiently, but it also means that he's just gonna be kind of halted for a bit, because using 2 cards for your level 1 is really tough.
But here's what Sebastian chooses to do to try and fight this. He goes for, on his turn 2, a big influence line, backup charger, fracking the backup charger, or the power cell in Wreck, getting that float in the yard from the Fracturize, then getting to play Frosthorn Paladin and swing in at the Korhazi Trapper to attempt to get it off the field so that Diana is clear. Of course, the Korhazi Trapper has to protect itself. But this means if Caben has a follow-up second Korhazi Trapper, it's going to continue to be tough for Sebastian to actually push through here. And Caben actually does a Censor of Restful Peace materialize. So again, shutting off that floating memory.
The wonderful thing about this, there's a Tweedledee as well. There's a lot of damage coming in. Yep, that and the Nia together will clear up that Frosthorn Paladin. So it is a really nice spot for Caben to be in. And what I was going to say, the other comfortable and great thing for Caben is,
okay, that's an unyielding Wraith Guard.
Yeah, an unyielding Wraith Guard coming out. That is a 0/2 taunt that if it dies, it comes back. It comes straight back, so it's really hard.
Now, this is another card that I want people to start looking at going into this metagame, because while it doesn't deny the on-hit in the same way that, okay, it did get Frostbound, but while it doesn't deny the on-hit like the Trapper does, it was a required Frostbind from Sebastian here, because it will basically mean that on Sebastian's next turn, again, he's going to deal no damage to Caben. Well, Caben has a developing board that's going to continue to put pressure back on and is now going to be defended by the taunting Tweedledee as soon as that class bonus is enabled on it, too.
But also, unfortunately, Sebastian also just didn't have enough cards here to be able to become distant. So he was he's in a very tough spot where he needs to materialize this Inner Sword if he wants to start dealing any damage to Caben here.
And this is a common line that Diana does. If Diana is being, stifled at all in getting the distant level 1 line, she'll just go Inert Sword, put down Cheshire Cat, and then start to swing that way.
Yeah, but this is not the matchup where you really have time and the ability to do that. Unfortunately, like, Sebastian doesn't have anything better to do. He cannot go any other route, really. But Caben is definitely in the leading position here like this. Oh, yep, that is definitely the way to go for Sebastian. Unbroken Mustang taking care of that Censor here.
Yep, and the Mustang clearing up. Of course, Nia is only stealth with the class bonus, and Caben is not an assassin, so doesn't have any of that. Gets the Nia off the board here, but it is still going to pass to Caben's turn very shortly. If he chooses to level, Tweedledee's taunt becomes active, and he can still play out any other threats that he wants to. Caben is very infamous for a certain playstyle, though, where he levels as late as he possibly can.
He does everything as late as he possibly can.
That's true, but the important thing is that he takes his time to build as much influence as possible. He also does some. I was exactly what I was going to point out here. He also plays in a lot of his recent decks what I like to call influence maxing. So he plays all 3 baubles in these low-level lists, and then plays a 1 of Fluffy Shopkeep in the main to banish the 2 baubles he doesn't need. And here he goes with the Water Resonance bauble, matching CL art, which I really like, to be able to just continue to build that hand. Yep, very, very thematic play from Caben.
Yeah. Now, something I want to talk about real quick is that Caben is playing a comfort deck, and he's playing into a comfort meta that he knows like the back of his hand. So it's not only that he loves, he knows how to play his deck and he's doing well on it. He also knows Sebastian's deck like the back of his hand. So he doesn't have to worry too much about any mysteries that Sebastian can pull out. Cheshire can come in and clearing out the Unbroken Mustang, making sure Sebastian has nothing on the board.
Yeah, Caben, I mean, we can't stress how much True Champion as a team tests. We know about their testing regimen. It's frankly absurd and possibly even a bit unhealthy, but it does lead them to have a crazy amount of experience and reps on this. When you go against a meta deck like this, Caben is always going to be prepared to fight this match. And you can look at his list and see all of the choices that he makes to be able to have as good of a Diana matchup as he can. We're going to see finally that Aether Dilettante hit the field, and Sebastian's going to have to lose just 1 card using the float, I believe, here from the Fracturize as well. So going to be able to get there, unless maybe. Oh no, the Nia's gone. Sorry, the Nia's gone. Nia's gone. We did get rid of that. So
if Nia's effect luckily doesn't linger around after she's gone, so Sebastian's able to play this Crystalline Archer and immediately banish that Fracturize from his graveyard here. Take care of the Tweedledee. That taunt, even though the taunt is not relevant right now, Sebastian wants to make sure that once he gets his Aether Wing out, then he can just start hitting Capen in the face.
Tweedledee leaves the field from that Archer, and then it does look like Sebastian's is passing, and we see this happen in the Aether Wing list quite a bit. The Aether Wing list is pretty known to keep up a pretty big hand of interaction. A lot of these players are playing a lot more of the negation than we used to see. Of course, Sebastian has 3 Cerulean Decree, 2 Frostbind, and 3 Frozen Dismissals in there. The Dismissal in particular, a very, very devastating card against Caben when it hits the right target. We already saw a really powerful Frostbind hitting earlier.
Yep. Unfortunately for Caben, that was quite a tough position, but the good thing here to remember is that there's not a lot of life on either of these players' sides, so Caben doesn't have to do too much damage. It's much different playing against a Diana with a 17 total life pool versus like a CL with 30 or a Jin with 36 even.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that is definitely an advantage Caben's going to look to take to win the game here. And with that Unyielding Wraithguard, he was able to hold up 4 cards there as well, so he knew that was going to be safe. Follows it up with an Aquifer Seneskull, only having actually no cards left in hand at this point.
Yeah.
This is a free negate for Sebastian if he has it, but actually doesn't.
Yeah, and before the game we were talking about how Caben is very focused on keeping his opponent's influence as low as possible, and it seems that he's doing that right now. He's making Sebastian either work for it, or like, all right, my board presence is just so overwhelming that Sebastian cannot really do much about it.
Etheric Calibration coming in Recollection from Sebastian. He's going to get a Glimpse 4. Again, trying to find an Aether Charge in here to make sure he doesn't go down on value, and we'll see what he reveals. There is a Charge the Soul coming into memory and loading this in. So now Sebastian is knocked and ready to fire off here. Going for another calibration, actually.
Glimpse some more, making sure that he has what he needs on top of his deck. Because when he goes attacking here, he will be able to glimpse again. Hopefully, he will be able to, put enough cards on the bottom where he glimpses more than he kept.
Yep, finding, I think there was a prudent knock, and then loading this into the Aquamirage Whisper. So this Aquamirage Whisper can fire for 4, but this is where you get to see how powerful Unyielding Wraithguard is, because if Sebastian wants to get that 4 to deal to the currently 0 damage countered Spirit of Water on Caben's side, has to get 2 attacks through that deal at least 2 damage to this Unyielding Wraithguard, because it will come back with Ephemeral the first time that it's defeated. So that is like a lot of work, and like we're saying, that means he has to commit a lot
Yeah.
to the board and then can't interact with Caben on Caben's turn. So in this case, Sebastian is saying, all right, that's fine. I'm just going to get my hit the Unyielding Wraithguard and try and deal with it next turn, but at least get that ability to glimpse and find Floating Memory.
Yep, and hopefully he will find what he needs.
There's a Mana Stream there.
Yeah.
So Weaving Mana Stream is found. That's definitely a powerful card for Sebi to find here. He's going to get to weave that into his next turns. Every time he gets to play one of his shoes of some kind, will get to actually get it loaded into the Aether Wing and get that extra value of it becoming a Floating Memory again when it gets shot out.
Yeah, but it specifically has to be used as a floating memory. So if it's banished by like a Frostworm Paladin,
Right.
it does not come back. So it's
Okay.
all right. Charge the soul, taking out the Unyielding Wraithguard for a second time. Yep, there is the Crystalline Archer banishing a Charge the Soul. Luckily, there is more than just a Weaving Mana Stream for a floating memory in Sebastian's graveyard.
That was a really good line from Sebastian that definitely dealt with the Wraithguard pretty effectively. Well, Caben was kind of hoping he wouldn't be able to string so much damage together, but those multiple Charge the Souls do a lot of work. So in this case now, Caben looking ready to finally go to CL level 1 here, banishing one of these at random. And once we get to CL level 1, Caben's list has...
Oh, the heavy swings.
I was literally...
Yep.
Come
Hey,
on,
like,
Caben. I was about to say that.
There are heavy swings.
Okay, he's got multiple. He's all right. But
But he only has one in his hand, I believe. Wait, does
but
have
you
a ban-
only need one is the thing.
Wait, does he
because
even
this is CL.
Yeah, but does he have one in hand?
I thought I saw that. Isn't that?
I thought it was banished. There's a Tweedledee. There's a
I
Frostbind.
think that's or is that a?
The Snow White. It's Snow White, Frostbind, Tweedledee, Bandit, and that is not a heavy.
That's not a heavy swing.
It's a Topsy? No.
I think it's a heavy swing. It's the artwork from the starter deck, right?
Well, the artwork from Star Deck is the one banished
Oh,
there, and it's a Snow White in his hand.
Okay.
It's a,
I may. Oh, it's the Snow White. You're right. I'm misreading
Yeah.
the Snow White. You got it. So yeah, no heavy swing here. But here comes the Bandit. Now Caben only plays 4 Bandit, and those are the only raccoons. But Sebastian will not let Bandit happen. Has the second Frostbind to banish the Bandit, and kind of putting Caben a little bit off balance now here as he goes to end of turn, gets an Omen set up, and now if Caben can find another heavy swing. He does have this capability of starting to chunk a pretty ridiculous amount of damage at the Diana and threaten lethal. So there is a concern from Sebastian's side here where has Caben kind of drawn the game out and put enough chip damage onto Diana here where even if he goes in to take him out, he's had to use multiple Frostbinds already. Will he just die to a heavy swing in the next turn?
that is really, really scary. Like, he is forced to use so many resources to take care of everything that Caben is throwing at him. So he might just not have the answer in cards when he needs it for that heavy swing.
I think this Flash Grenade is really smart of Sebastian to get out now because this is a card that can protect him from a lethal heavy swing and the allies that would come at him that turn. But again, he's going to have to hold up a Distant Enabler to be able to make that work. So everything is kind of forcing Sebastian to not go all in and take Caben out, let alone the fact that Caben went into this turn at a level 20 with no damage counters marked. And now Sebastian's only for the first time dealing damage to CL's face.
Yeah, it's... The good thing about Guardians is that they, like you said, they have 20 life on level 1. So it's a lot more comfortable playing it than other things. Oh, there's a Power Sword.
The Palvor Sword.
Yep, that is exactly what Caben needed here because the Bandit was Frostbinded, and so he needed a different way to take care of the graveyard.
Yeah, that does banish Sebastian's Yard face down, but also makes the Cheshire Cat now up to 5 power.
Yeah.
So this is actually getting remarkably close to the point where Sebastian is just going to be forced to pop this Flash Grenade to survive. Goes for a Fracturize right now, which is smart, which is going to give him a float back as well as disabling some of the damage that Caben was hoping to be able to deal with the Cheshire Cat. But it does give Caben a nice fresh fractal to use here too, which is going to help Caben in this influence game he's trying to play against Sebastian too.
Yep, and it seems that he has another Bandit. Unfortunately, that Snow White against this deck doesn't do much at this point.
No, the Snow White is kind of a dead card. The Bandit can banish the Fracturize, though. Will Sebastian have another negation to be able to hit it? I'm not positive. Or does Caben realize that he's really close to lethal here? Does he just want to push it with
Just
Tweedledee
Tweedledee?
and set
Yeah.
up a taunter for the next turn?
Yeah. Oh, and wait, no, he's thinking about going for Snow White just so Sebastian cannot attack next turn. Because if Snow White is on the board, it doesn't, Diana doesn't wake up next turn, which would give him another turn guaranteed because Sebastian doesn't have any alternate win conditions
You're
anymore.
right. I was too focused on the level aspect of Snow White, the anti-level aspect, but it actually is anti-attacks as well. And Sebastian would just be relying on the allies that he might have in hand right now to push. And again, committing cards to board is tough.
Yeah, so it seems that Capen didn't go for a Snow White, instead opting to keep the Frostbind up to, give Sebastian a bit of a taste of his own medicine, if you will.
Yeah, and that is going to hold off the damage that if Sebastian even is able to find a lethal line, that is what would be basically Caben's one escape route of taking the potentially lethal damage, because Diana can spike pretty quickly out of nowhere if that Ranger Strides were to come down this turn with that float that was set up. But Caben has lethal on board right now. So he doesn't need to push any further.
Yeah, Undercurrent Vantage coming out here, though, with the Ranger Boots. Not the Quickstep Treads on the board as well. Means that Caben has to... Yeah.
He Frostbinds to tax. He's taxing Sebi out.
Yep.
There's the 2 down to try and load this, to get this distant enabled.
And now Caben cannot play any other card this turn because he only has 2 in hand. Quick Step Treads is a bit too much, but that also means that Sebastian can't do anything else either. He has 1 card in hand only.
Yeah, I mean
Oh, are we?
This is end of turn. Yeah, we're in Rex.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah,
so
we're in
he
Rex.
can still do things.
Yep, he'll be able to, but it does mean that he can't load anything right now, so he'll still have to. He's going to be distant this turn. The fact that Sebastian goes for a distant in Rec meant he was planning on shooting the Aqua Mirage.
Yeah.
So now he still has to, in his main phase, load something, which is still going to put him down on cards. He did draw Attack Retreat, and you got to think right now about just holding up the Attack Retreat, but then you're not doing anything still.
Yeah, and that is only going to save you from 1 attack. And if Caben has another ally or literally anything else, you're probably dead. And that Attack Retreat alone will not save you. The Crystalline Archer coming out, dealing 4 damage to face finally. First time.
Yeah, this does allow Sebastian also to hold up the Attack Retreat, getting the card off of this too. So he's holding a pretty healthy hand of 6 cards now. Which even means that through something like an Enfeebling Orb, he'd still be able to play the Tactical Retreat, or if he's got a Cerulean Decree in there, I can't quite tell. He's got a Refreshing Charge as well. So he's got a couple of options that Caben has to be aware of. But Caben does have another Materialize phase here.
Oh, no, and he's carrying a backup charger for that Influence game. Yeah, Caben went pretty far down on Influence here last turn, so he definitely needed to build that up. Sebastian trying to make sure, all right, yeah. There is another Weaving Mana Stream being played.
So Sebastian, again, going to be distant going into his next turn, which does mean that Caben can't really hold anything back this turn.
Yeah.
Because the Quickstep Treads will come out next turn, and
it's already there.
Oh, the Treads did come. Sorry, the Treads came out. Excuse me. Yes, the Treads came out this year. That glare got me there. So yeah, with the Quickstep Treads out there now, Sebastian is... If Caben wants to hold anything back, he holds his entire hand right now.
Yeah, and it might just be better to force Sebastian to just try and stop him, because Sebastian also doesn't have a lot of influence right now. So Caben this is the perfect moment to go for it.
Still being distant going to this turn too means the Flash Grenade is there too. I just don't think Caben can get through. I don't think through the Flash Grenades, Caben is able to deal enough damage. And he might have to pass 1 more turn holding everything back to be able to interact with Sebastian on his turn. Well, Caben is still continuing to progress the game with damage every turn while Sebastian doesn't use the Quickstep or the Flash Grenade.
Yeah, that's a bit tough. The thing is, Caben can just also play Tweedledee and keep Tweedledee up and not attack with it, because she is a taunter.
Yeah.
And that would also win him the game.
I think the Tweedledee is a nice play, actually. Although it can be played around pretty easily with Smoke Bomb, so it actually doesn't. I don't think it actually stops Sebastian if it's the only line here. Right. So he's going for the Bandit instead, which can at least try and deny more of a like floating memory pop off. We'll see if it hits one of the other bandits in the list. There's only 2 left, so no.
No,
Caben doesn't expect to hit it there.
Yeah, he's like, I just will know what the bottom of my deck looks like, basically. Unfortunate on the bandit, but it is, like you said, probably expected at this point.
The bandit does banish that Weaving Mana Stream as well. So again, Sebastian is just being squeezed on that influence turn after turn here. Has to actually lose a card to bring out any of the powerful plays, like, again, the strides, which we haven't seen yet. But by bringing out the strides, opens up lines to potentially get to lethal.
Yeah, but the thing is, he doesn't have a weapon or anything loaded into his Aqua Mirage Whisper or any Aether Charge in hand, from what I could see. It seemed like he was relying on the Weaving Mana Stream. Unless he does have the Refreshing Charge in hand.
Yes, still had the Refreshing Charge.
Okay.
So he does have to play it, but it does mean that he can't hold back the charge to try and surprise Caben on like a heavy swing that Caben thinks is lethal. So that is, does have that going for him. And there we see the strides coming out here as Sebastian is getting ready, knowing that this game is getting closer and closer to him losing. I think deciding whether or not it's time to push full in and try and get Caben out of the game, with Caben only having 1 card left in hand.
Yeah.
Caben did just hit a 3rd Omen as well, so any of the attacks from CL are actually going to deal +2 damage. I mean, again, I think that's lethal on board. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, without even using Bandit or the Trapper.
Yeah. That is quite a bit of damage on Caben's side. And Sebastian doesn't have a lot of life to do some, maths with and survive on. But he needs to do a lot of precise math to win the game on this turn.
But he does have take aim. He does have strides. And he's got a prudent knock right now.
Yep. Boom.
That's adding 1 more damage.
Paying for it from the Fracturized Reservable Fractals.
And he did the Refreshing Charge and chose not to load it, I just realized. That was the float that was used for the Ranger Stride. So protecting, I think Sebastian's really trying to protect the take aim in hand in particular as a pretty huge damage source. So swinging in with this now loaded up Aqua Mirage, that's 1, 2, 3, 7 from the Strides, and then another 4 from the take aim. So that's 11 damage. It's not quite there, though.
Yeah, this is where CL's magical 20 life comes in handy.
Yeah, so it looks like choosing not to use the take aim then. Just trying to hold back some interaction and continue to push. And Sebi knows that he can bring out another weapon next turn. Still has a Palvar Sword available as well as a Seeker's Aetherwing. So has a couple more ways to push that damage next turn, but needs to be able to still kind of hold Caben back.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's pretty scary knowing that Caben will kill you next turn here if you let him just do whatever he wants.
That 2 back on top, I think, so milling 1 and drawing another on the next turn potentially. So there's the Fracturize getting the float in the yard. I didn't see what Sebi's next card is, but it was good enough to put on top in a dire situation. So definitely tells you, I think, if you're Caben in this scenario, I have to finish this now.
Yep. Oh, and the Armoire coming out, so...
Oh, what do we have in Omens right now? I know there's a Frostbind.
Aquafire Seneschal, and I believe a Tweedledee.
Undercurrent Vantage being played in Wreck here to set the flash grenade up. Not going to give Caben an opportunity to Frostbind or something, get any solution to this Vantage. That does mean that all of Caben's damage sources have to do more than 3 to get that. You at least have to pop the flash grenade here. Caben then just banishes that Undercurrent Vantage with the Bandit. And now how can he respond with a 3 prevention on Diana from anything that he does here? Has to deal way too much damage, honestly. 7 damage to be able to clear it still.
Yeah, he would need that heavy swing that got banished earlier, because that would be exactly lethal. Actually, even over lethal here.
I wonder how different this game is if the heavy swing doesn't get banished, because even that Manxam Armor can bring it back for another swing. Caben might have had multiple opportunities for this. That's pretty good, though. Another Korhazi Trapper. Again, the big thing about Quick Step Treads is that it's you're taxed on activations on your opponent's turn
Yeah.
of cards.
Yes.
But you're not taxed on ability activations. So things like these Korhazi Trapper, and actually importantly, Caben keeps 2 of them up, because that means even if one is dealt with, then the other can still be activated on the next one, really forcing Sebastian's action to push through if he wants to get any sort of damage onto CL.
Yeah, absolutely. So this time, when that archer is coming for the Korhazi Trapper, Caben's just gonna let it come and be like, all right, I have another one, luckily.
Absolutely. Sebastian with that take aim, though. I mean, the take aim will go way over the top of the 3 damage from the archer, or 3 damage prevention from the trapper.
Yeah.
But it's 6 damage total. Multiple take aims definitely get there. I think multiple take aims get there. If what Sebastian put on top was another take aim, then you have to feel pretty okay. But otherwise, this is pretty tough.
Yeah, this is a hard moment. All right, Power Sword coming out from Sebastian as well, just for more damage, because Diana currently doesn't have any weapon on board. Banishing a Cerulean Decree, yeah, it might be a bit too late for that at this point.
Yeah, it does mean that Sebastian now doesn't have to play to load something in to get the swing off. Has the frack in the yard here for the Frosthorn Paladin coming in. That's going to be basically our first Korhazi Trapper clear. Unless Caben, he's just going to face, maybe? No, okay. You're going to face, and yeah, Caben's going to stop that damage, then take aim on the Diana.
Yeah.
The Diana swings in, ranged with the Palvor Sword, and that's game 1 going to Sebastian. Caben just could not quite get there. We had him on the ropes the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. It was such a close game as well. Caben almost taking it home. Unfortunately for him, Sebastian managed to close it out. And Water Diana, as always, takes game 1.
Yeah, pretty common thing to see. Now, going into the sideboards here, Caben, of course, playing a lot of anti-meta style cards in his deck. How is he going to deal with Diana? I actually see a lot of potential cards you can bring in here, Clem.
Yeah, I think I genuinely think that the Bulwark Sword might come in, because for it you just need the extra damage in this matchup right now, because so many answers that Sebastian has and so much damage that you need to deal, that it's kind of worth it if he just fracturizes your weapons again.
Yeah, and that is an easy thing to bring in, because again, Caben, when his influence maxing build, has those extra baubles available, so can pull out the wind or the fire bauble easily for that. Might even put in a nullifying anything just because you can.
Yeah, it's
like, whatever.
honestly worth it, yeah.
Yep. But I think, we're going to see the Song of Frost
Definitely.
likely come in. And I think the Cerulean Decrees could have been pretty impactful there. They're tough once the Quickstep Treads come out, but they're really good in the early turns when you can -3 that Diana's attack as a surprise as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a nice surprise, and a nice surprise for you, horrible surprise for Diana, being able to glimpse, even if they still deal damage, glimpsing 3 less is really tough.
And one other thing you might consider is the 4th Bladed Riftseer coming in. It's a 2/3 for 3 that has this level 1+ True Sight, which means it's a cat clearing card.
It is absolutely a cat clearing card. Now, I genuinely am thinking maybe to fracturize as well for the Quickstep Threads. It's such an annoying card to deal with that if you don't see one of your fracturizes, or if anything happens to it, then your game plan is quite hard.
Yeah, I don't hate that at all.
To execute. Yeah, so it might just be everything in the sideboard coming.
It's a lot. There's a lot that can come in for sure. And on Sebastian's side now, what do you do when your opponent is playing all of these allies? I actually think this is where the 8 of Spades comes in.
Yeah, it's a big investment, but it is absolutely worth it for an ally that's quite big to just start clearing Caben's side of the board.
And the Drown in Aether becomes quite a relevant Aether charge to bring in this matchup, as well as the Unbroken Mustang actually can hit Caben's swords, which can take a lot more heat off here. But as we go into Caben's first turn of the game, we did get that Aquifer Senescal with the pass to the turn to Sebastian, passing as Diana does, then going into Caben's second turn for a Censor of Restful Peace to just force Sebastian to have the answer for it early to get the float enabled, followed by a second Aquifer Senescal. Oh, these are really, really good right now. Just as a 3/4 that requires no extra input from Caben's side, that Sebastian needs to find a way to clear.
Yeah, like even in non-CL decks, this is such a powerful eye, because a 3/4 stat line is enough to scare people, and it's enough to eat up damage even without it being taunted, having taunt.
We looks like we have an undercurrent Vantage being played again from Sebastian, getting that glimpse, trying to figure out what makes sense right now, giving that distant, and then we're certainly going to see Sebastian go to wreck, get an Aether Charge loaded into the Aqua Mirage Whisper that we are about to see once this on-enter resolves, and then Sebastian looking to figure out what to fire at after that.
Yeah, but he does need to still load. Yeah, find something to load the Aqua Mirage. But so you know what? That Charge of Soul is perfect. It's dealing double damage. And there's a Storm of Thorns preventing damage. Which
That's actually crazy because the Charge of Soul on the Aquifer indicates that he's trying to deal the damage to set up to get the kill on the swing from Diana, but now it prevented that damage, and it prevents the first damage from being dealt from every source that would be dealt to that Senescal this turn. So now Sebastian has to line up a 4 damage swing to take out the other Aquifer Senescal if he wants to. It basically needs to stop targeting the one he started targeting that turn.
Yep. Unfortunately, that is -1 card for him, but the damage is so much more important.
It's a float as well, though. So at some point, Caven will be able to use that to bring out the Palvor Sword later on, which is going to be, I think, relevant. Or Frosthorn Paladins.
Yeah, it just once he levels up, that is going to be a really powerful card to have here, and it looks like, yep, there is the board, the Seneschal clear from Sebastian's side.
Yeah, the Frosthorn Paladin on Sebastian's side coming down, helping get that clear here. But of course, Caven's still in a nice position with that other Aquifer, is going to be able to set up to be able to clear that Frosthorn Paladin right back and try and continue to put hurdles in the way of Diana.
Yeah, he's definitely going to try his best. I'm interested to see now that one of the Seneschals has survived, and it seems that he is going to be leveling up here. How this game continues, Sebastian does have an undercurrent advantage in his graveyard once again. Oh, losing a Frosthorn Paladin for the level up here, not the best for Caven, but you know what? It is still okay. Getting a Bandit as well. Oh,
the Bandit, I was wondering if he was going to find and play the Bandit here to be able to start hitting more of that float, since we got rid of the fracturized the sensor early already.
I was like, he found the Bandit, but he's not going to play the Bandit. It seems that he is keeping the Bandit in hand. Snow White coming out.
I like this line because this is, since he went to CL, this is going to, again, keep Diana rested. So not going to be able to pull off attacks, and combines the exact amount of damage needed to take out that Frosthorn Paladin in conjunction with the Aquifer. So that is Caven kind of achieving all of his goals here, cleared the board, stalled Diana for a turn, and Sebastian needs to, again, commit resources to continue to push, which is all Caven wants to keep him doing.
Exactly. Now, if Sebastian had no allies, this would basically be game for Caven, considering that a Snow White does have to be removed for Diana to be able to wake up. But luckily, I did see at least a Cheshire Cat in Sebastian's hand. Power Sword coming out, flipping Caven's graveyard face down.
Yep, that one card got flipped face down, but importantly, it was a class bonus floating memory that Caven was likely to use on the Palvor Sword on the next turn here. But there is the Crystalline Archer, another ally from Sebastian. Ally does have a pretty packed hand to be able to fight through what Caven has brought to the table right now, but simply puts that down, passes, holding up that tactical retreat once again. I think Sebastian's very respectful of the heavy swing lines that CL can put together very quickly.
Yeah, he is definitely, especially seeing the Inert Sword, probably a bit more scared now because CL's on the board, Inert Sword is on the board, and there's a Snow White staring at you that is going to still be relevant for one more turn unless Sebastian can take care of it with a Charge of Soul or something at fast speed.
Yeah, I mean, every little point of damage here is going to matter quite a bit. I thought Caven was maybe going to swing with the Inert Sword into the Crystalline Archer, but then is waiting to see what else he can do. Oh, I see a Jwaying in hand, too. Snow White is, of course, a water element human unique ally, but right now,
he's just going to play a Frosthorn Paladin.
Plays a raw Frosthorn. No float to banish.
Just swings at Sebastian for 2. It's a 3 cost 2/3, still very, very good. All right, Sebastian's like, I do not want you to have that.
There is that Drown in Aether that we talked about coming in from the side there to just get rid of that 2/3. If there were only a float that weren't face down in banishment, Caben would have at least had the Frostborn Paladin survive the Drown in Aether, so it would not have been a viable route for Sebastian to save anything. But Caben holding back on that Inert Sword play did allow him to say, okay, I get you to play the Drown, and then I'll just kill the Archer anyway.
Yeah. It is pretty good.
Inert Sword from Sebastian as well, now going into the main phase. How do you continue to push the game back into your favor here as Sebastian looking for a swing with that Aqua Mirage Whisper? Glimpsing and finding a floating memory is a pretty good place to start.
Yeah. Oh, that is
But
not
did we?
any floating memory.
Yeah. No, there is.
Oh,
there was a
okay,
refreshing
there's a
charge
refreshing
there.
charge in there, which is luckily a floating memory. So Sebastian has that. Oh, and there is a cat. That is a five.
That is a
power
5-power cat. Yep, that is a 5-power cat. That's what Caben wants to be doing, but unfortunately, Sebastian says no. No, these cats are mine this game. Caben has the backup charger, trying to draw back into a reasonable influence to play the game.
Yeah, and it seems that this is not it yet. He does have the bandit to dig for some more bandit cards, but it doesn't necessarily replace itself. Jue Ying coming out.
Jue Ying, what ability does it gain when you have a water unique human ally?
It loses pride and gains stealth and true sight. True sight being really important for this cat, especially because the Jue Ying is 3 power, which, you know, 3 is equal to 3. So that cat is dead.
CL does get a swing with the sword as well with that buff from the Servile Possessions Mastery, pushing Diana down to the point where, again, she still has taken more damage than CL has this game, even though we do see Diana making a lot of powerful plays. Oh, but with that backstep being played to try and gain distant, Caben actually frostbinds it and forces Sebi to continue to have another distant enabler to set up his actually powerful cards.
Yep, that is absolutely unacceptable here for Caben's part for Diana to become distant here.
Yeah, I think that is pretty smart. I think a lot of people might hold the Frostbind for the more relevant card, but right now hitting this, it means that Sebastian's next turn is really going to be difficult to be as strong as he wants it to be. Having to play an entire action as just a disenabler to turn anything else on means it's unlikely he can push a massive amount of damage at all.
Yeah, but there is the flash grenade for exactly this reason. Like we saw in the last game, it did quite a bit for Sebastian here, preventing anything that's 3 or less. So that chip damage from the Jue Ying and Snow White is basically negated if that flash grenade has been banished.
But Sebastian still has to be distant in order to do it, which means he might have to just play nothing this turn if he's relying on something like an Undercurrent Vantage. Exactly what we see happening. He's going to pass here, wait for Caben's materialize, and then distant himself,
Yeah, there's the Bulwark Sword. It did come in for the game to just push more damage for Caben.
Still no distant yet, which means that Caben could potentially just swing in, forcing that flash grenade. Are you ready? Do you want to pop the flash grenade right now, Sebastian?
This is the spot.
And this is tough, too, because this is before Sebastian knows if there's another unique human ally coming down from Caben to turn the Jue Ying back on. That's... Yeah, like you have to make your opponent make the hardest decisions possible if you want to be able to get the edge in here. And Sebastian goes, okay, I can get the edge. Tactical retreat, gonna end combat, distant Diana, set the flash grenade up.
Yep, that is going to be 2. Caben's like, all right, yeah, that resolves, don't worry. Oh, Topsy Decree imbued, and there is the Frostbind on the Topsy Decree. Caben has 2 more Topsies. Ooh, that is not what you want to have in hand in this matchup right now.
The Topsies can hit the float, but yeah, I mean, it's not the kind of aggression that you're looking for exactly.
It's just a bit shy of doing enough. Though, because Sebastian has been able to keep a steady flow of floating memory in his graveyard. So, 2 more Topsies. Caben can only play 1 a turn at most. And that is if he doesn't play anything else.
Sebastian waking up with the Ranger Strides coming down now. I think he's gearing up.
Exactly. Every time you see Ranger Strides, you're like, all right, this is probably going to be the last turn of the game, no matter which way it goes.
I mean, this is a huge setup for a Cheshire Cat to come down and pump a ridiculous amount of damage into Caben, who I don't think has any really meaningful way to respond. But I think Sebastian doesn't have the Cheshire Cat yet, or does he? I definitely think he doesn't if he pops the Ranger Strides right now.
Yeah, and I don't see it in his hand either. So I think that might not be it. There is a take aim in his hand, which is quite a bit of damage. Paying 3. Oh. He's doing some math right now to see if he can actually win the game here, which I believe with the right math and the right attention to detail he can, because Caven has 0 cards in hand.
Yeah, I think he's
definitely calculating something, and it's more than likely lethal that he is calculating, especially because he used that take aim. All right, Fracturize.
fracking the power cell.
No, it's inert sword.
Or sorry, the inert sword. Sorry, yeah, fracking the inert sword. I'm just so used to saying fracking the power cell. Fracking the inert sword.
That.
Crystalline Archer, becoming distant, taking aim, popping the boots. That's 12.
Yeah, that's 12 damage.
Oh, and swing with the Palvor. And swing with the Palvor is lethal.
So, yeah, that is round 6, game 2. So round 6 as a whole, going to Sebastian at EU Nationals. An American taking down an American, but Caben is not out yet. No. He just has to win 2 more rounds. And Sebastian is also not fully in. He needs to win 1 more round. I believe it's 16 points.
He can take an ID, though, at this point.
Oh, true. If he ties next round, he is in. So basically, Sebastian is in for day 2. He will have the fortune of playing our European players and trying to best them while they're defending their home region. What a game.
Yeah, it really could have been either player's game the entire time. But I think what you see here, Sebastian, very, very experienced at this Aether Wing Diana deck, really knows the lines to play. And I think a lot of players would play against this Water Allies deck and really not know what's the route that I take to actually get around this, because everything this player is doing right now is stifling my ability to get my full value from my deck. So given the hurdles in my way, how do I jump over them to still be able to clear the exact amount of damage needed? And it was, I guess it was 1 over in that game, but it was still like,
I mean,
that math had to be pretty accurate.
Exactly. And I think the perk or one-up that Sebastian might have over some other players who are near to the game is that he did go through, back during Alchemical Revolution, the twilight, the peak of water decks, which was a lot of water allies. This is definitely, like, Caben's list is definitely more powerful than what we had back then, but he at least knows the broad lines of what to expect from a water ice deck.
Yeah, and I'm positive Caben played that matchup a lot, and it's even, I think, felt like it was a favorable matchup for him. But it was, you can see how close he was, turn after turn, to being able to get it. But
it was.
Sebastian just always had the right answer for the current situation, kept pressing distant, kept saying, I'm going distant next turn. Can you beat me if I'm distant? And Caben had to keep responding to that. And I think very fairly, both players, I think, played exceptionally well to be able to get there. It's just that the things lined up. Sebastian never hit any of those brickier moments in Aether Wing Diana, never really ran out of distant, never really didn't have another ally to play. Always seemed to be having the, okay, I can do the take aim strides play, I can get there. Just set himself up with all of his glimpses, found everything he needed, and grounded out right to the end to push for victory.
Exactly. And it felt like he wasn't even distant as much as you would expect the Water Diana to be, but he was distant at the right moments.
Yep.
And I think that is what made this matchup, because instead of just blindly going distant and trying to cycle cards, he very methodically stacked his deck, like you said, and knew and glimpsed and did exactly everything as he wanted with a lot of intention.
Yeah, I am really curious to see, of course, where Caben's going to go as playing the more off-meta deck here in the event. If he can continue to get those wins and get a decent record going into day 2, it's possible that we see a rematch of the two in day 2 or beyond, or in top 8, where maybe Caben will feel like his deck performed into this match more better, more in the way he expected it to in testing.
He was missing quite a few things here in game 2. He had no taunts. The Seneschals both immediately died.
Yeah.
There was, he wasn't able to utilize the 3 omen value off of Seneschal where it immediately wakes up as you come in. So it was a bit unfortunate, but maybe when they have their rematch, there's gonna go better for Caben.
And maybe if Bandit actually finds another Bandit too and keeps Caben's influence a little bit higher, because we saw him just he had to go pretty far down because Diana demands so much respect.
Yeah.
You just have to keep playing things and getting in her way as much as you can. And that's not the way Caben would prefer to play this deck.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It definitely rushed Caben, not in terms of like, oh, I'm running out of time, but more so that he couldn't wait around for the amount of value that he would have wanted to gain out of most of the cards.
Yeah, and I think that's a very valid way to think about Grand Archive as well. To think about how much turn pressure your opponent is putting on you, and how you can find ways to alleviate that as much as possible. The reason some of these decks are so powerful, especially Aether Wing Diana right now, is that it just doesn't give decks time to play the game. And Caben, I mean, looking at Caben's board, it looked like he had time. It looked like he was getting that constant pressure, but it just kept managing turn after turn to find a way to get things clear.
Yeah, he had a really strong start both games, and Sebastian had what I would argue is a really weak start both games. He wasn't able to level up while being distant. He wasn't able to have at least some allies on board or glimpse enough, and yet he was still able to turn it around by kind of outplaying Caben in terms of being more patient, right? He was playing the Caben game of doing more value. And it was really tough because the way his deck plays is that it just naturally pressures his opponent. So Caben wasn't able to get the value, but Sebastian had the time to just wait around and be like, all right, now I can level up. Now I can attack with my Aether Wing. Now I can get my cat. Now I can get my strides and go for game. And
to Sebastian's credit, too, in both games, Caben played an early Sensor of Restful Peace.
Yeah.
And Sebastian was ready with an answer each time for it. So, that's another factor that can go in Caben's favor. If you just don't draw your Fracturize or your Mustang, that can buy you on its own. That one Materialize can buy you at least one more full turn.
Yeah.
Where that, again, if Caben ever just had a free turn where he didn't have to keep committing answers to things, he might have had that extra damage to close it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a lot of different things that were unfortunate for Caben and fortunate for Sebastian lining up. But both of these players also played to their best.
Yeah.
It wasn't definitely not all up to chance. Sebastian is really experienced on this deck, and it showed, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. That is, I mean, that's our round 6. I never expected to see Water Allies in this event, though. I think one thing that strikes me, though, you mentioned this a little bit ago, Clem, but like, this is a more powerful allies list than what we're used to from the past. I mean, we used to play 2-3 allies with irrelevant class bonus abilities, right?
Yep.
But there isn't really anything like that in this deck.
Yeah, everything, either where if it has a class bonus that's not utilized, is that because the card is just so powerful, and it's only Nia that has that. Everything else is level bonus, and you just need to go up to level 1 to utilize everything. So it works together so well. And when I first saw this deck, I was like, why CL? But CL's Mastery just passively gives you so much damage that all the pieces of it finally fell into place, and it works so beautifully together.
You know what we also didn't see, actually, thinking about it? We saw that Heavy Swing Banish from Caben in Game 1, and it never showed up in Game 2. I mean, what could have been different? This is why I really want to see these two rematch again later in this event, because I just want to see, was that a Sebastian skill diff, or was that a Caben luck diff, but in the other direction?
Opposite. Yeah.
A luck miss.
Was it luck miss? I like that. Was it the luck miss? Yeah. If we would have seen even just one heavy swing from Caben, I think this game would have gone very differently. He was both times less than one heavy swing, one like natural heavy swing away from winning the game. That was less than 6 damage needed for him.
Yep, and you might think, well, the flash grenade, right? But that heavy swing is not just a 6 damage attack. That heavy swing is usually minimum a 9 damage attack from the Omen buff from Servile Possessions and whichever sword he chooses to use with it. So, it could have totally cleared Diana both times, but well, hopefully we'll get to see another one.
I really, really hope so. But I think our round 6 is slowly wrapping up here. So we will go on a quick break, and then we'll be back with round 7 already of the EU Nationals for you. See you guys in a bit.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com. Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com. Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player.
And welcome back, everyone, to Grand Archive TCG European Nationals 2026. Once again at the desk, I'm Main Deck Dan, joined by Garrett again. How are we feeling, Garrett?
Amazing. Super excited about the next match that is about to start soon. As the viewers might have seen already, Wind Crux is a very prevalent deck here, right, Dan?
Yeah, there's a lot of Wind Crux in the room, more than I expected to see, for sure.
Also more than I expected to see. And we are having a Fire Xander deck as the upcoming opponent for the Wind Crux decks. I'm super excited to see how this pans out. Fire Luxem specifically got a couple tools that are very strong in this deck specifically with Angelic Channeling, right? You go up to Xander level 3 in your normal materialization phase, then get out all those good cards from the Angelic Channeling on top of your deck, and then activate some cards to put things into your memory. So you get to basically double dip already the first turn you leveled up. Yeah. That is pretty strong, in my opinion.
That is definitely strong. Both decks got some interesting routes that they're taking from Radiant Origins. So let's dive into the game right now. We're actually ready to go. We're heading into the table. And these players are going to get going now. This is actually a player we featured on the stream earlier today. Again, Maru X, who is here now with this 4-2 record, looking to pick up 1 more win. And again, with that additional win here in round 7 going to round 8, has the option to just take an ID and lock into day 2, or play it out if they want to chance it and try and make it into a higher seed, a higher bracket going into day 2. Looking at these players taking the first turn, again, as you mentioned, this is a Fire Luxem Xander deck that Pew Pew Stan on the right is playing. And as expected, we see the Spirit of Serene Fire giving Xander that extra life total that we're going to have to pay attention to.
The extra life total might be the thing that tips off some of the opponents at events. If you are suddenly say, okay, whatever you do, Spirit Release, I'm good. Let's go and keep going, to just say, I'm not losing the game yet.
And Maru X did start the first turn of the game here, passing the turn to Pew Pew Stan, and then Pew Pew Stan does nothing. Maru X actually did nothing as well, and brings out a Purifying Thurible and draws, which I love. Every time I see players making this play, I love this play. This is saying, I know what you want to do. You want to get float.
But does Maru X actually know what he is doing?
That's the thing that's so interesting about this current meta, though, because we have all these decks that are playing around raccoons and playing less floating memory. Now, you did say Angelic Channeling, right? We know that's something that's there. But now Pew Pew Stan looks like just taking, okay, fine. I'm just going to take a backup charger and draw then, if you're going to take a turn doing literally nothing. And this is kind of some of the fun back and forth that we get to see in Grand Archive. These players trying to jockey around each other and make sure they can be the one coming out in the higher advantage position.
And here Pew Pew Stan charging it up with a turbo charge on the backup charger. So he is loading up the power here and just increasing the cards in his hand. Then do you know what is better than drawing one card?
Drawing a card and dealing a damage?
Or just drawing 2 more cards from your deck.
Okay, well that's right. That is pretty good. But you know, if we do see a juggle knives, that's also drawing a card and dealing a damage, which is technically better.
Yeah, but not if you are not an assassin.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. But I'm going to assume we're going to see Pew Pew Stan become an assassin at some point here. But first, Maru X is going to take this turn to go to Lorraine, popping that Thurible. It was kind of a gambit to make Pew Pew Stan play in a certain way. They probably don't feel too bad about that route. And also, this could be a hand where Maru X is just kind of bricked, unfortunately, on the amount of playable cards and just having mostly Crux and just deciding, okay, well, I need to take Thurible to level here instead.
It seems like you are more than correct.
Yeah.
If we are looking, this hand is looking rough. He has 2 stifling traps and 1 dungeon guide.
Is that the Tyrannical Denigration that was drawn too?
It is.
Oh
it is.
my goodness. Yeah, this is the player we casted earlier as Tyrannical Denigration in their deck as well. Unfortunately, this is the reason Garrett, you and I were talking about this too. This is the reason why neither of us want to play Fire Crux, because when it's good, it's insane.
It is.
When it bricks, it's brick. This is Win Crux, but same thing.
Look at all those Luxem cards. Oh my
that
lord.
looks
This
nice.
is a channeling that is so powerful. Just revealing, uncover the plot, light. The names are just leaving me then.
Yeah, we have an Uncover. We have a Striking Illuminance there. And that is the
Gleaming Cut.
Gleaming Cut. Yeah, the draw. It was like the draw two, the Gleaming Cut. Yes.
The thing that adds cards to your hand.
Yeah, the good one. The good one.
Yeah, 2 specifically, right?
Yeah, I've heard that's better than 1.
You indeed did.
I've learned a lot in this cast already, Garrett.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad. And here we have Pew Pew Stang just reserving the glimpse from Zenda level 1 and just throwing the knives here.
I told you. You're going to see the juggle knives.
Yeah.
There it is. Draw a card. That's also better than drawing a card. Drawing a card and dealing damage.
That is correct. Drawing a card and doing something in addition is amazing. And
Almost anything in addition is better, except discarding a card. Although, if you have float, it's still better.
What about you draw a card and your opponent has to discard a card there?
That's pretty good too. What if you use your preparation to activate a Mercenary's Blade and then you return to the archive it to draw a card and get a float?
That is also pretty good.
We're
Drawing a
seeing-
card and doing something is the name of the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you haven't seen these Fire level 3 decks before, this is exactly what you want to do. Any action you take just advances your influence in some way.
Most of the time, the Zenda decks specifically seem to me like a well-oiled machine that just does the thing they want to do every time. And cards like Angelic Channeling and also Return to the Archive just help you to have more consistency in doing what you want to do, right?
Yeah, they are really, when they run like this, they're fantastic to see. And just seeing the difference in how these 2 players' games has gone so far, you have to really feel like Pew Pew Stan is in the driver's seat here, having gotten so much influence to the point where Maru X's only play this turn is the Dream Fairy with no targets. Just putting down a 1/2 stealth, but this at least gives them cards in memory to be able to level with on the next turn. They had to go Clarent this turn, which Clarent's not bad in this matchup. It certainly is a card that can help them out later on, but none of this is going the way Maru X wants, and they're dying to get to level 3 right now to actually turn their hand on. Well, Pew Pew Stan goes to Xander Deft Executor, gets the trigger to bring the juggle knives back into hand and uses it one more time.
He has a full bag of knives, as it seems, and he's exploiting that very heavily.
Absolutely.
Just drawing card for card for card, and now on top, a creative shock. Is he finding the dungeon guide? The one card that you want to find early on if you are a level 3 deck.
Yeah, these are definitely it's a shockingly strong position that Pew Pew Stan is in right now, and Maru X has to feel pretty vulnerable.
You know what is actually the worst part for Maru here? We saw early on 2 stifling traps in his hand. But right now, he doesn't have any in hand. So
I mean,
they
this
are
is
all in memory just for the sake of leveling up next turn.
I think this is a very calculated gambit that MaruX is taking, though. It's like Pew Pew Stan has gotten so much advantage in this game already. All MaruX wants to do is by the time MaruX gets to 3, he wants to have as many Crux cards left in hand as possible and just get to utilize them to attempt to gain back any of this sort of lost momentum, this lost advantage of this game. Unfortunately, Pew Pew Stan did have the dungeon guide. Drops the D guide. MaruX took the gamble, but it might not have paid off here as now Xander has already hit level 3 as MaruX is sitting on Lorraine level 1 with simply a bricked hand.
You are looking into the abyss here right now if you are on MaruX's
It feels
place.
rough. This is
And here we have the Regal Inquisition.
no.
Oh my, oh my.
So this is going to reveal MaruX's hand, and now Pew Pew Stan gets to look and see just how bricked this is, just how cooked MaruX feels right now. And here's the choice, Garrett, that I want to ask you. What do you do in this scenario? Because you could take this entire hand of good cards, but actually give MaruX playable cards now. Or you can take the whole memory of cards that were playable are here and hope MaruX bricks again and can't even level on the next turn.
You know, I didn't go to Vegas to gamble, but in this case, I would have actually gambled and said, oh, you are discarding maybe a Stifling Trap.
Yep.
Just from memory to force all the cards being banished that are still playable.
Now, we did see going for the just the simple hedged bet of the Ghost of Pendragon. Let's not have to deal with that here, which does allow MaruX to level 2, Lorraine level 2. Found a Fairy Whispers now. I am gonna probably spend the rest of this game wondering how that Regal could have gone. I mean, I don't, maybe this was completely right, but there were so many different ways to go about using that Regal Inquisition here, but we did give Maru the ability to play the Fairy Whispers. Pew Pew Stan did give him some action to play with here at the cost of losing the Ghost of Pendragon, and it's just tricky.
I think getting rid of the Pendragons was a pretty good choice because
think
they're
so too.
a long-term issue that you need to have multiple Lightweaver Assaults in your memory every turn to deal with them and slowly ping them off. And even if you start doing that, we already have the Clarent Reimagined on the board, so if you're MaruX, you can even protect them if you want to.
See 2 coming down, 3
3
coming down. There's the Dungeon Guide to 3. That was ripped off of the Regal as well. So this is where it's so fascinating because, I mean, you had to hit the Ghost, right?
Yeah.
But now the rest of Maru's hand is turned on, and what advanced elements were left? Because they had an Aela, they had multiple Ascensions as well.
2 to be precise.
Here comes
And
the Drawn Blade from the Clarent that was banished earlier, giving another card to Maru's hand on this turn now.
You could actually make a very interesting turn and not getting out the Drawn Blade here, but more so the Clarent, since MaruX has
the
a
regular
Sabella.
Clarent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
MaruX has a Sabella still in hand, and you could start swinging with that one.
There is still one Ascension and an Aela in hand. And
And the Sabella. And
was the Tyrannical Denigration banished earlier? It was. It was banished on that level. So there is no... Oh, fire doesn't matter, though. We're against a fire, Xander. So that was an easy banish. So in this case, this does mean that this Sword of Shadows can be returned. And I'm positive the Prismatic Edge is coming out here.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Because now...
What better card could you get, right?
Right, exactly. Because now what this is going to do is reveal... it's definitely going to reveal Wind. It might reveal Fire on Pew Pew Stan's side. And by revealing Wind at the very least, it's going to force Pew Pew Stan to start losing influence. And with the additional Spirit Blade Ascension in hand, it can be used a second time, especially if a fire is there. There is a fire revealed. So this is going to be a pretty valuable 3 damage plus banishing a card at random. If we don't hit the fire, the Ascension can be used. Do it again. Might hit the... I mean... This is revealing, though. I guess that's the thing about Luxem,
revealing.
right?
I was about to say.
Yeah, you go off. Tell everyone about
if
this.
Prismatic Edge reveals Luxem cards, it will trigger those abilities. Since we are now in the middle of resolving an ability from the Prismatic Edge, first we banish the card from memory, and if it is not the Gleaming card, then has the ability to banish it to draw two
It
more
was the
cards.
fire. No.
He's basically losing out double here.
And then the Gleaming Cut now gets to resolve, gets banished from memory, draw 2.
And now we only have the Resolute stand, so no more free damage. And I mean not free, but free.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, but despite that, Maru X does still have the Ayala in hand as another way to be able to reuse this. And I don't know, they might just brute force through the Luxem because they need advantage right now. Maru needs to get some leg up on this matchup.
That is correct. Very badly. Having the Lorraine Spirit Ruler out and the Prismatic Edge is already pretty valuable since you can, as you said, develop more of the on-enter triggers here with Ayla. But there's also a world where you start to need to push damage quite heavily now. Otherwise, you run into issues down the road.
Prism Spire Scepter coming down from Pew Pew Stand, so just trying to, number one, draw more cards in memory, but number two, the most important thing for Xander, put more cards in memory when we go to the Recollection phase, Blinding Steel trigger. Pew Pew Stand will reveal the memory and then get to reveal multiple, potentially, Luxem cards in here. But the Ayala is going to come down in response to the Blinding Steel trigger. That is going to allow Maru X the ability now to have a free Zephyr activation at some point on any target of their choice. Pew Pew Stand revealing how many Luxem? 3 Luxem, 1 is the Gleaming Cut. So that's going to trigger that Gleaming Cut as well as force Maru X's hand down if it were still up, but the Ayla was played.
Now we are just recollecting since everything for Maru X is in the memory. And do we have a huge amount of cards that help us do something?
There's a part of this now, though, where Pew Pew Stan is now digging to find the Luxem cards that actually end the game.
Did I just spot 2? Is 2 incapacitates in hand, or is it even 3?
There's definitely incaps in hand. I'm not sure if it's 2 or 3.
This is going to be wild.
But we're going to have these Striking Illuminance swinging in here at the Ayala. So using this actually just to potentially clear that Ayala, which can force that free activate of the Ayala to be used in response.
Okay, it seems like Maru X decides the on-enter of the Prismatic Edge is the most valuable target here. Not drawing more cards with the Drawn Blade is what he picks.
Yep. And I think that's not unreasonable because you obviously already saw your opponent use their Gleaming Cuts. You haven't seen any Lightweavers or Luxem sites yet, right? So Maru X has to feel like, okay, this is probably fine. And in response to the returning trigger from the Prismatic Edge, Topsy Decree being activated. Now, Topsy this isn't a spell that's dealing damage, so we can't even stop damage necessarily if fire is revealed here. But
that is correct. But the modes chosen are discard and 2 banishing. So what Pew Pew Stand most likely is trying to do here, protecting a card that he put down into memory with this.
Yep, from being lost to the random banish, exactly.
And we have one more Illuminating Strike.
It's
one
got to be
Uncover
the
Plot.
Illuminance. It's got to be the Illuminance, right?
Yeah.
I think so. That's one of your win con cards for the Fire Luxem deck. You want to generally combine that Striking Illuminance with a Lightweaver's Assault while it's resolving while you're in the combat phase to be able to deal a whole lot of damage to the opponent here. Didn't hit it.
Then, did you like it back then when you played Merlin? As I know, you liked her quite a lot back then when your Spirit Blade Ascension got incapacitated.
Well, no. Can't say I loved that. I played a lot of Merlin before Incapacitate was a card, though. And that was when Sword of Avarice was a card. And I didn't mind the game then. That was like pretty, okay, Assassin deck, sure, I'll win.
Drawing 2 cards?
Yeah. Drawing 2 cards was good. Here we have Maru X now bringing that Sword of Seeking back out, getting just another sort of turn here with a full hand, a full grip of cards to try and accrue some advantage here. I think feeling the repercussions of the Regal Inquisition now, really wishing those Ghosts of Pendragons were available.
No more Ghost to find the Pendragon Gold here. The good old kingdom that got protected by Ufa.
Yep, the kingdom is a little bit far from Marox's grip right now, wishing they could don the crown on their hand, but on their head, but here just instead pushing a little bit of damage with Lorraine. As long as Pew Pew Stan hasn't found Luxem sites, it's going to be a game that Marox can eventually chip away at, but this Luxera's map materialized is going to start to put a clock on everything.
That is correct. And most likely next turn, we just gonna see the insignia of the Kohazi coming down to generate those preparation counters for Pew Pew Stand to enable the illuminating strike to deal actual damage. And as we both know, looking at the deck list for Mario X here, there is not a lot that can stop this in the end, if it happens at all.
Yeah, like we talked about earlier, this is a deck that's pretty good at dealing with the board, but when it's not board-based, it just simply doesn't have a ton of interaction. And here we do have an example of this Imperious Galebind coming down. This is super flexible, suppress up to 3 targets. So this is actually going to suppress all 3 of these swords right now, which is going to restore some durability to the Clarent, as well as get the triggers on the Prismatic Edge and the Drawn Blade, creating a pretty nice little push of advantage here, at least getting a card, but Pew Pew Stan doesn't have anything in memory right now. So Marox can banish from memory if a wind is revealed on Prismatic, but there's nothing to banish.
That is correct. So what Mario X basically did here overall is losing durability counters on the Drawn Blade and trading 1 card for another from his deck.
Yeah.
That is essentially what happened.
That's a play that Galebind can feel so strong in some scenarios, but in here it ended up being essentially a cycle. Just a little less than I think Marox is hoping that it does. But I got to point out, this Dream Fairy is going the distance every single turn.
She's gotten quite long legs here.
Yeah. She's almost like she's got some Ranger strides on her.
Better not then. We still need this little fairy a little longer, and the strides, I think we don't.
Yep. Not going to see any strides in this matchup, thankfully, and they can't target a fairy anyway, as Pew Pew Stan actually just resolute stands this fairy attack. I think that is a pretty interesting play of just saying, yeah, I'm done taking this extra damage this turn.
Maybe he's also just saying, I put 3 cards down,
Yeah, that's
deal
the other
with
thing.
it.
Yep.
And it might just be a bait for Mario X here.
Trying to get Marox to play another suppression?
Or just activate another Spirit Blade Ascension and then just
Yeah.
incapacitate. Whoop-de-doo-doo. It's gone.
Interesting. Pew Pew Stan would definitely be in Marox's head then if we saw that happening here.
Maybe we are just in his head.
Maybe.
Who knows? Who knows? I think throwing down the Sabella, if I have the card text correctly in mind, would be a pretty good play here.
Sabella getting the... Oh, wait, is that the Numinous Monk?
It is the Numinous Monk as a shiny card here. So
That is a really good card in this particular situation. I think that's really strong. That's going to give Numinous Monk on its own can deal damage. Of course, the Resolute Stand came down. But then gives Marox the ability to, as a spell, rest these different swords that they have in play to ping damage every single turn. This is actually a pretty big clock.
Ooh. And Pew Pew Stan found the Lightweaver's Assault naturally without using the Luxera's map.
Didn't even have to pop the Luxera's map in response to the trigger here.
You can't because it's slow speed.
It's slow. Thank you. Yes, thank you. But that's
But now it is getting popped.
now we can use it. Yeah.
So what is your bet? Is it a Lightweaver's Assault or a Luxem side?
Well, we already have 1 assault. I think in this scenario it could be Sight because striking Illuminance Assault is, well, that's not already lethal though, actually. That can't deal 25.
Lorraine has too much HP, and I think Pew Pew Stan's influence is not big enough here yet to threaten a double Lightweavers with the Illuminating Strike.
Yep, and I think the double Lightweavers also is not a great line with Clarent in play. It's going to prevent a pretty decent chunk of that damage too. So I think you'd go for the Sight in this scenario, just so that you can basically buy that time to eat up anything else that Marox is doing. But I think we're going to find out right now, as we're going to uncover the plot and see what was grabbed into memory here.
And the Regalias are getting arrested to deal 1 damage to Pew Pew Stan for each instance Let's see what he shows us after the reveal. 2 Light Weavers and the Illuminating
It
Strike.
was the Light Weavers still.
And
But Xander's getting pretty damaged. The Serene still hasn't been used, so we need 11 more. Or sorry,
10 more.
10 more to pop the Serene, and then 6 more after that, so 16 more still to get the win.
Luckily for Pew Pew Stan, he doesn't really care anymore about the fire element for the most part in his deck. So, sure, activating the Creative Shock or the Planted Explosives might be a good call here at times, but not that relevant anymore. And we know 2 Pendragons are already gone.
Yeah.
So.
Unfortunately for Maro X, Pew Pew Stan was very smart and used those Lightweaver triggers to hit the Numismonic. That was the thing I wasn't thinking about that would have made me go, it's Lightweavers for sure. Because you need to clear that Monk. If you look at Maro X's hand, Imperial Scalebind is in there, and that actually can reset your swords to deal extra damage with them too. And I think Maro X can find the lethal line potentially
correct.
without if that Monk stayed in play.
And here we now have finally Sabella hitting the board with the Drawn Blade being banished from the first attack. Now she can return it. You get to draw a card, so she's kind of a tiny Pendragon here.
Yeah.
And also buffing up the damage of the Drawn Blade here. 3 down. Oh, another Resolute Stand from Pew Pew Stan here saying, maybe I took enough now. Let's keep it at that.
Yeah, Pew Pew Stan is playing pretty cautiously still.
Imperious Galebind on.
Yeah, but here now with this Galebind, this is going to at least give Maro X the full advantage of the Prismatic Edge that's available to them, having forced Pew Pew Stan to put cards down in response to that attack from the Sabella as well.
And here he is actually reading the card and wants to make something sure. Let's see if we see what I expect. Incapacitate. It is an Incapacitate on the Galebind.
Yep, and that has to happen here, definitely.
It has to happen, especially if you know you have fire down and your opponent is a wind deck, and losing influence as the Xander deck is not that great here. Right?
Right.
So
this is. I'm just trying to. I'm sitting here trying to math out how Maro X finds the win now, and it's starting to look a bit bleak. That Incap was pretty well timed. This Lantern comes out, and I don't think this does anything in this matchup.
in this matchup, if you are not familiar with the list that Maro X is playing, since we saw a couple different variations of it today, you could also be playing with Crux Sites, and
Oh, Crux Sight. Yeah.
you
Crux
then
Sight is
just
what it
can't
is.
get
Yep.
back the good Crux cards.
Yep, that's fair.
And here we see the Clarent being popped, most likely preventing the instances on the champion here. So Maro X still a little bit safe. Sabella gone, that means that the Drawn Blade has also to go, since the Drawn Blade got put into play with Sabella, and she specifically says that the card needs to leave the field then if she leaves the field, and I hope the judges will correct this in a bit.
Oh, yeah, true. Yep, absolutely. So that Drawn Blade will hopefully get pulled off here with that Sabella gone. Meanwhile, Maro X is looking to go just an imbued Windmill Engineer, draw into memory off of this, committing 1 more ally to board, and continuing to try and put that pressure in. You know, importantly, Pew Pew Stan still hasn't found a Luxem site, but without that Luxem site, Maro X can continue to put some actual pressure in onto Pew Pew Stan. And as long as that pressure continues and the Luxem site isn't found, Pew Pew Stan will have to find a closer for the game here, or at least commit to trying to close the game against Lorraine's pretty hefty life total. And without that, it is still very possible that Lorraine steals this away.
And here we have the channeling activated just to get the floating memory for the Photonic Blade. A very new addition to all the Luxem decks.
Yeah, this Photonic Blade is pretty cool. Again, requires the Luxem sites to really be in play to get that value from it. It allows, it gets bigger when you recover on your turn, so it creates another line for Xander to not have to find as many of those win con cards. Of course, Pew Pew Stan hasn't had trouble with that so far, finding both double Striking Luminance and double Lightweaver's Assault. So there are a fair amount of cards that deal damage already, but this is just going to increase the damage output potential. So maybe he can get to close the game here Is the deck just refuses to deliver any recovery to him.
So what Pew Pew Stan needs to find is 21 total damage right now, and with the Photonic Blade and the Luxem side, we are already looking at a total of, is it 4? It should be 4 damage just from the weapon. If you then activate 2 Lightweaver's Assaults and reveal a couple more Luxem sides, you are most likely just finding enough damage already. So if the influence is high enough, you might be on the right here.
Yeah, I think the fluffy shopkeep is at least the saving grace right now for Maro X, where that fluffy shopkeep is going to have to still be pushed through in the first place. Of course, it's not terribly hard for Xander to do, given that Xander has the Lightweaver's Assaults already in memory and can get rid of that. So it does look pretty significantly in Pew Pew Stan's favor right now in their ability to actually get this game closed here. And right now, if you're just joining us, just figuring out the sort of the rules interaction here with the Sabella, that did leave play on the other turn, which, as you pointed out, Garrett, only keeps the sword it brought into play in play for as long as it's in play, and it did bring that drawn blade out.
That is correct. So it's probably just a matter of explaining it properly. Properly. That
There
is
you go.
the word. Why is English so hard today?
I mean, to be fair, you know, it's not your first language to speak, so
that is true.
you already, I think, do a very impressive job casting in English. So I'm not gonna chastise you if you stumble on words worse than better than I do. I guess less badly than I do, given I'm a native English speaker.
Luckily, brick for brick, we get it together.
So yeah, players again just figuring out how to get the resolution here from the judges. We also await any formal infraction procedure here. But yeah, I mean, Garrett, how did you think this match was going to go? Given that I know you are you're a fan of the both the Windcrux and the Luxem deck.
I'm a fan of every deck that is cool. And especially if it draws a lot of cards, I love the deck. The more cards you draw, the cooler the deck is.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw a lot of cards being drawn for Pew Pew Stan as well. We're just going to, I think, cut away here for a moment as we are waiting for that infraction to be dealt with here. So just hang with us, folks, for just a little bit longer as we figure this all out. But yeah, I mean, the deck, I think it's fair to say the deck that has the more draw-focused start definitely has a pretty nice advantage in this matchup. And I think that does kind of track with how this game is played out, right?
Yeah, so far it for sure tracks, especially with the Regal Inquisition being activated by Pew Pew Stan early on to basically get rid of all the draw cards for Maro X here. That was very devastating, almost like.
You know, even worse than the card draw. I mean, the card draw is obviously the reason Ghost of Pendragon is good, but one thing we've noticed is just Maro X's consistent ability to keep pressure on Pew Pew Stan. Pew Pew Stan found Lightweavers pretty late and still hasn't found Luxem Sight. And if those ghosts were allowed to exist, it's one thing that they would have actually plussed the hand size, but it's another that it would have been a 3-4 on board with the Clarent reimagined in play. And that represents, even once those Lightweavers are found, a really, really, really difficult to remove threat that's pushing 3 damage a turn. Because anytime those Lightweavers are revealed, the triggers can go on the stack and you can simply spend a counter from Clarent, protect the ghost, say, put it to my face. I don't really care. You can do that, because this ghost is going to kill you until you show me a Luxem
My
Sight.
friends stay here, and you not get rid of them, my friend.
You know, I think we know that Lorraine Allard always fights for her friends, right? Even if her friends are ghosts. So she, I'm certain, would be protecting those allies in play if that were allowed to happen. So that Regal Inquisition, certainly a really clutch play from Stanley. And actually looking at the list here, I want to see how many are in the main. Yeah, it's just the one. It's the one of Regal Inquisition in the main that was there at just the perfect time.
It's always the one of today when we both are sitting next to each other. Then, if you find the incapacitate of this one draw that you need, or the one annul spell that you need in the right time, it is all that matters in the end. And we are finally back into the game, and basically the drawn blade, as a conclusion, just got put into the banishment where it belongs, and that's all.
And here we have the Uncover the Plot, and look what we finally found for the first time. It is a
Ooh.
Luxem sight being triggered in there as well, right?
It is very bright in here for
Yep.
sure, Dan. And still in recollection, what do we see here? Oh no,
No,
it's
we were in main. That was an
in
uncover
main
the
phase.
plot. So we were
Ah.
in main, slow speed card, and then we have the follow up of the striking illuminance here, pushing the damage into the fluffy shopkeep.
okay. Just revealing all the cards now.
Yeah, this is interesting. I thought the striking was going to be saved for a line with the Lightweaver's Assault in response. Oh, do we? Let's see. On attacks, I'm trying to figure out actually the striking illuminance could have targeted Lorraine, but then we have the intercept trigger and then the triggers on the on attack. But the intercept trigger would resolve first because they would both go on the stack.
That is
And the
true.
opponents would resolve first. So I'm a little curious about how that worked. It could have been a declined intercept, I suppose.
It might be. I'm not sure. As long as both players are in agreement of what happens, I
Yep.
think we are good here. For
Then
that matter.
we are good. Yeah, I mean it's a scenario where it's not a rules infraction of any kind.
That
But
is
yeah,
correct.
I think there were multiple routes that could have been taken there by the players going for that. But still, we have Maru X pushing that damage in here now all the way to 27 damage counters on Lorraine with 1 life remaining. And that looks like a concession from Maru X. So game 1 going to fire Luxem Xander. Pew Pew Stan found everything they needed, and they just shone a little bit too brightly.
For sure, the light is too bright on the side of the table. And looking at the sideboards, do you think Maru X has anything meaningful that he can bring in here right now? I see one card that is interesting that could help him at times, but that's about it.
Yeah, I don't love a ton of options here. I think I actually no, an all spell isn't even useful. Everything's a
correct.
skill.
By design choice, as Cylinder mentioned somewhere.
Okay, sure, let's go with that. So yeah, the annul spell's not great. The calming breeze really not that useful. I feel like.
I guess at times it can be the float you need, or just buy you a little bit more of damage counters that are not being put on to your champion.
In some of those early turns, it would have been better to have calming breeze than any of the other cards in hand for Maru X.
Probably.
The cry for help is the one thing that could have like redirected. So I think you're right. I think that's maybe the only thing that I would really care about in this matchup, where we go for Pew Pew Stan, who is sitting on actually those Regals. I mean, you probably bring the Regals in.
You
to
for
it.
sure bring in the
felt pretty
Regals, right?
good. But then those Vanish from Sights and the Verucan Acolytes, I think, are definitely pretty impactful to play in this matchup with those Vanish from Sights, allowing you to just simply dodge.
You
those
know what
big damage
also is a
turns.
very cool card that a lot of people not playing?
What's that?
It's a guide that leads you up to heaven. Especially
Yeah.
if your opponent dungeon guided and you just go, oh, whoop, I have a heavenly guide. I keep all my influence and level up, and you just deal with it. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, nothing is worse than staring into the abyss with a bricked hand while your opponent ascends into heaven in front of you. That I think that would completely put the nail in the coffin if Pew Pew Stan could get that kind of influence advantage on Maru X as well, if things come together for them a little bit better this game. But we'll see. I actually think there's a lot of cards that could be brought in.
Yeah, Verucan Acolytes, Vanish from Sides are pretty good. Heavenly Guide is good. Regal Inquisitions. It's almost like he has a very generic sideboard against specific decks, like Aether Wing Diana, for example. You need the Verucan Acolytes to just get rid of the Aether Wings, right?
Yeah.
But coincidentally, it's also good against Lorraine.
I think I'm looking at this again. Some Lorraines, yes, but I think the only thing it can hit here is Sword of Seeking and Purifying Thurible. So I actually, as much as I thought right away this would be good, I don't actually think this is it, because there's no Inert Sword in this list. This is just a Palvor Sword list.
You are right. If it was not for the Spirit Ruler, that is the level 3 champion, I would have said, okay, denying the level 3 turn with Ghost of Pendragon into returning something is very powerful.
Yeah.
But with Spirit Ruler, it's kind of whatever, right? If you
Yeah.
get Verucan Acolyte, you kind of say, I guess, thank you.
Yeah.
Since you don't even have to deal with the fact to get Sword Regalia into your banishment at all.
Yeah. So I bet that one's not going to show up, but I think we're going to see the other ones here. And as Maru X takes the first turn of the game, we already see a much better start. And just as a note, these players are going to have a 4-minute time extension as well in this game due to the time for that ruling. But yeah, there's a Fairy Whispers following this up as well. We see a Benediction Angel in Marx's hand. Here, the deck finally delivered the half of the deck that it wants to play in the early game, and especially because we now see that Aeson Protector as well as Pew Pew stands simply past the turn and gives Maru X this option to drop the Purifying Thurible and hold up actually the cards to banish any angelic channelings or return to the archive that gets played on the next turn, while still swinging in with the windmill and getting to drop that Aeson for value.
Let's hope that for Maru X, he is not forced again into a somewhat not so nice level up line into using the Purifying Thurible just to have cards in memory to level up here, so that he can sit on it a little bit longer and deny the 1 or 2 floating memory cards that Luxem Zender actually only wants to use. You are, for the most part, good if you only use 1 or 2 floating memory cards to level up throughout the whole game. And here we have the return to archive being ditched in the yard.
I think this is what you have to do here. I assume Pew Pew has a second Creative Shock in hand, baits out the Thurible, because you have to do it here. Otherwise, you use they get the float. And then, I thought we'd maybe go level in response. Creative Shock, pitch a Liminal or something as a line option. But here, just getting rid of the Thurible, getting rid of the float, and going for Backup Charger to draw a card instead feels pretty solid as well. That still is giving Pew Pew a lot of advantage here. But the thing they have to play around is the fact that that Aeson is now in play. And the clock for Maru X this game is ludicrously faster than game 1.
It is indeed very fast here with a 3/4 ally for 4 that also returned basically 1 influence to hand. So it kind of only costs 3, right?
Yeah. The only thing that Pew Pew can really do to deal with this early on in the game would be something like an exploit vulnerability, activate Mercenary's Blade, swing Xander into the Aeson Protector to take it out. And, you know, that's not a bad line by any stretch. That might be the line that happens. But Pew Pew does have to have that line. Otherwise, I just don't think that Aeson's going to go anywhere.
And here we see the Vanish from side that came in from the sideboard. And it basically says Lorraine can poke me a little bit with the funny fork on the board. But not much happening here with the fork, as I can tell so far.
Yeah, it's pretty fun to see Sword of Seeking get played once again, as it got really replaced by the distortion versions for a while in the metagame.
That is correct. And Maru X realizing here, I have True Sight, so I use it. If I have it, I use it regardless of what you're going to do. So
there should be 1 more damage coming in at Pew Pew stand there, so I believe it should be 5 marked at this point.
For the level up to Xander Prepared Scout, losing the Luxem side, that actually hurts quite a bit.
Are we missing a damage here? Yeah, there we go. Okay, we got it. Whew, all right. So yeah, going to Xander Prepared Scout, but yeah, losing a Luxem site. That is that's not the thing you're hoping to hit, certainly, because as we saw in the last game, sometimes they just don't come to you.
Yeah. But it seems like Stan at least found 1 card on the top of his deck that he liked a lot, and here we have the Planted Explosive.
Oh, that's the other option. Yep, the Planted is the other way to hit that Aeson Protector. But what do we have here? The Reclaim. Reclaiming that Aeson, the value is pretty immense here for Maru X, getting to get that Aeson back with that Windmill in play now. Actually, I almost wonder if you just bring out the Merc Blade to hit the Windmill Engineer and take it off the board. But you use the prep, though. The prep was used for the Planted Explosives.
That is correct. The preparation counter is gone. No more preparations.
Gentle Respite coming down for Pew Pew just to, I think, divert now. Okay, fine. I'm just going to get Influence then. That's the name of the game. Wow.
Oh my lord. Did you see those 3 ghosts?
I saw 3 ghosts of Pendragon on top. Maru just simply reveals a ghost, but put all 3 back on top.
And
that's absurd.
This is ludicrous. It usually is you either have 0 or 3, and Maru exactly has 3 now, as the fortune was foretold for him.
It really feels like this game is playing out a little more like Mario X wanted, and we're getting
I'm sure.
I debated it for a while. I thought that game one pretty solid with being unable to play anything for 3 turns, but here it does feel a little stronger. I'd say like just slightly better.
Indeed, slightly better. So let's see if Mario X can actually capitalize on the future he was foretold with the 3 Ghost of Pendragons here. And
Is this like a Christmas story being visited by the 3 ghosts?
is it ghosts?
The ghosts of Christmas past, Christmas future, Christmas. Some
Maybe
Christmas present?
Christmas ghosts.
Christmas, yeah, the Christmas. I mean, it feels like Christmas when you see all 3 ghosts on top of your deck like that. So feels like that's what we see happening here.
The next time I bring 4 ghosts with me, and you have to duel on them. And
I
then
will.
I will forever tell this tale of the Christmas ghosts.
Of Ebenezer Lorraine and her 3 Christmas ghosts on top.
But the tax guy was someone else, right?
I don't know what's going on. I don't even know Grand Archives lore very well.
I mean, actually, Vanitas, but sure.
Okay, fair. You see, I proved my point then.
Okay, 4 cards down. This means
That's the Asen. I mean, we knew this was coming, right? So the Clarent got materialized this turn. Asen comes down, returns the Windmill Engineer to play as Mario X just starts drawing purely Ghosts of Pendragon off the top. I think just holding up and passing, getting ready to go for a nice clean level into Lorraine 2 next turn.
Are we seeing from Stan some other card with floating memory, possibly to just lighten the weight of leveling up? And no.
Okay. So we did have a little bit of a mistake here as Maru kind of instinctively flipped 2 cards from Xander here. The Gentle Respite was being used as floating memory, so it should have been only 1 card being revealed here. Judges will take care of that, but here we have the 1 card, and it was actually the Lightweaver's Assault that was hit on the actual random card, which, again, pretty favorable for Maru X to see that, but the on-enter resolves, puts 2 preparation counters on, and 1 is used to bring back you got to bring back the planted, right, and use the preparation counter to deal with the Ace Protector one more
you
time?
don't, because there is a Clarent on the board, so
the Clarent
you
stops
can
it.
never get rid of the
yeah, you're right.
beefy guy with the big shield, and we are just getting back the Vanish from side.
Yep.
So
Man, that Clarent is strong right now.
it is, and here we have exploit vulnerability
are gonna
just to
exploit?
draw a card. Okay. Yeah, you're not getting 2 preparation counters anyway, so
Well,
can't get rid of the...
The exploit does allow the activation of the Mercenary's Blade now
Yeah.
to take out the Ace Protector. So
No, the exploit was just activated to draw a card.
Oh no, because
Since
that has
it-
to be prepared for that ability
Exactly,
too. Yep,
exactly.
absolutely.
So
We're getting late in the day here. I'm forgetting my little Luxem things to remember. I was gonna say though, this turn, I almost wonder if what Maru wanted to see was a dungeon guide, especially if this Pew Pew, well, no, just decides to stifle it here. But that's actually the best possible scenario. This is super, super good now. So what's going on is Pew Pew Stan is not going to get the on-enter from the dungeon guide to go to 3. Maru X now is going to get to level to 2 on the next turn with an ally in play to be able to potentially kill off with Lorraine using that sort of seeking. And by doing that, then gets to draw a card off the Lorraine, potentially dungeon guide herself up on this turn as
Dan,
well.
you are never using the sort of seeking here to kill off the dungeon guy.
Because you use the Clarent instead.
Yeah, because you know you are drawing 3 Pendragons. So.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, well, one of the swords, but good, excellent point. Yes, the Sword of Seeking doesn't need to be used while the Clarent is in play, and the ghosts are here to continue to return that Sword of Seeking, which is the preference because you already banished 2 cards for the Clarent. Maru X then just going to put down a Beseech the Winds.
Beseech the Winds is the dungeon guide in
Yeah.
disguise if you don't have it, right?
Yep. Getting to Beseech here. Doesn't even need to draw a card yet in advance. Just has that already in hand. Banishing 3. Going to Lorraine Spirit Ruler. Bringing out the Drawn Blade that was banished to the Clarent Reimagined. Getting to draw 1 more card off of that. And with all those Ghosts of Pendragon, there's the 3rd one.
And It is super funny to me that Maru X also has a Sabella in hand.
So you don't actually even need to use the Clarent because we get to use the Drawn Blade for the damage here. So
This
third
is-
time's the charm. We found the sword to be used, but now here comes the absolute disgusting Crux's fine turn as Ghost of Pendragon #1 hits play, returns the Sword of Seeking. Let's start swinging in. Maru X swings in with the Ace and Protector for 3. Gonna follow that up with there's a Spirit Blade Ascension in hand 2 now.
It is quite a rude turn that is now in front of Pew Pew Stan. Maru X can just go, oh, Pendragon, Pendragon, Pendragon. And you basically just go one card down in current hand size. Not even influence, but current hand size. And it
This
seems
is-
like Pew Pew Stan just decides to take all the damage from the attacks here.
This is actually getting close to lethal.
No, it is more than lethal here. Right?
No, because there's a Serene Fire, which is going to stop everything. But the Pendragons are going to represent another 6 damage, and then you can use the Ascension to get out the Prismatic Edge and reveal Fire to deal 3 more.
There would have been a very interesting line of just, in response to your own on-enter ability from the Ghost of Pendragon, activating a Spirit Blade's Ascension to return
Yeah.
the Drawn Blade to get out the Prismatic Edge, just to trigger the ability to do whatever you have right now,
Yeah.
and then return it right away.
Yeah, that definitely, I think, was an available line. Another interesting line here that Maru X could have done. I'm kind of glad they didn't, but I've seen people do this before. You activate the Lost Providence, and then you just ghost it. And it's ephemeral, so it vanishes, but you get 2 cards now instead of the 1 card later, and that can actually mean quite a bit of a difference here. But Maru X decided, no, I'm just going to take the card, push a little slower, and that does give Pew Pew Stan this opportunity to Creative Shock, pitching the Return to the Archive, get a float from that for anything?
Just getting a different card into hand here right now.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything.
And in response to the Xander trigger, we have a Spirit Blade Ascension. So a very interesting thing that could have been done by Maru X is that you actually want to get out the Prismatic Edge during your own turn to banish 1 more card from memory from Pew Pew Stan so that he can't even level up.
Yeah. And I did see some Luxem cards being revealed from Pew Pew Stan here as well. So we're going to hit the Regal. Well, it was a little late for the Regal at this point. Too many ghosts have already hit the board, I think. You don't really have a lot of time to Regal. But then we are going to get the reveal of the Lightweavers, the Luxem sites here. So that is going to be some recovery hitting Xander before they take the next turn. Pew Pew Stan is now still looking for ways to play cards, I think, is going to be the big thing, because even though those sites have been found this game, there's actually too many 3/4s on the board at this point for them to really guarantee you're staying in this game.
I think there is a lot of staying power, though, in Pew Pew Stan's hand. With the Resolute Stand, we have seen the Vanish from side that he still has and the 2 Luxem sides. So
That's
unless
true.
Maru X gets a frequent on-enter triggers of the Prismatic Edge, Pew Pew Stan is at least looking at 2 more turns of quote-unquote protection, if you so will, and also recovering actively.
Yeah, that is very true, and has recovered very effectively that turn down to 6 damage counters again. But as long as those cards exist, Pew Pew Stan needs to play these Resolutes to not take that damage, but that does give Maru that option now with the cards in memory to be able to use those Spirit Blade Ascensions to start to rip cards out of memory as well.
If you have them.
There's one, and there's another Ghost in hand still.
Is there still 1 in hand? It's just the Ghost of Pendragon
Was
and the Monk.
Oh, you're right. It was just the one. Yeah, there
The,
isn't
the
there isn't
Numinous
one more
Monk
yet.
being very ominous here.
But the monk
Just
is
not like a
good.
shadow.
Not like not like a shadow. No Tristan's. I don't think any Tristan's even in the event today.
That is not correct. I know
There's
at least one.
There's one? Okay, I
Yeah.
just didn't see any when I looked around.
And here we have Ayala, the Zephyr's hand, probably just suppressing every hopes and dreams Stan had for this match right now. With repeatedly on-enter triggers for
You can,
the Prismatic Edge.
yeah. You can end of turn suppress the Lost Province as well, and it comes back at their end of turn hindered.
I think what actually happened is that Maru X just activated Aela and said, okay, using the ability of a Prismatic Edge, going to end phase.
Yeah. I think so as well, and that is important because that while that recovery was hit, it did hit the Luxem site. So one Luxem site was banished, the other remains, but a Gleaming Cut was found as well, revealed off of the Prismatic Edge trigger, drawing 2 more cards for Pew Pew Stan. So Pew Pew Stan has fully recovered, but Maru X is on a long game path right now to eventually wear out those Luxem sites. 2 out of 4 are already permanently gone.
Yeah. The light is getting very dark here.
Yeah, it's definitely
dimming.
It's definitely dimming right now.
Let's see what the choice of materialization here is for Pew Pew Stan. Oh, the Photonic Blade.
Yeah, this is the other use. This is the use of the Return of the Archive that was pitched earlier, getting the Photic Blade out. Now, a little bit better with multiple Luxem sites, right? It's going to increment its damage quite a bit slower in this current game state right now, but we do have the Exploit Vulnerability for Pew Pew Stan, which is going to draw 1 more card and put more cards in memory. Let's see how many yellow cards are being found off the top, off of all of these draws from the Gleaming Cuts, from the Lost Providence.
And here Aela is suppressing the Prismatic Edge. And 3 more yellow cards and 1 more Gleaming card and the Luxem side. So
I have to say, Pew Pew Stan has been pretty remarkable at drawing every yellow card. They've all been stuck to the top of Pew Pew Stan's deck every single time he digs in. Seems to find more. Now that Elion, not as crazy as finding some of the other triggers, but of course, finding that Gleaming Cut huge for keeping that influence higher as Maru X is trying desperately to wear it down as fast as possible.
what would you try to do now if you are Pew Pew Stan? I think a pretty good line would just be getting rid of Aela, taking 2 retaliation damage, and just passing the turn and not losing anything thanks to the Prismatic Edge on enter trigger.
The Photic Blade is an Aela remover. That's what this was brought out to do. You have to take that Aela off the board.
So
there's no doubt about that.
The ability text is actually remove 1 Aela from the board.
Yes. We can remove up to 2 Aelas from the board. Right? It's a 3/2 weapon.
You're
naturally.
correct.
So
So once per turn, remove an Aela from the
once
board.
per turn, yes. Once per turn, it is destroy target Aela and take 2 damage.
And here we have Pew Pew Stan doing the math on something. Putting down
The
for
Elion.
For Elion, okay.
Yep. The Elion Luster Loyalty coming down. This is a stealth unit, so it is a little bit trickier to resolve. A 2/2 naturally, but whenever you recover, it's going to get plus X for that turn, where X is the amount recovered. It's different than the Photic Blade, which just gets a refinement counter every time you recover. This actually does look at the amount. But there we see, of course, the expected. Using the Photic Blade, clearing the Aela, retaliate for 2 back, although that will, very quickly be recovered, even if Maru X is the one who has to do the recovering themselves.
And here we have the on-enter ability again from the Prismatic Edge. And we have a wind card, a fire card, and a couple yellow cards on the board. And Alien will be taking 3 more damage since fire card was revealed. So as quickly as she came down to the board, she is leaving. And let's see what card gets banished for Pew Pew Stan here.
If Maru X on this reveal hits the Luxem site, we're feeling good. Hit the Creative Shock, that's probably the worst possible thing for Maru X to hit on their end. Pew Pew Stan, pretty okay seeing that be lost. So
he is A-okay on this one. And
it's up to Maru X now to continue to find ways to basically reuse this Prismatic Edge, because the game plan is just to wear Pew Pew Stan out of Luxem cards.
I think the Monk might also assist quite a bit here in just pushing a little bit more damage, since all the Luxem sides are more or less gone here.
Yeah, the damage is going to mount here too, and that's the issue, is that Maru X is kind of attacking on 2 axes right now. There are the actual attacks on board, following up the 3rd Ghost of Pendragon there that we knew was coming, but it's nice to see that's a reclaim in hand as well. So we can do another Ghost if we feel like it. But here comes 4 down for another Aeson Protector, returning the Ghost to hand. Another 3/4 coming down. This is a full army of Knights, Protectors, everything at Lorraine's command, swinging in for a ton of damage, even though Marowix has been unable to quite snipe that final Luxem sight from hand. The amount of damage is simply too high at this point. Returning that Sword of Seeking now. Draw 2 more. There's a Fairy Whispers. There's an Ascension.
Oh my, oh my. This is so rude. This is basically an ally gameplay, but with 3/4 on level 3. So
Yeah, this is, I mean, Marowix is finding so many things, but that of course happens when you've played 4 Ghosts of Pendragon in a game so far.
that is correct. And here we have for Pew Pew Stan just Luxera's map. He is for sure in dire need of the right path to victory here, and it is looking quite rough.
And there's the Ascension being played on the Prismatic Edge. What is going to be banished at random from Pew Pew Stan's hand this time? There's the other Luxem sight.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Number 3 is gone.
This is very, very rough.
That is a recovery, of course, happening, which is going to trigger the refinement counter on the Photic Blade. So that is getting stronger, but just what can you actually do with it right now with the 15 damage represented on board already? There's a Sword of Seeking because, of course, we know Marowix also has a Reclaim in hand to be able to do this again. I mean, Marowix has lethal over lethal over lethal here. Pew Pew Stan has to use the Vanish from Sight this turn to stealth out so that that lethal damage can't be dealt, but Marowix is not feeling any pressure whatsoever.
And here we still have the Sword of Seeking coming in for 1 damage. You never can discount this or 1 damage. That might be the nail on your coffin the next couple turns. The Numinous Monk also coming down, so
that's the other way to start to press that damage here, even through those Vanish from Sights. That is going to represent a 1 damage per Regalia as a spell. I think of this card now a lot like I think of Spirel in the Tristan decks that use it just as a way to approach the game from a different angle. If you're shutting down my attack lines, okay, here's the spell damage, right?
it also can help you remove pesky allies from the board that might be intercepting all your tough attacks, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Not specifically in this deck that Mario X is playing right now, but using 2 damage to get off a shield mate is better than using a Pendragon, right?
Exactly. I really, this is like the Spirel of Crux, I feel like. So does a lot of things that you want it to do, and this board is just absolutely insane right now. 3 Ghosts of Pendragon, 2 Protectors, and a Numinous Monk, and Pew Pew Stan wishing that they sideboarded Lava Storm in this deck at all. If there were Lava Storms in the sideboard, they might have felt pretty good in this particular scenario.
You for sure could never expect the army of 3-4 allies on the Windcrux, basically ally deck here.
Yeah, it is an ally, level 3 ally deck. Let me ask you, Garrett, you asked me last time, what did this Luxera's map find?
Not the path to victory right now.
Is it the 4th and final Luxem site? Is it one of the Lightweaver's assaults? Is it another Gleaming Cut just to try and pray to dig for more?
If, only if, right, you might actually have Lightweaver's Assault in hand for whatever reason, right? You might try to find an Illuminating Strike for the next turn that you at some point try to clear off all those Ace and Protectors to just force some attack of some sort.
I'm sorry, I think Mario X Fairy Whispered revealed a dungeon guide and put it back on top.
That is
with the others. That to me feels like Mario X feels so confident in what's going on. They saw an Imperial's Galebind on the top and said, yeah, okay, I mean, I have the Galebind. I don't know how you beat me at this point. So just threw them all back on top and said, I'm going to get there.
Here we have the first Ace and Protector attacking. And as we see, Pew Pew Stand does not have anything right now.
Needs a Resolute Stand, I think, right now. Absolutely needs a Resolute Stand.
23, 26,
all of these 3 damage attacks are coming in. We have the release.
Going to 20.
The release is actually, you can respond to the release and kill with Numinous Monk. I think when
you could.
I think Pew Pew Sand took 1 too many attacks there, but again, I don't think it matters right now because Mario X has so much damage on board that it is just not going to be extremely relevant into this turn here.
Especially if you think about it, that Mario X still has a fan of cards at his disposal. And here we see Pupistan just saying, okay, let's go the next game.
Yep, that is going to be game 2, going to MaroX now, tying it up here as round 7 closes in on its final minutes. Of course, these players did get a 4-minute time extension from an earlier judge call, so they do have a little bit more time to play, but will it be enough time? I mean, this is a bit of a grinder, Garrett.
I think I would suggest my opponent, we are not going to any meaningful result here. Let's just draw it out. And that would be my personal takeaway.
Well, Garrett, you're an experienced grindy deck player, so I guess I would take your advice for that, I think.
I like drawing cards.
You like to treat... You know what, though? It's good to play cards that also do damage and win games, right? Not just cards that draw cards.
I think you should ask Caveman.
Fair. Fair. That's... You got me there. That's a fair point. That's... Drawing cards is pretty good.
Let's just see what the players are coming up with, and from there we go on.
Yeah, it does look like they're still shuffling up. They're going to begin the final game. They're going to take this to as much of a conclusion as we can get to, because with the 4 minutes on top and then the 5 minutes in overtime, there is an amount of time if the players play fast enough to potentially get there. You know, this Lorraine deck kind of adaptable, right? It could spike. The Xander deck, maybe? Does it have a shot?
So Xander also can win very quickly with Illuminating Strike and Lightweaver's Assault. You don't need that much influence, and if you play your turns fast, you can get there very quickly.
You're looking at an 8 influence turn.
Yes.
And if your opponent didn't hit a dungeon guide or is, of course...
If he for some reason is still on the spirit, that's enough damage.
That's definitely enough then. And yeah, MaroX is going second in this game, so Pupistan getting that first turn, a bit of an advantage for their potential capability of finding that exact line. Starts with a gentle respite, going to get the draw into memory off of that and setting up a float. Maru going into their turn, drawing, and... see if there is an Ace Protector in hand, but simply passing.
This is getting very speedy here. Pupistan just glimpsing away. So maybe my advice from before was pretty bad. Looking at the speed the players are going here on.
They are. I have to put some respect, I think, on MaroX right now here as well. You know, the hand probably looking a little bit clunky, but they're still playing as fast as they can, right?
Yeah.
They are being a very respectful opponent right now. I definitely think it's possible to take your time thinking about things right now, but giving the opponent all of the opportunity to play the full game out for both of you is really the sportsman-like way to play this final game out.
That is for sure correct then. And MaroX here activating Angelic Channeling to keeping 3 of his advanced element cards safe.
That feels pretty good.
One being a Pendragon, one being a Monk, and I think one being an Imperious Galebind here, so I'm not super sure. Let's just see. Leveling up into Lorraine Wandering Warrior. Dan, did you actually know we are receiving a new version of a foil Lorraine Wandering Warrior in the next set?
I did, and it's very, very adorable artwork. I like it a lot, and I think it's going to be something players are going to potentially chase down. Now, with that channeling, we did see that Ghost of Pendragon banish, but look at MaroX's hand. There's a second Ghost of Pendragon as well. I mean... okay, I have to say, I feel like that channeling did exactly what Angelic Channeling is meant to do. Declunked the hand a little bit. Now MaroX is feeling like, okay, we got plays here. We got the fluffy shopkeep, which is, I think, really essential in this game right now, because that escalates the speed of MaroX's going to level 3, does not need to take a turn to Clarent, right? I think that should not be undersold right now in this matchup, because now MaroX, with those multiple Ghosts of Pendragon, might be aiming to pop off as fast as possible. A Dungeon Guide in hand as well.
Yeah, the Dungeon Guide in hand is relevant. And let's see if we are even having enough time to activate all those meaningful cards onto the players' areas here.
Okay, so yeah, we just got a confirmation from production here we're looking for. The round timer is correct, which means the players did go into overtime already right now. So that 4-minute extension was applied to the round timer and was not on top of it.
And this also means that MaroX now is in his last turn, since he had turn 0 in overtime, if I'm not too mistaken here. So you need to go now or go never. Let's see what he can come up with. And it is a Dungeon Guide into level 3.
Yeah.
Just imagine
mean,
if the game would have
It is
gone a little bit longer.
Yeah, it is a bit unfortunate. Marox having one more turn, I think, makes a huge difference in this matchup. Pew Pew Stand very correctly went to Xander 1 here. Of course, sitting at Spirit, I think, hands the game to Marox at this point. But now being at level 1 is a 19 life upgrade, but in addition, turns on the ability to lineage release the Spirit of Serene Fire. So it's actually a 25 damage. 25 life pool, which is going to be too much for Marox to chew through on a Dungeon Guide turn.
Yeah, that is for sure too much to chew through. And let's just see how the angelic channeling now gets resolved after the on-enter, rightfully so, triggered on the Drawn's Blade. Since you get to order the triggers how you want them, since they trigger at the same time.
Yep. Exactly. And we see the activation of the Lost Providence here. I am positive we're going to also be seeing the Ghost of Pendragon hitting, drawing another Ghost of Pendragon, then another Ghost of Pendragon likely to hit after that.
Getting all those folks together.
Yep.
You are correct then. They either come in dozens or they don't.
Yeah, that's how this seems to work. And the second Ghost of Pendragon coming down, returning the Drawn Blade as well. Drawing 2 more cards as well as swinging in for 3. I mean, this was a really impressive turn. The problem is it was Marox's last turn in the overtime procedure of the game as Pew Pew Stand goes to their final turn of overtime, needing to deal 27 damage while sitting at Xander level 1.
That is going to be very difficult then.
I just, I've thought about it. I've tried doing the math. I'm not great at math, but I tried doing it. I just don't think it gets there.
Oh, are you sure?
Hold on. Do you have a calculator? Let me.
No. As my math teacher told me, we will never have always a calculator with us. Back then.
I have a phone with me.
Do you guys have phones?
Yeah, we actually do have those in the U.S. We just got them. They're really cool.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know.
Yeah. We finally caught up to you guys.
And here we just see the juggle knives on the recollection phase. Let's see if Pew Pew Stan at least found the dungeon guide to make it look more even. And 2, 3, 3? Is it? Dungeon guide is coming down here.
Still going to Xander level 3.
And let's see what Pew Pew Stand can come up with 1 card in memory and 2 in hand. The Dungeon Guide most likely just being there for good measure, hitting Maru X here, and there are even more cards in Pew Pew Stand's hand. I also saw a glimpse of a Resolute Stand, so ooh, whoop-de-doodle-doo.
Yeah, I mean, that was the last turn of the game. So unfortunately, the players brought that to a draw, even though that game was definitely heating up and looking pretty exciting there. But I think a well-played game, and very interesting to see these 2 decks go against each other here in round 7 of 2026 EU Nationals for Grand Archive TCG. Who would have gotten that, though, Garrett? Who had that game if we could have gone a little bit longer?
I think it could have gone either way.
I think so too. I think it was tough. It was tough because Crux had a really... Maru X's finding all those ghosts was exactly what they wanted to do, right? But the thing about Luxem is Xander is really, truly an Ascent Las Vegas player and casino goer, right? Because that guy plays the roulette. When he hits high, it's a jackpot. You find all those Light Weavers, all those Luxem sites, and if even through those Ghosts of Pendragon, if Lorraine can't pull everything together, Xander can close it in 2 turns.
We saw how much damage Pew Pew Stan just recovered in this 1 game thanks to the basically double reveals that the opponent also provided, right?
Yep.
But every time the memory got revealed, recovering 6 is quite substantial. So, oof. But do you know what the result of this match also means for both players?
Both players are now on a win and in going into round 8. Yes, this was a draw for them, making both players the record of 4-2-1. And in this 8th round, to score the 15th point to make it into day 2 and continue to play out for those coveted gauntlet slots, they need to take a win, both of them, in the last round.
This is
That's
going to
rough.
be very tense for both players to just
Yeah.
achieve this goal. But I'm pretty confident they will both give it their best shot that they have. And looking at the decks, they are very durable, and unless you are very heavily losing the matchup lottery and rolling into most likely Gembu, you will have a good shot at just bringing home the victory here.
Yep, and I think we saw both those players playing their decks well, playing pretty cool decks in the current metagame, so we'll have to see how those both go at it going into the final round and then potentially into day 2. But for now, that is going to wrap up round 7. I don't want you folks to go too far because we have round 8 coming up very shortly, and that, of course, is going to be our exciting conclusion of the day. So you're not going to want to miss that. Stick around, and we'll see you all really soon.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
Hello and welcome back to the final round of today's Grand Archive National Championship here in Prague. My name is Garrett and I'm now here joined by Clem. Clem, how excited are you about the next match?
I am really, really excited because we're at the part of Swiss where this is the last round and we are at the win-and-in. So if for those that don't know, you need 16 points to make day 2 here. And both of these players are on 14 points right now. So they need to win to be able to make it to day 2. And then once you make it to day 2, you can still, if you win every single one of your games, you can still make it to top 8. So if they win this game, whoever wins this game is going to be able to progress into day 2 and then maybe even make the world championship tomorrow, which is really exciting.
Would be very exciting. Sadly, I'm not that much of a good player. That's why I'm not in the place they are right now.
Yeah, both of these players have fought really hard, and I'm really excited. So let's head into the game while we also discover and talk about what these players are playing right now.
So on the left-hand side, we have Noel with the tried and true just Water Ether Wing Diana deck that does the usual things that are very common and known to most players. And on the right-hand side, we have Jigjun from the Netherlands, who is playing the Angry Man in Wet. That means basically he's playing Exia Jin in the water element.
Look, he's definitely playing an angry guy who will just beat you up if you're not careful. So
he is surely interceiving here all those things with deceiving intercession and just trying to keep the board clear. I think this is a very much a race game where Noel needs to find the damage early on that she needs to put John into a tough spot to force most likely the spirit release early on, and this will then dictate how the game plays out.
Yeah, it is definitely really, really important to get rid of that Serene Spirit early because that means the engulfs don't exist. The dynastic whirlpools are also useless, which are two of the biggest win conditions in the Jin deck because you recover so much to try and stay alive that usually Enrage is not your main win condition. You definitely want to whirlpool your opponent.
Yeah, in this specific matchup, whirlpooling your opponent is most likely the too slow win condition.
Yeah.
So you are right for sure that getting a couple enrages here with a weapon is the way you want to go.
Yeah, you're right
But
as well.
We need to... So Joan might be aware of the fact that Noel also played the somewhat similar deck in the Las Vegas Nationals,
Yeah,
right?
so it's really funny because he's going up against one of the pioneers of the Water Jin deck. They did not play the Dynastic Whirlpool's main deck, but he definitely, like Noel, we talked to Noel yesterday, and she knows that they really should have. Like, this is really important. And DJ Joan immediately using a seeding intercession, like using a angelic channeling to banish a seeding intercession. So showing that immediately. But there appears to be a judge clarification needed here to be like, all right, okay, there is the markers and everything. So the angelic channeling was done at the end of Noel's turn.
I think that was most likely the question,
Yeah.
when it actually happened, and now things are cleared up and we can just progress the game state here normally. And I think, as John, there is not much you want to do right now, just saying, oh, I drew my card for turn, let's go pass.
Yeah, I do see an engulf, I believe, in Joan's hand, which is really, really good here because you might be level 1, but his influence is too low because of the Serene Spirit. So Noel still has all of next turn to possibly just kill Jin because it is not impossible for Water Diana to do that.
No, it is certainly not impossible. And looking at the hand that she has here, there is quite a lot of pressure. We have with 2 weaving mana streams, and did you see the 3 friends that only come together?
Yeah. That is the meant to be kind of hand there on Noel's side.
It is. We have 3 Froststorm Paladins in hand, and this is a lot of pressure.
Yeah, even without any float in the graveyard, the waving mana stream is there, but you probably don't want to use it for this. You know, you don't want to eat it up with a Frostborn. It's still a really, really good hand, like slamming those Frostborns down just to deal damage as fast as possible.
You could say, since you have another Weaving Mana Stream in your hand already, it doesn't really matter if this one gets consumed by one of those greedy paladins in hand.
You're absolutely right. Like, you can still even sacrifice one of them. There's the swing from
And-
Diana, glimpsing 3. Oh,
Ooh,
that's beautiful.
luckily, the last card was a floating memory that you
Yep.
want to see to just put it in the yard here.
Yeah.
Since your next turns are most likely already dictated, right?
Yep, I absolutely agree. And
Unbroken Mustang, take aim, refreshing charge, and I can't really see the last card. It seems to be a norm card, so it just goes to the bottom of the deck, and here we have the mill from the Aqua Mirage Whisper on hit ability, and I'm pretty certain we are seeing a Paladin now, right?
yeah, there is no way that we're not going to see a Paladin coming out here.
And
There it is, like we knew, like we predicted, we like kind of knew, you know, just
the
had a
promised land
hunch.
we knew was coming.
Yep.
And here we have Jijon activating the Topsy Decree to getting rid of the floating memory in the yard. So that is certainly a play that delays what Noel tries to do here quite a
Yeah.
bit.
It's
And
really unfortunate.
Even
because-
hitting the Weaving Mana Stream, that is
Yep.
quite strong and super rough for Noel here. Ooh.
Yeah,
That is not
it's-
what she expected in this position.
It's definitely not what she wanted either. Seeing that now she couldn't draw a card off of the
Luckily-
Frostborn, and just it's a 2/3 for 3, which is not bad. Still not awful, but it's not as good as she was hoping it to be. With the refreshing charge kind of useless now. Like it didn't recover here.
That is correct. 3 cards in hand for Noel. That means we are most likely seeing another Weaving Mana Stream being activated just to get it in the yard, getting the floating memory going, and also getting the 3 Aether charges. Ooh. This is very interesting. As soon as you are Jin, or rather a warrior, and your opponent has 2 rested units on the board, you can get out the Eventide Spear during your main phase as a special ability activation clause. So that is pretty good, and Jin level 2 on enter has actually text that matters now, since you get to attack for 1 more damage for the next attack and get to wake up your champion.
Yeah.
So the Froststorm Paladin is being cleared, and Jijon is on level 3. So Angry Man is quite there yet.
Yeah, it is definitely on the way here because he's immortal now. He's immortal at any time that's not his end step, which is end phase, which is really hard for Noel to deal with. Although GG Juin's influence is quite low at this current moment, and we know that there's a Seething Intercession on top, and we know that he will be able to play it when push comes to shove, but he probably won't win handling having 2 total influence.
So I'm not sure what next materialization we are expecting from John here, since there are a couple lines he could go down. You could go for the Berserker's Blade to try to recoup influence during the longer game, but that means you subject yourself to being fracturized early on and losing all the value. So you could also try. Okay, listen, this is now Omega brain play, as the kids would say these days. You get out the Berserker's Blade with expecting it to be fracturized. You still get to draw this 1 card, right? When you activate the Lost Providence, your blade gets fracturized. You then have a total of 2 cards in hand and 1 reservable fractal. That means then you can, in recollection, activate Receiving Intercession.
Or you just backup charger.
That works too.
That definitely does work. And then probably next turn, DJ Drone is just going to draw off of Lost Providence. Or like end of turn, draw off of Lost Providence, activate backup charger, and then get Berserker's Blade. And hope that, all Fracturize will come on in, and we'll see.
The thing is, the longer you wait, the higher the chances are that your opponent will have the Fracturize for your plate, and the earlier you get it out, the longer you might be profiting off of the
Yeah,
trigger
there's
ability.
definitely more turns of you getting value off of it and you staying alive for longer. Because once it's fracturized, that's -6 health essentially.
It is -6 health and -1 draw each turn. So let's see how it pans out. Noel is in quite some position here. You are now in need of putting quite a bit of damage onto your opponent right now. Otherwise, he might just get in a comfortable position where you can activate enough recover cards that replace themselves and just get to play with the toys from the material deck for a longer time.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see which direction he will really go here. Because he has played Fire Jin before, but it's really not quite the same as the Water Jin, especially because he played Fire Jin pre-Seething Intercession, and that kind of changes the game a lot.
It indeed changes quite a bit. Angry Man in Fire is just all about going boom.
It's punching more, yeah.
Yeah, it is punching forward.
Yeah, and the thing is that he doesn't even need that many damage counters for an Enrage to be lethal, because Diana has only 19 life, right?
That is correct. However, Diana is also a very durable deck, even though it's just a level 1 champion, right? We have all the tactical retreats, the interceptors, and in recent times also the addition of the Cerulean Decrees to just lower the amount of damage that your opponent is dealing.
Yeah, look, the Cheshire Cat's also pretty good because it'll just start dealing even more damage.
Oh no, the cat, she's there.
Yeah, it's one more piece of aggression on the board, and now Noelle doesn't have to worry as much about putting things on board. She can just keep everything in hand and be like, all right, I'm just going to protect myself as much as I can. Like you said, have answers to the things.
Answers to the toys, that is probably the name of the game here, and G just found one of the very good cards in his deck that is Fracturized. So next turn, we are most likely looking at the line of activating Fracturize on your power cell, getting a floating into the yard, going into your turn, materializing the Berserker's Breastplate to just then activate the Seething Intercession on the trigger.
Yeah, it might, because that is the most influence-efficient way of doing it. Nichian also has a Regenerate. He does have a Relentless Outburst, which is just a good card to clear board here. And I believe he does also have the Engages.
It is very tough. So the Relentless Outburst is not more than a board clear at all, since Noelle has the ability to just be distant and say, oh poof, I have a Flash Grenade, and
No
every
damage to
unit
me.
who is distant,
On every unit.
it is every unit. So if you have enough influence and backstabs and whatever you might have to make your units distant, it works on all of them.
True. Then
So having a Froststorm Paladin who is suddenly distant and not takes any damage from your Relentless Outburst is
quite big.
it is quite big, and you are very sad as an angry man now.
Yep. But I think Noelle genuinely might just go the defensive route here, looking at her hand. But she does have the distant enablers.
Keeping the distant enablers here might be the key that you are actually looking for right now to just keep pressure up, right?
Yeah, and 2 Ceruleans, which is also which is very defensive, and in some way we would say that it's pressure because Joanne tries to go in and do Jin things, deal damage to themselves, and then Noelle can just say, actually pay more. And because Joanne's influence is quite low, that Seething Intercession might just be gone.
And are we seeing the Seething Intercession now? We are, and
Yep, there it is. Noelle is definitely going to try and Cerulean Decree that one, I think. Is that 3 Ceruleans in hand?
I think I saw 2 at the very least.
Yeah, it's at least 2. I might have mistaken an Undercurrent Vantage for a Cerulean Decree,
The
honestly.
artwork is pretty similar if you are not sitting on the cards, basically.
Yep.
And are we seeing the second Cerulean here? I think it is a 1-for-1 trade, so
Yeah.
that might be okay to do, since you are not trading 1-for-1 actually, since Sieving Intercession is somewhat of a +2.
Yeah, it's a +2, and it reduces the cost for
the cards
Yep.
that are banished this turn. And here we have the second Cerulean Decree, not imbued for an pay 2. So it just happens like that. No Sieving Intercession for you, Mr. Joan. Let's see what he goes on with his turn now. And he just does the usual Jin thing and says, pass. That is pretty nice. Okay. And what is Noel plotting here with?
Yeah, it is. It is a pretty tough situation to be in here as well, because the Jin is 1 damage away from that Chalice of Blood. So if Noel attacks, then Joanne will still get the +2. If she doesn't attack, then she will be further away from killing Jin. It's really hard. It's so hard to deal with a Jin.
If you are a deck that doesn't have any fast speed interaction for the end of turn phase against Jin, you are in a very rough position and you have to take chances at some point to push 4 lethal damage and saying, you, my friend, either don't have any means to recover and no means to close out the game here. So
Yeah, it's kind of a pray for it, right? But unfortunately, Joanne...
those
Look, the way
players are
that-
not pearled, I tell you.
No pearls, but there is a regenerate, which does have Jin on it, so it's meant to be in this deck.
It's basically mending the flesh here.
Yeah, it's it's a more peaceful mending the flesh. And then when you get really angry and you become an ex-young man, the angry man, like you said, then you can be like, I'm just gonna mend my flesh, raw, and then recover even more. They cover twice as much as regenerate, actually. Fracturize on the flash grenade.
Oh, that is a pretty interesting turn. So we are most likely looking at a Relentless Outburst turn here.
Yeah, and there is... The Relentless Outburst is in hand. So even if Joanne decides to just, go for it.
I think you still want to have a couple more damage counters on your champion for it to be a meaningful card.
I mean, go for the materializing of like a Berserker plate. He's not losing the Relentless Outburst for sure here, because it's still up in his hand, as well as the Mint Flesh. So he's risking the regenerate. We're not very peaceful here, Gotta recover 8 now.
Yeah. So with the Fracturize on the Flash Grenade, that is a very heads-up play. You are basically preparing the closeout for your game in a way that says, okay, as soon as you put a bazillion damage on me, I will do the thing that says, oh, whoop-de-doodle-doo, there is a lot of damage coming in.
Yeah, but honestly, he might, like, DJ Joanne might not even need that much. If he gets out the Huaji, he gets dealt 4 damage, right? He will be over 20. He gets 5 damage, right? He will be way over 20. All right, he's already over 20. He can draw 2 off of the Chalice of Blood. I believe Relentless Outburst is fast speed. Am I wrong?
No, it is slow speed. And
slow
it says,
speed, okay.
for free reserve cost, you deal 1 damage to every unit for every 6 damage counters on your champion.
Yep.
And if you are at 35 or more damage counters, you pick a champion, or is it an opponent's champion? Either way, you pick a champion that receives 1 more damage from every damage source. And Relentless Outburst is basically doubling this damage now, since the damage is dealt in instances of 1. So we are looking at 19
right.
rounded up is 20. 20 divided by 2 is 10. So
10,
you are
yep.
looking at 60 damage counters on G here to be having a lethal Relentless Outburst during 1 turn.
Well, that might not be very realistic here, but the Enrage is still very much a possibility, right? You can still Relentless Outburst 1 turn, and then see what Noel does, and then either go for the Enrage or be like, all right, I'm gonna mend flesh and survive a bit longer, clear your board, and then I will Enrage, because Enrage is 1 for every 4 damage counters, so it's even more damage for less.
You are correct. However, there is a big issue if you are playing against a water deck that
Yep.
if you are going for attacks, since water decks can do something against those, most namely the Song of Frost or just one of the key pieces that every Water Diana deck is playing Tactical Retreat. So
Yeah.
it just ends the combat right away. There is no damage being dealt, no damage counters being removed, and unless you have a bazillion interactable cards, you are, as G, just sitting here playing for the long game and just trying to survive, accumulate more cards in hand
Yep.
with the,
The transfusive aura coming
is
out.
one of the very underrated cards early on in this Jing deck. And here we see, oh, I'm above 20 damage counters, recovering 10 for 0.
I
Oh,
love the
oh.
yeah. Let me just casually go back. Actually, my max life is 35 at this time as well. So if I was never even close to lethal yet, but let me just make sure that even if you fracturize my Berserker Blade, I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm more than fine. So not losing in the end step is pretty great here for G. You could make an argument that you just want to recover slowly, lightly below lethal range, even if the plate is destroyed.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
you kind of force your opponent to just actually do it at some point, and then they have to push you one turn for a lot of damage and hope you don't have any recover cards, and then you can just throw hands with your Relentless Outburst on the table.
Absolutely. So I'm curious how hands will be thrown here because you're right.
From left to right.
From or I mean, look, I think it can be from right to left as well. We never know.
Did you know that you have Excalibur, the Reflected Edge weapon in your deck, and you attack a couple times with it, and you have a bullet on the board? You can actually create a copy of said bullet, and it is now a distorted object, and you can load a Cheshire Cat into your gun if you feel so.
Yeah, because if we had
So you are not throwing
okay.
hands, you're throwing cats. Looking at what
Okay,
is
Garrett.
actually happening in the game, Noel chose to just materialize the Power Sword
it's
and fracturize the Berserker's Blade here.
Yep, it was, Joanne was ready for it. And then Noel just had it, had the fracturize. We did see it in hand already. So he definitely knew that he needed to mend flesh here because you never want to risk it against the water deck. Like you said, you have to recover below what would be naturally lethal because you don't want to risk any Berserker Plate being gone shenanigans. Now,
Better safe than sorry, right?
yeah, but Noel is so close to killing Joanne here. Unfortunately, I do think that Joanne does still have to regenerate. So Noel has to overkill by a lot because they still have the transfusive aura. And then if they just have the regenerate, that's already 6 damage recovered.
And you also need to be able to be dealing with the swing back, right? If
Yeah.
you overswing by too much, you might be enabling your opponent to just go to the damage threshold that is needed to activate the Relentless Outburst to actually clear off the board and also the player next to it.
Yeah, it's really hard because even if you overkill them by so much, and then they play Relentless Outburst, there's still a good chance that after the Relentless Outburst, they will recover back down to a safe range because
That would be
It's
more of a
Jirachian.
that would be more of a 2-turn lethal setup with multiple Relentless Outburst. If we just throw a couple numbers together, so we have Xuangji on enter will be dealing 5 damage to you, and if you want to activate a couple cards from the banish cards of Deceiving Intercession, you will be taking a couple more damage. So you could throw down the Angelic Channeling, dealing 2 damage to you. You take 3 from the Berserker's Plate, 5 from the Xuangji. So we are already at 10 damage more than your opponent actually dealt to you. So it's closing out the threshold and
Oh,
another
and there's another,
transfusive aura.
So that regenerate recovers 8 now, which is more than enough to survive here. Or a
Or-
man
or-
flesh.
Or the man flesh for 12. Sure, why not?
Yeah, that is that is quite a bit. Yeah, you can see on Noel's life pad up and down on Jin's side. Yeah, it's quite different. But then again,
I can tell you, it's very tedious to keep track of your own life points. too.
yeah. But then again, Noel also has 0 damage counters on them currently. I know Joanne just needs one good turn and that Frostborn Paladin to be gone to win the game here. But it is still quite a hurdle to get through, both the ally and to deal lethal damage to Diana. So, whew.
That is correct. I think we are just waiting for Omol. So G is waiting for the second relentless outburst that he might find to be able to clear off the board, close out the life total difference here, and put a little bit of damage on Noel here.
Yeah, the hard part here is that Noel has very little fast speed damage. So it's not like they go to end step and then, or end phase, and Noel can just, in response to that, kill Joanne. She needs to deal enough damage over the like we've been saying all this time. She just needs to deal a crazy amount of damage,
Yep.
but not go so crazy that Joanne kills with
the relentless outburst.
With
You are
relentless
for sure
outburst
correct.
or enrage or like a combination, because he is getting to a point where he can just play both.
That is correct, especially since basically one recover card each turn is enough to still stay in the game, and most of the recover cards either cost 0 with Man Flesh or just replace themselves. Right?
Yep.
Pearl Prayer replaces themselves, Regenerate replaces themselves, and worst case, if you feel like it and you are in the need, you can also just say, oh, Spirit Release for 10.
Yep, and that is still very much a possibility here. Not to discount that or forget that Giant still has their spirit as a last case scenario.
Yeah, it's a last ditch effort.
Yep.
Let's see how much damage Noel is putting on G here.
How much she even wants to put, right?
Yeah.
I think she's doing the math of like, all right, if I do this much, then they can do this, and they can recover this much. So is it even worth it to swing with it? Because that's also a thing, right? Giving extra free damage is...
You are most likely looking into a 2-turn lethal line with 1 turn, hoping that your opponent doesn't have a recover card outside of the regenerate, and then just needs to release the spirit. So you are calculating for about 16 damage that will be recovered the next time it gets relevant. And here we have the regenerate activation from the banished cards.
Sorry,
for 2.
recovering only 6. I miscalculated. Math is hard.
Especially if you are sitting across from Jin or playing Jin.
Yeah, there's so many 4, 6, 5, 2, 8,
10,
plus 2,
12,
plus 2. Yeah,
4,
no,
whatever.
it's a lot. It's a lot of numbers. Jin is for all the math nerds out there.
And here we have is it an Ingolf or a Whirlpool for G's? And I'm not sure. I see a couple cards and he's most likely debating on what to do now. I also think I got a glimpse of a regenerate here, and it is a regenerate that will be recovering 6 now, going down to 23 damage counters and drawing
23.
1 more card into the memory here.
I believe that is a dynastic whirlpool.
Yeah, the card banished
Yeah.
is indeed a dynastic whirlpool, and I'm not sure about 1 card in his hand.
In hand. Oh, okay.
It might be an Engulf or it
might be. I
is
think
an
it's
Engulf.
Is it? They're so similar. Engulf and dynastic whirlpool.
It is
I-
kind of nasty that the pool looks almost like the Engulf.
Yep. Oh, but that is a really strong hand from Joanne, regardless if that's an engulf or a whirlpool.
We might be in a position where you just whirlpool your opponent pass, draw a card. Or
Yeah.
you can't. Oh, that is too bad. Too bad.
Yeah, I think Gina has drawn a lot of cards in this game as well, so it is not unlikely for her to just be milled out by 2 whirlpools.
It looks almost like a math problem that you can't really solve right now for Noel on the left side of the table here. Going into the materialization, let's see what she picks to get out, and it is just the Seeker's Ether Wing. Why not? Having multiple funny wands out to just poke your opponent a couple times might be good enough.
Yeah, because
Looking at Noel's hand, we see two. What is the ping 1 card called again? I forgot the name.
Charge your soul.
Yeah,
No.
charge for soul.
Yeah.
So if G overextends a little bit and is just 2 damage points shy from not losing the game, she might just throw them at him to force any kind of interaction. And
Yeah.
depending on how the sequence plays out, in the end, she might just be able to get away with a win.
Yeah,
with a win.
it might just happen. I'm not discounting it at all. Unfortunately, her Aqua Mirage Whisper has been gone for a bit, but Seeker's Aether Ring will allow her to attack because she wants to have the 2 Distortion Swords on the board for the Cheshire Cat. A 5/3 Cheshire Cat is really, really strong.
A 5/3 for free is better
5/3.
than a 3 for free.
It's better than 1 3 for 3, right?
You
So-
are correct.
so-
It's almost like if the number goes up, it's better for you.
That's crazy. Never thought about that. But yeah, if she wants to go deal as much damage as possible here.
But-
there is a backstep in hand. Yeah, there. So we're probably gonna be seeing an attack, a swing with the cat.
And
Oh,
this
and this
was
was all in recollection as
yeah,
well.
just finding
Yeah.
the cards you need. And here we have the cat hitting you for 5.
And then
And she's like, oh, sure.
Yeah.
I'm the angry man. I take it.
there's 2 take aims. There's another cat in hand. So she could sacrifice the cat, give distant to Diana, play another cat, swing for another 5, sacrifice the cat, give ranged 4, another range 4 to Diana. Play take aim, +2, +4. So that we're at 12 now. Sacrifice the strides, 16. Swing for 19.
What you most likely want to do is put your opponent at not 28, not 38, at around 40 damage.
Yeah.
So you are forcing at least the spirit release that you can count with and a recover card from hand.
Yeah.
And if your opponent doesn't have both, you can get away with the game. Maybe even 2 less since you have 2 charge for souls in hand.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is,
Because if you put too much damage on your opponent, he just deletes you with Relentless Outburst.
exactly, but the lineage release alone recovers 10. So you need to deal over 2 recovers. So you have to go over 40. Because 40
So-
is still 12 away, and lineage release recovers 10. So you just need 1 more card that recovers. So you want to do over that, right? My theory is
if you are going over, then you are losing the game because your opponent can put at least 8 damage on himself.
You're saying that you force their hand to have to recover and not take any damage next turn to
Yes.
risk.
This is a very delicate line to walk.
Yep.
That's why I said it's more of a math problem than an actual game step problem. If you put too much damage on Jin in one instance, he just puts out the 1 card that says, oh, I do this 1 cool thing and boom, you're gone.
Yeah. All right. So it seems that Noel is gonna be just swinging in. He's trying to do the math of, like you said, not overkilling by too much.
It is probably trying to be the 40 damage mark, since then you might be safe against the Relentless Outburst that kills you. We have the
It's really
Cheshire
hard.
Cat with strides that's
Yeah, that's
8,
8 plus 4.
9,
That's 12
10.
damage. Plus 12, swinging in for 12. Because
No.
3 8 charges. Oh, and she's distant. You're right.
Yes.
So that is 14.
That is correct.
Yep.
And that is playing around another regenerate and the spirit release and saying, okay, we're just putting more damage on G here.
I trust Gina because she tested this deck a lot. So she probably knows the damage thresholds of, all right, this will kill me, this will kill me, this will kill me. And that's what she was doing so much math about.
Ah,
now-
I see. So
Yeah.
with the cards left for G, he has the Shuang Ji with that will be dealing 5 damage to himself.
So that's going to be 11 from that.
No, that's putting him at 56, and then the activation of the channeling is putting him at 58, and this is 2 damage shy of being a lethal line with 1 relentless outburst.
Yeah, but he does have the enrage in hand. So he can just swing, and then
You
it's
can
still
do
lethal.
multiple things here.
Yeah, I
And
think this is
1, 2.
most definitely going to be lethal here.
Let's just see how G plays it out. I saw an enrage and a relentless outburst, so he
I
is
mean, I
for
believe
sure.
that it's going to be lethal. I think it's really hard at this point to not, because Noelle is hands down. And
No, she's not. She has all the influence left.
oh yeah, because she was just swinging. You're right. So it is.
And here we have the regal. Oh, that's pretty good.
It might just be a mill out idea here.
It's most likely just checking for what is available for Noelle here. And she's just saying, oh, how about you pay 2 more?
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, and it is still -3 on Jin. So the next attack is going to deal 3 less damage. And the Regal, well, we'll see if the Regal resolves.
Did I actually spot 2 relentless outbursts in Yi's hand? I'm not sure. Let's see. A frostbind on top.
Yeah,
So-
but Noelle is making sure that Joanne cannot do too much this turn by just taxing the card just so much.
That is correct.
Yeah.
And
There's Fracture Eyes on the Strong G as well. Yeah, Joanne has nothing to do, so that is going to be basically no damage. That is exactly what Noelle was mathing earlier, making sure to be like, all right, I know how to play this, and I know what I want, and I know what you want to do.
that is correct. And no weapon means there is no point in activating the enrage. So even if you activate it, you have no means of attacking at all.
Yep, and the Relentless Outburst is also not going to be lethal here, so it doesn't matter.
That is correct. And it seems like with the taxing on the Regal Inquisition activation, that Gina got away with putting all those damage counters on Jin, doing the math perfectly here.
Yeah, it's actually because Joanne went for the Regal Inquisition before doing anything else, then Noelle might just get away with it. Which would be really, really cool. As like, you know, people think Water Diana is probably more susceptible to losing to this deck than you think, but the trick is just play Water Jin yourself.
That is correct. And, ooh, I see. He actually had 2 relentless outbursts in hand, and he most likely overcommitted here in paying the
For
cost
sure.
for the.
Yeah.
I forgot the card's name. Oh my.
The Regal Inquisition and
Oh, yeah.
plays Cerulean
Thank you.
Decree, Frostbind Tax. So Relentless Outburst is not bad. There is, but it costs 3. Yeah, and that is game 1 of round 8 going to Noelle. That is 1 win closer to their win and in here, to their day 2 at EU Nationals. You know, kind of an anticlimactic ending to this game because the Relentless Outburst didn't really resolve. It was like, Joanne was like, oh, this is not enough damage. So
The number is not big enough.
yeah, the number is quite far, actually. So we're going to be going into game 2, and maybe Noelle can just finish out this game for a 2-1, or, you know, Joanne can even it out, have a 1-1 tie, which would make it so that neither of these players actually have a win on their win and in.
Hopefully, one of the players makes
Yep.
the win of the match in the end. And looking at the sideboards, there are. I'm not sure what cards G might bring in. For sure, I see the Song of Frosts coming in and the Thronekeeper Bullfrogs to just keep yourself a little bit safer against all those allies that are on the board, and especially for this 1 swing in the beginning of the game from Noelle here.
I think we might see the Annihilation come in because there are so many. The fact that the Frostborn Paladin is 3 cost that the cat is 3 cost is probably a nice way to just clear the board and not have to worry about it. Because other than Relentless Outburst, there is nothing else here that can clear Noel's board. So that Annihilation, I'm pretty sure, is going to be coming in.
Another good card that also can come in is Hemorrhaging Rend. It is basically the card that says, oh, I swoop all your board to just clear up everything.
It just, you just need 20 damage, which is, usually when you go up to level 3, you are already at 20 damage on Jin.
It happens very frequently. However, the downside is it is an attack card and might not be this suitable. But you for sure want to get rid of all those Dynastic Whirlpools against the Water Diana deck, since the card just says, oh, Milieu, oh, you can't draw, I guess go next. And this game plan is not very sustainable against the Water Diana deck.
Yeah, so now my question is, do you think Crimson Prescience could be good in this matchup? Because you named Diana and then you take no damage. But then at the same time, it usually is a 2-cost card that only prevents 1 source of damage.
I think you could make an argument that it is good to prevent the on-hit of the Aqua Mirage Whisper. And outside of that, not that relevant. Since you actually want to take damage, you just want to find all those Relentless Outbursts. And looking at the sideboard for Noel here, I think we are just seeing the Snow White coming in and hopefully drawing this early on for Noel, and then you are good to go.
And Joanne is immediately going as fast as they can. Losing a Mend Flesh is quite detrimental here. But looking at his hand, he had just way too many Exia cards. He had to play the Regenerate and risk the Mend Flesh here. So there is a pass. Noel's going to be distant. And then, oh, there is the Snow White in hand, actually.
Noel has the queen at her disposal, and I think Jijun is going to be very sad during the main phase. What you are most likely going to be doing now is you go activate an Evac charge that most likely replaces itself now to load up your Aqua Mirage Whisper, get one of the charges going. Oh.
Yeah, there's 2 Snow Whites, actually. Both Snow Whites are out here, so Noel can very easily just...
The queen is in the house, you could say.
Yeah, and that is 2 more turns for Noel to kill Joanne, which genuinely might just be enough in this deck.
Yes. Did we see another ally that puts on pressure? I think like a Crystalian Archer?
There was a cat in hand.
I think what you are looking for is
an
now
archer as well. There's a
we have the
Crystalline
archer and we have the queen. This is gonna be wow, whoop-de-doo-doo. You are in a tough spot here now.
Taking 4 here, and Joanne doesn't even know about the Snow White in Noel's hand, and there it is. Yeah, that is really, really rough. So, yep, Jin is rested and attacked, and now Joanne cannot level up, which is really bad here.
This is so hurtful right now.
Yeah, his material deck is basically... Yeah, his material deck is almost all Exia cards. That was a really funny force of habit. I'll just put it out.
I can tell you from experience, when your opponent has this line of play and you are playing the Angry Man in red, you are very sad, since the game is most likely already gone as soon as you realize this is happening.
Yeah, and we have Eventide Spear. It's a polar. There's 2 rested units, so at least it came out. It was being able to activate it.
That is correct.
Yeah.
And you now, as G, need to have an Engulf in hand to interact with the next activation of the next Snow White here. Otherwise, this game is pretty much doomed, you could say.
But I don't think G expects another Snow White, because there are only 2 Snow Whites in Noel's deck.
Is it only 2? Wow, that is crazy.
Yep.
One from main, one from side.
Yeah, exactly. And she found both. So she's probably doing math here, being like, all right, what amount of damage? And actually, this might be just immediately game as well. Crystalian Archer can swing in for 4 and another for 8 here. And there just needs to be one more damage, which is the other Snow White.
That is correct. Let's see what happens here. And I think if you are Noel, you most likely just want to throw down the next... Oh,
Okay,
or
going
the
with
cat.
going for the cat.
Okay. Just testing the waters. I see.
Yeah. I mean, there is enough cards in hand. All right, swinging,
Yeah,
eating, drawing a card, banishing the cat
for
for 4. That is 8 damage. Oh, what is Joanne gonna do here?
he's most likely regenerating a little bit, so forcing interaction so that he has less cards in hand that he can't activate anger. And now you are just throwing down the Snow White to make him Omega sad.
Yep. And then still before damage, the Ranger strides as well. So that is swinging in for its 12. Yeah.
Okay.
Joanne has to lineage release here.
This, I think I'm not too pessimistic in saying this is basically game already.
Yeah, no, there is. Joy cannot level up next turn. He cannot play any water cards anymore. He basically cannot materialize anything either.
He can't play his deck anymore, you
Yeah.
could say. And
Oh,
just activating
sure,
the channeling
angelic-
to find something.
Yeah,
Getting rid of the outbursts,
Transfuse
receiving.
Aura. Yeah,
Whirlpool.
but the Whirlpool is not even playable anymore, so that might just be an incredibly fast game 2 for Noel here in a second. All right, sure.
Those queens are on the board are very annoying to deal with, and
Joanne's frustration is visible, and that
He-
is round 8 going to Noel. His winning in to day 2 of EU Nationals here on Water Aethering Diana against the deck that she piloted in Vegas. You also piloted in Vegas. And
somewhat.
yeah, look, the knowledge was beautiful, and I never thought that I would see a Crystalline Archer swinging for 12, and 2 out of 2 Snow Whites in the deck coming out. The lines just aligned for Noelle, and she absolutely easily took this game home and made sure that she will be one of the people battling it out tomorrow for that world spot here in Prague. Wow.
This was an amazing display of what the deck actually can do against those greedy advanced element decks, right? If you
Yep.
have the queens in your hand, you are having the deck of cards that you need. And this is also what happens to me all the time when I play those decks.
Well, which deck? The advanced element deck?
Yeah, the advanced element deck.
Your
and
opponent
your
just
opponent-
goes, Snow White, Snow White.
Somewhat.
done.
It is more like Snow White, Freezing Haze, Snow White, but sure, same.
And then it's Kaduko, so it's blushing Snow White CSR.
Somewhat. But it is remarkable how this game plays out after the first struggle to close out the first game, right?
Yeah, it was the contrast between game 1 and game 2 was insane. Like we watched Noelle try her best to like survive and not deal too much damage, like you said during the game. Too much damage to Joanne here, and then game 2, Joanne was just like, I can't play anything. I cannot level up. I'm here stuck on 20 life because Noelle just had both Snow Whites here. Wow. Sometimes you just see things and you don't want to believe it. But then you gotta believe it because it literally just happened. And first game struggling, and then the world was like, all right, you should win this 2-0 actually. So here's 2 Snow Whites.
Sometimes it is what the deck gives you, right? If you get the cards that you need in the right moment, as we had it happen a couple times today actually, with drawing this one sideboard card you threw into your deck just at the right moment, the Incapacitate round 1, the Annual Spell in game 3 early on. This is how Grand Archive is and how exciting the matches are gonna be. This one draw and this one key decision is the thing that keeps things running and fresh for every interaction and match you play. So
It's absolutely insane. So I heard, because we're here at the end of day one of EU Nationals, I heard that Henki's protege, a British player, was undefeated as of last round.
Ooh, okay.
So I'm curious to see if he drew or if he won and went undefeated into day 2 here. So if he will, excuse me, they're still playing. He's
And
playing Sebastian.
I think it's also a mirror match for that matter, so...
Oh yeah, I am really, really interested in how that'll go. Oh my god, So now that our game finished up, we're just going around. Table 4, Team True Isaac versus Team True Caben. And Team True Caben won 2-0. Probably, I presume it was a concession from Isaac. So that worked out. Horinti, Henki to go. They drew. They both also made
Day 2 then. Okay, that is amazing to see.
Oh, Casual also made day 2 here.
A couple very interesting people made it to day 2 already, and we are looking at quite a variety of decks tomorrow. It's not only Razor Gale or Water Ether Wing Diana,
Yep.
as you would have suspected early on in this event, but more of a diversity event, right?
Yeah, it's actually really, really fun to see that it's so many different things from so many different parts of Europe and the world. So it's a kind of a melting pot of all different metas and all different decks. And honestly, I love to see it.
It is amazing to see, and I can't wait to have the final standings for tomorrow to go into the day and see amazing gameplay with a lot of variety of decks. I already have an idea of a few players or decks more so that I want to see on stream again if I get to the choice and say into some of those. But we will see.
Yeah.
We will see.
I mean, honestly, I would love to see almost every single deck we had today on stream again, because none of them, even the Water Dianas, honestly, didn't feel that boring or that awful.
That
I
is correct.
especially want to see Caben again with a luckier hand than he had when he was here earlier. And yeah, overall, this is looking to be a really, really fun and exciting day 2. Now, Garrett, do you want to talk about day 2 and what these players are playing for?
The players are trying to achieve a victory for sure, glory along the way, and a couple euros on top of it. And the main thing you are probably trying to get away with here is the first or the second place in the European Nationals Championship to get the World's Invite. That is, for the first player, you get 3,000 euros on top as the pricing. 3 boxes of RDO, 5 boxes of RDO.
Yeah.
5 boxes of PTM, the travel and accommodation sponsored for you as the winner, and the 4 national CPRs, the 3 of hearts.
They're
with the beautiful artwork from Gyol. The second place only gets right? Henki could pay his plumbing for that one with that
Henki
amount.
could finally maybe fix his house and not have to worry about washing his clothes. So hoping to see Henki once again make it to Worlds here. With, second place, like you said, also gets 2,000 euros for national CPRs, which is beautifully on the right of your screen here. That is the actual specific card art. It looks amazing.
That is correct.
3 RDO booster boxes, 3 PTM boxes as well, and also qualified for Worlds. Now, because Europe is a smaller region and all, after that, our gauntlet spots only go to 8th place. So it's top 8 all get to go to Worlds, but only 2 of them directly. The other 6 people still have to battle it out in Singapore to snag one of the spots at Worlds and make sure that they can, like you said, write their name into history.
Yeah.
And that is what is the most important thing here. We have fun, but you want to go down in the history books. You want to get that beautiful champion CPR with your own signature on it. We already had 2 already, so all these players playing here today are basically playing for their own champion CPR with their own signature on it.
That is probably the end goal of a long way ahead of them. And
Yeah.
I'm super excited to see the first kickoff tomorrow. And I'm kind of at a loss of words here with all those interesting and intense matches we had, and with surprisingly very few reoccurring matchups also, right?
Yeah.
The only deck that really appeared more often than not was the Windcrux deck that people bought. And I think it also has a very good shot of being represented a lot tomorrow. But what are your thoughts on this?
I think that we are going to see a lot of people that we saw today on stream tomorrow as well. Like just looking at their scores right here, I'm pretty confident, and I'm excited to not have like a very same-ish meta game, but have some nice diversity and see a lot of fun decks piloted by wonderful players. And what are you excited for tomorrow?
Probably. I'm not sure.
Are you excited for food, maybe?
No, who needs food? I just need coffee and a little bit of sleep. That is all I need to be working at some point. So
Yeah, you know what? That is very fair. But speaking of working, I think the tournament behind us is concluding. So we will also be concluding our day one of European National stream here. I had a wonderful time. So please, if you also had a wonderful time, come back tomorrow and join us for day 2 of European National. I was Clem, this is Garrett, and see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye!
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 less